Hi everyone and welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And please support the author by link in description.
Lord of Mystery, Lucky by author Nan Haiyu Xing Chen. Chapter 671-700. Chapter 671 Chapter 63 Good afternoon, Miss Destiny. Klein was speechless at the address. He gritted his teeth and asked as calmly as possible. More importantly, why don't you tell me first what the goddess of light and your authority have to do with each other? Dispelling misfortune and bringing luck, how is that not a kind of light? Alice retorted, prophecy and divination can also be related to light. Pointing out directions and guiding the way, how is that not light? And look at the goddess, she used to be the goddess of misfortune, and her hidden authority can even counter divination, which is exactly the opposite of light. Quote. Klein gasped, momentarily unsure how to respond. Alice then mumbled, and my outer deity is called, Key of Light. How good is that? No need to change it, it's a one-step process. What kind of expression is that? Don't you think what I said makes a lot of sense? It actually does make some sense. Klein murmured, I just want to know if your followers would lose their faith if they knew the goddess of light had such a personality. After all, the Key of Light also has a name called Endless Chaos, Alice reminded indifferently. So, Klein finally asked, do you glow like a light supplicant? I remember you don't have similar abilities, do you? No, Alice said without hesitation, but I can make sure my followers happen to be in a place with light. Quote. Forget it, Klein gave up arguing with her about this. If you're called that, do you have to change your honorific name? The honorific name of a true god should be changed anyway. Alice mumbled, I want one like the goddess, you know, that one, older than eternity. Sounds really powerful. Quote. I won't help you with that this time, Klein reminded, I still can't quite accept the goddess of light. I'll do it myself, Alice said excitedly. At worst, I'll let the followers think. No, I'll think about it myself first. I really think Goddess of Light is quite good. Then how will you explain why the Goddess of Light doesn't glow? Klein reminded, you can't get around that, can you? There will be a way, Alice said confidently, I'm sure I can think of something, just make up a story in the Holy Book. Klein no longer commented on this. He began promoting his fully automatic wish-granting machine. This scene was boring. Although some people's wishes might be interesting, first, the waiting intervals were too long, and second, most people's wishes were just that. Typical cases were, after all, a minority. Alice accompanied Klein for several days, until the next tarot club was about to begin, when Klein asked her, do you want to make an appearance at the tarot club? I think they'd like to see you. Are you sure? Alice asked, knowing herself well. Klein smiled, shook his head, and said, a tarot club without you is sometimes a bit too quiet. Let's not, Alice refused, I always feel it would be a bit strange to be a participant as a true god, but if I were the host. I mean, if I sat next to you, I would have some not so good associations. What? Klein was stunned for a moment, if you're referring to rumors, I actually think that's normal, after all, it's not the first time. Oh no, Alice denied Klein's words, what if it's incest? Father-daughter, mother-daughter, rice bowl, or something. Mother-daughter. Klein opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to argue, I'm not. No, we don't have any blood relation at all, you and I both know that's just a formality. Alice didn't speak. After a few seconds of silence, she said in a slightly strange tone. Mr. Fool, if you put the focus of the conversation on us not being blood-related, it will make the topic very strange. It's just, I have a feeling you're hoping the rumors come true. Klein took a breath, half unable to resist and half leading up to it, saying, compared to you, I'd rather be Amen. Quote. Alice stopped talking. Klein thought for a moment, then suggested to Alice, although sitting at the head of the table together does feel a bit strange, but do you want to host the tarot club? What do you mean? Alice asked, confused. I can be absent, or rather, Fool can be absent, Klein chuckled. When you weren't here, I carefully studied Saphira Castle, do you want some authority? What kind of authority? Alice asked. Many, Klein smiled, Free entry and exit, summoning others, using Beyonder abilities, and even mobilizing a part of Saphira Castle's power. Mr. Fool, Alice interrupted him with a complicated expression, the last one, you trust me a bit too much, don't you? That's Saphira, Mr. Fool. Aren't you afraid I'll do something? What if I snatch it away? Klein seemed to jam. He hesitated and said, no, I don't intend to give you real authority, just some simple ones, such as projection, such as responding to prayers. I only intend to let you try these basic functions. Isn't that enough? Alice's tone was hesitant. I think, my inviting you, after you ascended to true godhood, into Saphira Castle, is already sufficiently undefended. Klein subtly reminded, it's obvious I wouldn't invite the goddess like that, and certainly wouldn't ask the goddess if she wants to host the tarot club, let alone that I can still host the tarot club now, even if I, for some reason. Shut up, Alice interrupted him, there's no such thing. Klein obediently stopped mentioning it, only asking, so do you want to give it a try? Alice finally agreed to the suggestion, and Klein immediately asked curiously. I remember you said that Saphira correspond to sequence pathways. So, can we accommodate Saphira that don't correspond to our own pathway? You can write that question down, Alice suggested, when you go to ask Adam about Amon's situation, ask this as well. Klein then knew he wouldn't get an answer from Alice, so he didn't continue, only bringing up the issue of Saphira Castle's authority again. After Klein's explanation, Alice understood that the so-called granting of authority was not entirely consistent with what she had imagined. Essentially, Klein still hadn't truly given her authority. It was just that after ascending to an angel, Klein left a portion of his spirit worms on Saphira Castle to automatically respond to prayers. Alice was even alerted by this, as angels could already fully receive prayers and were not as severely restricted by region as saints, but the Fool's honorific name did not point to Klein, but to Saphira Castle itself. Klein merely pointed out the origin of his honorific name to Alice, first to answer Alice's confusion, and second to present his dilemma. If he wanted the honorific name to point to himself, it would mean he would have to expose the lie called Fool. Not to mention how socially dead that would be. Klein sighed, the spread of this news would inevitably be limited. After all, you've read the holy books of the 7 gods. I haven't, Alice interrupted him, I haven't even finished reading the goddesses. Anyway, Klein pretended not to hear. All holy books, at the beginning, desperately boast about the origins of the gods, the more ancient and greater the better, and basically all have to be related to that original, the creator. If doing so would cause problems, then surely not a single one of the 7 gods wouldn't have noticed. Perhaps those who noticed are no longer able to speak. Alice laughed with an unclear meaning. Klein shivered, nervously saying, don't scare me. Alice sighed, no longer trying to persuade him, only murmuring. Actually, if you told the truth, no one would believe you, right? An ordinary person pretending to be a god and actually becoming one. Tisk, it's fine for a novel, but if there really was such a church, this god would sound rather improper, wouldn't he? However, this novel can indeed be circulated. The book fans might also be considered your followers. If you have this plan, remember not to use your real name. Okay, Klein agreed. They didn't chat much longer. Klein arrived at Saphira Castle. After ascending to an angel, he no longer needed to rely on the prayers of Tarot Club members or the 4-step reverse ritual to enter Saphira Castle, but he still couldn't bring his physical body up there. Accompanied by a crimson glow, Alice sat back in the familiar chair. She tried to stretch her limbs, then realized something was wrong. Leaving aside the bronze long table that seemed to be above her head, Alice spoke in a hesitant tone. Klein. The voice that came out was tender and clear, without a discernible gender. Only then did she suddenly remember her current state, then continued. I remember now. Your image up here is actually based on the image of a spirit, right? Right. Klein also realized something. He rose from his seat, walked to Alice's chair, and his tone became strange. You are. I haven't decided my appearance and gender yet. Alice stammered, frankly, I only decided that I'm a person. So, what you see is a silver unknown object that can only be identified as a human infant. Can you decide now? Klein asked sincerely. A bit difficult, Alice replied with equal sincerity, "You know, I have a bit of a choice paralysis." After a few seconds of silence, Klein bent down and picked up Alice, walked to the high-backed chair belonging to Fool, and with a thought, transformed it into a baby carriage significantly taller than the bronze long table, then placed the silver ball that was Alice inside. "Then you ask them later," Klein said calmly, "you ask them if they have any suggestions." After a pause, he couldn't help but ask curiously, "What if you hadn't even decided on your species?" "Then it would be a silver orb of light," Alice answered without hesitation. "You want to see." "Oh, you can't see it now. Once it's decided, it can't be undone." "Then I'm a bit curious," Klein straightened up, thoughtfully saying, "what if you were born prematurely before you had decided?" "Then I would look like my original self," Alice replied. What should I do?" "Call little son up. I mean, since you're here, aren't you no different from the spirit worms left behind? Why don't you do it yourself?" "While that's true," Klein said slowly as he walked towards the world's seat, I thought you'd prefer to do it yourself, rather than being placed in a chair as a puppet." Alice shook the part that was her head, replying, "I'm no puppet, Mr. Fool. If you keep talking like that, be careful, I might say anything at your tarot club, okay?" Klein surrendered. While notifying son, Derek, to prepare for the gathering, he echoed Alice. "Indeed, after all, only puppets sitting here can be called puppets." Alice paused, then became eerily quiet. Klein also stopped speaking, simply sitting silently in the world's seat. At 3 in the afternoon, Klein lightly coughed to remind Alice, then pulled the others up. Everyone habitually looked around, then noticed the baby carriage at the head of the bronze long table, and the silver glow lying in the baby carriage. That blurry silver mass barely allowed one to discern the form of a human infant. After a brief moment of frozen atmosphere, Justice, Audrey, rose and greeted with a normal expression. "Good afternoon, Miss Fate." Alice responded, "Good afternoon, Miss Justice." The tender and clear voice was not the version Audrey was familiar with, but she still confirmed from the tone that she hadn't mistaken the person. Just as she was about to continue her greeting, she heard the voice add another sentence. "But I still prefer you call me Goddess of Light." Goddess of Light. Audrey was a bit confused. Dispelling fog, illuminating the future, and dispelling misfortune, bringing luck. Alice repeated her explanation to Klein, "It's very reasonable for me to be called Goddess of Light, isn't it?" Audrey was momentarily stunned. She subconsciously followed Alice's words and pondered, wanting to speak but not knowing what to say. She wasn't the only one stunned. Hanged Man, Alger, calmly lowered his head, sighing inwardly, "As expected of you, Miss Fate. Did Mr. Fool let her sit here, perhaps hoping we would persuade her to change her mind?" He was still pondering the reason for the change of person at the main seat. Hermit, Katlia, didn't speak. She instantly recalled the light she had seen back then, that light that stung her eyes. It seemed, calling her Goddess of Light wasn't wrong either. Son, Derek, lowered his head blankly. He was the most confused of everyone, because he came from the pathway most qualified to call itself light. End of this chapter. Chapter 672. Chapter 64. Suggestions. If one only looked at the sequence 0 name for the moon pathway, it would seem related to light, but Emlyn, the moon, knew that wasn't the case. His first association with the concept of light was holy light, and he shivered. As for Judgment Zio and Magician Furs, they didn't have much internal turmoil, only a familiar sense of security. The star Leonard's first thought was of the goddess. Light and night were, to a certain extent, opposing concepts. He really wanted to ask the goddess if she knew about this, but a true god and an angel were vastly different in his eyes, especially after frequently seeing Ariana for a period of time. Alice looked around and found that no one had commented on the name. Audrey hadn't even continued with her greetings, so she asked, somewhat displeased. "Why aren't any of you speaking?" "Because they all think this idea is unfeasible or outrageous, but they don't want to challenge you directly like I do," Klein, sitting in the world's position, said indifferently in his hoarse voice. This statement immediately garnered several subtle looks of admiration, of course, not too obvious, just peripheral glances. Alice, however, couldn't help but retort. "Where's the outrageous part? Clearly, She suddenly paused and asked hesitantly, should I let the meeting continue first? No one responded to her. Even Klein just sat there. So Alice thought for a moment and said, never mind, you all continue. Continue, how to continue? Audrey pondered for 2 seconds before deciding to complete her greetings first. It wasn't until she had greeted everyone in turn and sat down that Alice sighed, imitating Klein, and said, let's begin. Next, it was naturally the Tarot Club's trading session. As everyone's sequence gradually increased, this session often only proved useful once every few meetings. This trading session, too, had no effect. After a brief silence, the free communication session began. Son Derek was the first to speak, talking about new things happening around him. Ever since they left the forsaken land of the gods, Derek spoke the most during this segment because, for him, there were too many new things around. Alice temporarily chose to listen and remained silent. But apart from Alice, few people were listening to Derek. Most of them focused their attention on Alice, wondering why she was sitting there today, pondering the Fool's intentions. Miss Fate might just be here for fun, but Mr. Fool wouldn't agree to this just because she found it amusing. He must have his own considerations. Harboring trust in the Fool, Hanged Man Alger, after careful deliberation, spoke directly to the seemingly cheerful Alice after Son Derek stopped talking. Goddess of Light. His original intention was to ask directly, but as soon as the title left his lips, he felt a strange sensation, and his voice trailed off. Alice also realized something. She responded, if you're planning to speak to me, just address me as before. Alger readily asked, Miss Fate, how did you persuade Mr. Fool to let you sit here? Alice blinked and said, as if it were the most natural thing, he suggested it himself. It was an unexpected answer, but upon closer thought, it was quite reasonable. Hanged Man Alger realized that simply asking wouldn't work. He had to inquire about what happened before and after, but that question was too presumptuous. As he pondered and weighed his words, Justice Audrey realized his intention and thought of the answer a step ahead. Miss Fate, have you just awakened? Alice looked at them thoughtfully, remaining silent for a moment. She realized their not so subtle probing. They seemed to have grasped the trick to conversing with her, laying their intentions bare. Alice wasn't annoyed. She had always been tolerant of such thoughts, unless the other party was evasive and unwilling to speak plainly. But at this moment, everything was obvious, so she was happy to respond. More or less. Anyway, I haven't been awake for long. I saw Mr. World was doing some handicraft at the time, but he was doing it terribly. When Mr. Fool invited me, I had just convinced Mr. World to hand that task over to a professional. Handicraft. This was unexpected news. Everyone looked at the World in surprise. Klein remained silent for 2 seconds, then, meeting their gazes, responded. I was making a robot at the time. Since I had left the internal structure of the robot exposed, Miss Fate asked me to give the robot some clothes. What a peculiar analogy. A flicker of astonishment passed through everyone's minds, and then they heard Miss Fate's voice from the head seat. Honestly, even for the internal structure of a robot, I've seen good-looking ones. What you made had absolutely no mechanical aesthetic. She paused, then added. Oh, right, Mr. Fool didn't directly invite me to preside over the Tarot Club. I told him that I thought it was quite strange for a true god to appear as a participant, but 2 gods sitting side by side was even stranger. It's just, in my impression, at least in my impression of common human culture, scenes of dual monarchs ruling are not common. Instead, a king and queen sitting side by side are more common. Although it's not really a big deal, I am considered Mr. Fool's child, so I feel this ethical relationship is a bit too chaotic. Klein glanced at endless chaos, and fell into a strange silence. Of course, the people here didn't know about Key of Light, let alone endless chaos. So Audrey asked curiously, do gods also care about ethics? Judging by your previous attitude, I thought that for mythical creatures, these ethics had already lost their meaning. It's mainly that if they had meaning, it would be even stranger, Alice said bluntly. If you try to discuss the ethics of mythical creatures, some scenarios become very subtle. For example, Aemon. You all know the Aemon family of the 4th epoch, right? The Tarot Club members nodded. Alice continued. But the Aemon family of the 4th epoch always only had one Aemon. Not just family members, even the pet dogs in the house, I even suspect the flies and mosquitoes, and those invisible microorganisms in the air, were all Amen. The Tarot Club members understood. Alice then glanced at Hermit Catlia and shifted her focus. Moreover, this phenomenon doesn't start only at the angel level. To say who I've seen so far who is the most daring to break worldly constraints in this regard, it would be the planter pathway of the Church of the Earth Mother. Hermit's ship has a druid from this pathway, and he was also the inventor of those mushrooms from before. Son, do you know how those mushrooms came about? Derek shook his head honestly. Alice then replied, although there were many influencing factors, I think the most core part, perhaps, came from a rose bishop and a follower of a primitive moon shell. In other words, those mushrooms can be considered their offspring. Derek found it difficult to describe his current feelings. His expression twisted, and a strange sense of revulsion welled up on his face. The other Tarot Club members who hadn't eaten the mushrooms didn't look much better. Klein even said directly, "Let's discuss this, Miss Fate. Since you haven't decided what you'll look like after you're born, would you mind being mute?" Alice choked. She retorted, "Even if I choose to be mute, it doesn't affect my ability to speak, all right." Klein responded calmly, "I know, and I think you should also know that I want you to shut up." Alice was stunned for a moment. She seemed to want to say something, but in the end, she only retorted in a small voice. "Fine, I just won't mention this then." "Oh, right, can you give me some suggestions? I find it so hard to choose. What should I look like in the future? Male or female? Also, should I change my name?" She paused, then added, "Oh, right, my hair and eyes must be silver. I've tried it, and I can't change that." These words made the Tarot Club members look at each other. The star Leonard said thoughtfully, "Your appearance is decided by yourself." "Yes," Alice admitted. "Have you considered Mr. Fool as a reference?" Leonard then suggested, "Mr. Fool should have a human form, right?" "Yes," Alice nodded seriously. "Not only does he have one, but he has many." "Many." Leonard was bewildered. He is a..." Alice responded as if it were obvious, "A god of 1,000 faces. That sounds a bit better than faceless." Klein glanced at Alice, remaining silent. Alice then continued, "Actually, I think it's like cosplaying one's OC. Oh, you don't know what that means. It's like Aemon impersonating a family. Mr. Fool's authority can also do similar things. He can create something like avatars for himself, and then give them different names, personas, and personalities." "Like a virtual persona?" Audrey asked thoughtfully. "More or less," Alice agreed. "Except, a virtual persona only has a persona." Audrey thought for a moment, then asked, "Then it's probably like Mr. World's puppet." Klein's ability to create puppets was not a secret. Tarot Club members who had real-life contact with him naturally knew his habit of impersonating puppets. They all believed this was a requirement for acting, especially since the name of that sequence was marionettist. This time, Alice only hummed, then turned to Leonard and said, "Which Mr. Fool should I refer to, you think?" Leonard was speechless, but Audrey spoke up. "I think this matter needs to be taken one step at a time. Appearances for later, Miss Fate. Perhaps you should decide your gender first." You about your gender. Frankly, I don't particularly care," Alice shook her head. "However, my previous lives were all as female, especially my earliest life. So, if I were to define myself by gender, I would consider myself female. However, I have no obsession with my gender after the restart. I'm actually a bit curious about the experience of being male." Audrey said thoughtfully. "But you asked us to call you Goddess of Light. I think, perhaps you should continue to exist as a female. At least for now. After all, if the goddess were male. That doesn't really matter much," Alice pressed her temples. "Concealing one's appearance and voice when facing followers is something every god can do, either in reality or in dreams. Well, there probably aren't many gods who are idle enough to contact their followers in reality. You are the idle one." Audrey glanced at Alice, but didn't voice the thought, instead saying, "But wouldn't you yourself find it strange?" This was judged from Alice's previous discussion about ethics. Coupled with Alice's various behaviors before, Audrey felt that even after becoming a god, Miss Fate still seemed to care deeply about certain things. Indeed, Alice fell into thought. The mercury-colored human infant showed no emotion, but Audrey felt that she should be frowning. Just as Audrey thought her suggestion had been adopted, Alice finally made her decision. She said thoughtfully, that is to say, if the fact that the goddess of light is male would make people feel strange, why don't I just call myself God of Light? That way, I won't have this trouble, right? Audrey gave up. She realized that giving advice from this angle was unfeasible, because Miss Fate's way of solving problems was fundamentally different from what they thought. She failed, but there were others. Hanged Man Alger spoke. I think, according to your thoughts, you will eventually be born as a male. Since that's the case, why not experience it earlier? Because as long as I drag it out long enough, it's roughly equivalent to it not happening. Alice grumbled, annoyed. Besides, what if I try it and then regret it? Am I supposed to commit suicide on the spot? I can help, Klein offered, very willing to assist. The Tarot Club members all looked at the world. They seemed to want to say something, but dared not. Audrey looked at the world, then at Alice, a flicker of thought in her eyes. Mr. World seems unchanged by Miss Fate becoming a god. Not only that, Miss Fate's attitude towards the world before and after he became an angel also hasn't changed. But in Miss Fate's view, angels and non-angels should be completely different. At least, angels are peers to her. End of chapter. Chapter 673. Chapter 65. Light is born in darkness. Audrey couldn't delve any deeper into her thoughts. As this line of thinking was about to yield an answer, a primordial fear welled up within her. Her intuition told Audrey that if she continued to think, something truly terrifying would happen. This was actually a psychological suggestion. After learning the true identity of the world in Grossel's travels, Audrey hypnotized herself to forget it. At the same time, she placed a psychological suggestion on this information to prevent herself from deducing anything from Alice's actions later on. Once Audrey realized this was a psychological suggestion she had left for herself, she stopped pondering and focused on the present. She was quite curious how the world would resolve the situation. Alice was clearly angry at the world's helpfulness. Even the other members of the Tarot Club could feel the pressure emanating from her. Alger, the hanged man from the sailor pathway, felt it most acutely. He lowered his head, remaining silent. He wasn't worried about the world, because he had already realized that the world dared to do this because he had confidence. Sure enough, the world met Alice's low spirits and spoke nonchalantly. Miss Fate, if you can't decide, would you like to consider Mr. Fool's idea? I mean, you can look at it from a different angle. Don't think about whether it's a boy or a girl, but rather whether it's a son or a daughter. This was a fresh perspective. Alice murmured thoughtfully, that makes sense, you all chat, I'll think about it some more. With that, she fell silent. After a brief silence, the Tarot Club became lively again. Everyone shared their daily lives until there was nothing left to say, and the meeting spontaneously concluded. Aside from Derek, the most frequently discussed topic was the current war. Alice listened for a few moments and then remembered what she had thought of before the restart, and her heart stirred. After becoming the Wheel of Fortune, Alice was sensitive enough to changes of this magnitude. Her original conjecture had now become a firm fact. Although the hidden veil covered fate, it could not hide from the Wheel of Fortune, who was a part of the River of Fate herself. She had already seen the truth of the matter, including Adam, who had ascended to godhood through this, and also the Blood Ancestor, who had disguised herself as the Earth Mother. Thinking of this, Alice looked at Emlyn, the moon, again, and couldn't help but laugh out loud. This laugh caused the Tarot Club, which had gradually stopped sharing, to once again surge with undercurrents. Everyone speculated about Miss Fate's intentions, and even Klein felt puzzled. What had Alice thought of? He was not like the others who lacked the courage to look directly. Although curious, he didn't dare to look up and meet her gaze. In the brief pauses he turned his head, he cast a glance at Alice. This action wasn't overtly brazen, not enough to make people marvel at the world's audacity again, but it could still convey his question to Alice. After receiving the hint, Alice thought for a moment and decided to say something. Mr. Moon, she didn't know whether to say he was lucky or unlucky. The wrong path you took by a strange coincidence ended up becoming the right path, tisk tisk tisk. Her exclamation drew the attention of the others to Emlyn, the moon, while Emlyn himself looked bewildered and asked, "What?" Seeing his expression, everyone knew there were no clues on him either, so they all averted their gazes and secretly pondered the implications of Alice's words. Wrong path, right path. Amidst the surging undercurrents, the tarot club quietly ended. After the other members disappeared, Klein couldn't help but ask, "What did you mean by what you just said? About the wrong path and the right path?" "It's a secret," Alice replied simply. "A secret, a secret, a secret." Klein's breath hitched. He looked at Alice, but Alice rolled like a silver ball onto the table, all the way to him, and asked in a softer tone, "Mr. Fool, do you prefer a son or a daughter?" Question mark. Klein took a breath. "If it's you." He paused, then said without hesitation, "A son. If a boy causes trouble, I can hit him without worry. If she's a girl, I'll always have some reservations." Klein glanced at Alice, then heard her very happy voice. "Great, then I'll continue to be a girl. All right then," Klein responded dryly. In the basement of St. Samuel Cathedral, as soon as Leonard's eyes regained their liveliness, he heard a voice ask, "Is it over?" "Yes," Leonard said, stretching his body. "Old man, Allie, she's awake." The name that had almost slipped out was swallowed back, but Pales knew who Leonard was referring to and said nonchalantly, "Awake is awake, what's so strange? With the restart, as long as her opportunity isn't problematic, she won't have any problems." "No, Leonard paused, his tone becoming a little strange. "She said she wants to be the goddess of light." What is that?" Pales was momentarily stunned. Leonard then recounted Alice's remarks about the goddess of light to Pales, who listened in a daze, finally asking with some hesitation, "Light, born of darkness." Leonard didn't dare to answer that. He reverently drew the symbol of the scarlet moon on his chest, then said, "Ahem, oh, she also mentioned something else." Then, Leonard brought up Emlyn, the moon, to Pales again, as well as Alice's remarks about the right path and the wrong path, and finally asked, "Old man, what do you think she meant?" "I don't know," Pales replied bluntly, "but since the Wheel of Fortune is speaking, it's likely this matter might involve the blood ancestor of the Sanguine." Leonard shook his head and said, "I thought of that too. I'm wondering if she meant that the blood ancestor is about to revive." "No, it should be that her condition has greatly improved. I remember the blood ancestor hasn't been responding to prayers much lately." For a considerable period, Lilith, the blood ancestor, had not been responding to prayers much, which was one of the important reasons for the gradual decline of the Sanguine. However, since Lilith still appeared from time to time, the prevailing view was that Lilith's condition was not good. She was relatively weak, and might have fallen into a deep sleep, but no one thought Lilith had a problem. Leonard also based his guess on this, believing that Alice might be referring to the resurgence of the Sanguine. After all, converting to the Fool could indeed be called a wrong path. But Pales did not agree with this idea, only to hear him laugh hoarsely. "If it were that simple, your goddess's illegitimate daughter wouldn't speak so cryptically. She says this either because she herself is unsure of the situation and can't speak directly, or, I'm afraid there's an extraordinary existence involved behind it, and she doesn't dare to speak, or rather, she can't defeat it. The fate pathway, hey." The incisive evaluation made Leonard dare not say more. He knew that his guess was probably problematic, and the problem was probably not small, but he also did not dare to delve into the truth behind it. After all, neither the truth that the Wheel of Fortune could not see through, nor the message that the Wheel of Fortune dared not speak, was something he should know. Leonard temporarily reined in his thoughts, no longer thinking about that, and then changed to a lighter topic with Pales. "So, by the way, old man, after a restart on the fate pathway, can one decide their own appearance?" "I think, naturally," Pales said slowly, "and this appearance can have nothing to do with one's parents." "Then can one," Leonard had a bold idea, "become a dog when one's parents are human?" "I think that would still be a bit difficult." Pales's tone became hesitant. "I've never asked, maybe you can ask." He paused, then added, "However, even if it were possible, generally no one would do that. Just like a parasite, a sequence 4 of the Marauder pathway, although they can parasitize ordinary animals, very few Beyonders would do so unless they are pushed to a desperate situation. Even with formal mystical education and regular exposure to advanced knowledge training, Leonard was stunned when he suddenly heard this. Why, oh, this would confuse self-identification. He immediately thought of the answer, and Pales naturally agreed. Yes. For high sequences, stable self-cognition is a very important part. Just as I warned you, when using the acting method, you must remember who you are and not become what you act as. But I'm sure you've also felt that even so, with your sequence advancement, it's inevitable that you'll be affected. The same principle applies to a parasite. Although after parasitizing ordinary animals, one can stabilize self-cognition and state through contact and communication with ordinary people, over a long period, one's own body will inevitably be affected, leading to certain animal habits. Of course, that doesn't mean that parasitizing humans doesn't have such problems, it just means that such problems are relatively smaller. After all, the more similar the object to be acted as is to oneself, the less pressure one has to bear. Just like I mentioned to you, in the fourth epoch, some Beyonders would accelerate their acting by making their spirits closer to the spirits remaining in the potion. At that time, we considered this a kind of talent. Even after returning to the real world, Emlyn, the moon, was still pondering the issue of the right path and the wrong path. He intuitively felt that it must be a big deal, not entirely intuition, but mainly because the identity of the speaker made him feel it was a big deal. But after much thought, Emlyn still couldn't determine what the wrong path actually referred to, or what the right path actually referred to. He joined the tarot club and prayed to the Fool under the guidance of Lilith, the blood ancestor, at least, that's what he believed. To him, the Fool was not the wrong path, the so-called wrong path must be someone else, and the answer was actually easy to find. It must be the Church of the Earth Mother. Being framed by a key from the apprentice pathway, getting lost while going to the hospital to suck blood, and finally being captured by a favored one of the Church of the Earth Mother and converting to the Earth Mother, all of these things could absolutely be described as a strange coincidence. Therefore, Emlyn unhesitatingly identified the wrong path, but what did it mean for the wrong path to become the right path? Surely the Earth Mother isn't actually the blood ancestor. Emlyn shook his head with a chuckle and continued to ponder. As the fully automatic wishing machine gradually came into use, churches in various regions also noticed this special Beander incident. As Orthodox churches, although their relationships were complex, some information could still be communicated. After investigation, the identity of Merlin Hermes, the wandering magician carrying the fully automatic wishing machine, quickly surfaced before the major cathedrals. He is a Wanshu of the Fool. Regarding the Fool and the Tarot Club, various churches had also gathered a lot of intelligence. Since the history of the Forsaken Land of the Gods surfaced, the Fool's influence was no longer confined to Loan. Although it had not spread to Intis, Fosak, or Phenabot, the Fool's reputation had risen in the war-torn border regions. Of course, non-believers did not know much about the Fool's deeds, and their understandings varied. For example, the rebel forces gathered near Byam and other islands believed that the Fool was their benefactor who helped their sea god revive. They had now accepted the idea of the sea god becoming a subordinate god of the Fool. The 7 Orthodox churches had more intelligence. For example, most Beyonders in the churches had some impression of the miracle a few months ago. During that period, there was widespread chaos in various places. Forgetting what they had just done, or remembering doing something they hadn't actually done, were still relatively easy to resolve, but some people, they accidentally glimpsed the future. In fact, those who remembered doing something they hadn't actually done also saw the future, but the event was too close, and they didn't recognize it. However, those who saw a more distant and significantly impactful future, as well as those who went mad or even mutated because they saw things they shouldn't have, still occasionally experienced sudden incidents even today, months later. The low-level Beyonders of the churches were overwhelmed, while the high-level and some mid-level members knew that this was a sign of a new god's birth, although this new god remained as quiet as if dead after being born, leaving nothing but a mess. However, this terrible impact seemed not to have affected the areas under the responsibility of the Night Church. Although the fluctuations after becoming a god covered an extremely wide area, most of the impact within the Night Church was minor. Compared to the overwhelmed Beyonders of other churches, the Night Church was actually the most relaxed. However, this did not alleviate the Night Church's pressure in the war. Getting back to the main topic, with the use of the fully automatic wishing machine, Klein steadily digested his potion, and Alice, feeling bored, once again fell into a deep sleep. It wasn't until January 1, 1352, at the moment the New Year's bells rang, that Klein heard Alice's familiar voice. "Happy New Year, Mr. Fool." End of chapter. Chapter 674. Chapter 66. Moral Cleanliness. Klein was stunned. He found it hard to describe his feelings at that moment, and with some emotion, he said, "Happy New Year, Alice. If I tell you this now, and you didn't need to wake up just to give a holiday greeting, wouldn't I seem to have low emotional intelligence?" "No," Alice replied calmly, "because I didn't wake up for that. Damn it, I couldn't sleep." Klein fell silent. Alice paused for a few seconds before realizing something was off. She cleared her throat and said, "Ahem, however, timing it just right to give you a blessing was indeed intentional." Klein still didn't speak, and Alice didn't mind. She drew out her words and called out, "Smile a little, Mr. Fool, don't you want to hear why I couldn't sleep? This is big news." Klein spoke in a low, drawn-out voice. "To be honest, hearing you say that, my first reaction is that it's definitely not good news, but I remember you mentioned repeatedly before, about the succession of a deity's position. Is it happening soon?" As he spoke, Klein's voice grew increasingly deep, and his expression became solemn. Alice sighed and said, "Yes, that feeling is like a giant clock is constantly ringing, and I'm getting closer and closer to the clock. It's too noisy." "You sometimes really make people lose their illusions about authority," Klein commented on her. "So, can you sense the specific time and situation now?" "Actually, I could feel it a long time ago, but," Alice sighed faintly, "I didn't dare to say it, Mr. Fool." She paused, then chuckled again. "Why don't you consider asking the mother?" Perhaps I shouldn't call her that now. Forget it, whatever. In any case, you must have guessed who this is related to, right? Why not just ask the person involved directly? In this matter, I'm at most just a witness. Speaking of which, fate should be a witness to many things. Doesn't that mean I'll know many secrets? I won't be silenced, will I? Silencing a true god should be quite difficult, right? Klein's tone was hesitant. "And, I feel like you're very good at escaping and offering loyalty." Smiley face. "Actually, you don't have to be so indirect," Alice said indifferently. Klein was momentarily confused. He widened his eyes and said, "No, wait, how can you send emojis?" "Because," Alice drew out her words, "shouldn't you know? Messages transmitted to believers are like a compressed information package containing text, sound, and images, just like when you broadcast prayer scenes every time." But, Klein wanted to say something, but he didn't know what to say. Of course, he knew what Alice was talking about, but what Alice had always transmitted to him were voice messages. Oh no, wait, maybe she really did include subtitles. To be precise, it wasn't text, but a piece of information that allowed people to understand instantly, or rather, that piece of information was the main content, and she just casually added the voice. Realizing all this, Klein sighed with complicated feelings. You really like being human. After all, this method of transmitting information is indeed much more efficient than speaking. No, she probably just stuffed the voice into the compressed package too. Klein shook his head, then said, "Do you need me to do anything?" Alice perked up. She said without hesitation, "Since you brought it up, Mr. Fool, buy 2 more ice creams. I don't want historical projections." Klein was taken aback. He frowned and said, "Buying them is fine, but how do I give them to you to eat?" "You just eat them," Alice blinked. "You are my mother, now. After you eat them, I can also taste them, but it might be troublesome for you to eat a bit more, as it's not as good as eating them directly myself." Under Alice's guidance, Klein changed his appearance. Then, enduring the strange looks of others, he left with a large armful of ice cream. Klein continued to digest the potion with Alice's company. He did not stay in Backland, spending most of his time near the front lines, where more wishes could be harvested. Most of the news about Backland came from the Tarot Club. From Justice Audrey's increasingly low spirits and the barely concealed worries of Magician Furs and Judgment Zio, they all knew that even in Backland, the situation was getting worse. The wealth of the tycoon Dwayne Dantes had already been given by Klein to Audrey for the charity foundation, so there wasn't much Klein could do to help. It was Alice who had Klein, in her name, bestow the staff of life upon the City of Silver, who were currently mixed in with the resistance fighters. After all, she had no use for it anyway, and Klein had historical projections he could use. By the end of January, Klein had almost completed the digestion of the potion, and the spirit world specialties had also been collected. However, the atmosphere of war grew increasingly severe. At this time, Alice, who had not spoken to Klein for a long time, suddenly asked, "Do you want to see Adam become a god?" Question mark. Klein felt a bit confused. So Alice chuckled softly and replied, "Judging by the time, it should be almost ready." "Do you want to visit Adam's church?" The suggestion was quite absurd, but Klein still couldn't help but ask. "Does Adam have a church?" "Of course he does," Alice said without hesitation. "Hey, why don't you ask him? Just say you want to go and see." "I think you're sending me to my death," Klein immediately refused Alice's suggestion. "I haven't lived enough yet." Alice sighed with regret, then smiled with an unknown meaning. "Adam won't kill you." "Why?" Klein asked subconsciously. "Because he has no other choice," Alice said faintly. "Antigonus is already insane, Amen, although the situation is unclear, he's definitely out of the game. Mr. Dor is having children with the mother goddess of depravity. Besides you, only Zeratul seems somewhat capable." She paused, then continued. "But if he chooses Zeratul, he'd have to deal with a bunch of troubles. The Saphira castle on you, the mother goddess who has bet on you, and me. Well, the mother goddess might not help you if she sees the situation going south." "What about you?" Klein asked half jokingly, half seriously. Alice chuckled. "Of course I'll help you, Mr. Fool, and even if I went to help someone else, do you think anyone would believe it? Would they dare to believe it?" Klein was silent for 2 seconds before tactfully saying, "Actually, I'm a little scared too." He paused, then, as if afraid of angering Alice, changed the subject. "Since you said Adam is about to become a god, does that mean the succession of the deity's position is approaching?" Alice responded softly. "However, I still can't really tell you the specifics. I'm worried that if I say it, it will mess things up." Klein nodded understandingly, with no intention of digging deeper. He knew that if she could speak, Alice would definitely blurt it out. Sure enough, after waiting a few more days, Klein finally heard Alice's impatient voice. "All right, I can finally speak." "What?" Klein's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly asked, "Is it?" Alice lowered her voice and replied, "The god of combat has fallen." Her tone carried joy. The occurrence of this long-anticipated event still seemed to bring her happiness, but Klein only felt shock. Even though he had long anticipated such an outcome, it still took him some time to recover, and then he tentatively asked, "What exactly happened that made you afraid to even speak before?" Alice gently hummed and said, "Oh, that starts with the City of Silver. Before leaving the City of Silver, I chatted with the chief and asked him about the origin of the black-faced grass and why they had to kill their blood relatives. The chief told me that it was a sealed artifact held by the City of Silver, called Gift of Earth, and this sealed artifact was the corpse of Earth Mother Ombella." Klein gasped. "Earth Mother Ombella, if I remember correctly, she is the mother of God of Combat Badhale." "That's right," Alice affirmed. "So, someone replaced the god of combat's mother." Klein gradually clarified the situation. "Is this what you didn't dare to say before?" "That's right," Alice continued to affirm. Klein exhaled, deep in thought. With the concealment of a secret, plus Adam, it is indeed possible to deceive the god of combat, but who is the person who replaced Ombella? Alice couldn't help but burst out laughing. "PFF'd, poo-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha, you don't know, just thinking about this makes me laugh, poo-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha. Do you still remember Emlyn? He made me laugh so hard, ha-ha-ha-ha. What does this have to do with Emlyn?" Klein subconsciously frowned. Then, a guess quickly popped into his mind, Lilith. "You guessed it," Alice replied with a voice still tinged with laughter. "The blood ancestor Lilith replaced the position of Earth Mother Ombella, and she kept it a secret until now, until the War of Gods broke out, and she dealt the god of combat Badhale a fatal blow." Klein finished the story. "Yes," Alice put away her smile and sighed. "Now, after knowing this, do you still want to be an enemy of the Mother Goddess over the war?" Klein suddenly stopped. He wanted to say a few words, but at this moment, all his justifications seemed powerless, because he understood why Alice had said what she did back then. Once he knew the whole truth, he only felt a chill down his spine and completely lost any desire to oppose the Mother Goddess. He didn't have enough courage, no, or rather, while his safety couldn't be guaranteed, he also couldn't see enough benefit. Klein quieted down, feeling a deep sense of powerlessness. This was far more debilitating than facing Adam's schemes or the Great Fog in Backland back then, because at that time, he could explain it away as lacking strength, but now, he could only face his true self beneath the mask. He suddenly chuckled with a hint of self-mockery. I originally thought I was a good person, but now that I think about it, it seems I'm not as good as I thought in certain situations. He subconsciously recalled his past self, and upon reflection, he realized this wasn't a change, because he had been this kind of person all along. In the past, when facing a threat to his life, he had betrayed Ian at the time. Alice sighed softly and said, "It's different, Klein. Let me put it this way, you already know the truth about the apocalypse, right?" Klein nodded, and Alice then chuckled. "But those outer deities only want Saphira, and perhaps sequence 1 Beander characteristics and uniqueness, and Klein, you already know what you'll face if you continue to advance. Will you give up advancing and let Zeratul become the Lord of the Mysteries?" "I don't know Zeratul," Klein shook his head. "I don't know what he would do if he became the Lord of the Mysteries. According to you, there's no one left who can suppress the Lord of the Mysteries, right?" "You see," Alice chuckled, "on matters of this level, you can still be called a good person. After all, you wouldn't think you chose this path just to become a pillar and gain greater power, would you?" "But you," Klein subconsciously wanted to refute. "I wouldn't," Alice interrupted him without hesitation. "If I had a choice, I wouldn't care what kind of person my successor was. It's not just me who dies anyway, so someone else will naturally rush forward." After a few seconds of pause, Alice continued with a hint of emotion. "Sometimes I really think you are very, you really are. I don't even need to do anything good, as long as I don't do bad things, like intentionally playing with humans or something. You'll think I'm a good person, but you yourself. It's just a thought, to put it bluntly, it hasn't happened yet. When you really see similar things appear before you, how do you know you won't interfere? Sometimes, merely hearing and imagining is completely different in impact from when something truly happens before your eyes, and Klein, if you really went to assassinate the Mother Goddess over something like this, I'd think you truly lacked any sense of the bigger picture, or are you planning to go and question her?" Klein said in a daze, "On what grounds would I question her?" He took a breath, then said, "I know the Mother Goddess can't. I also know this is inevitable, this is a necessary sacrifice. Ultimately, if it's not Alonis who dies, it's a Fosak Ian. I also know how foolish it would be to question at a time like this. He closed his eyes, sighed, and his voice was distant. I just can't accept this version of myself." "Moral moral puritanism," Alice commented. End of chapter. Chapter 675 Request. Alice's comments were so sharp that Klein had no room to refute, so he just called her name with a sigh, "Alice." Alice responded. He then asked, "Adam has already become a god, hasn't he? What, do you want to go to Adam for psychological counseling?" Alice asked in surprise. Klein's expression froze slightly. He hesitated and said, "Adam and I aren't in a relationship where we can do that kind of thing, are we?" Alice chuckled and said, "But you'll have to go eventually. I don't know what happened to Eamon, but the error, uniqueness and the worm of time, Beander characteristic must both be in their hands. Actually, they should be in the true Creator's hands, but since Adam has already become a god, it won't be long before they become one. Even if you don't go now, you'll have to go once you become a god. Oh, by the way, if you go to him, remember to mention the second blasphemy slate. You know, there are things on it that aren't on the first blasphemy slate, and that part is what I need." She's right, and I should indeed go talk to Adam and the true Creator, preferably while Alice is asleep. Also, I need a ring that looks exactly like the Rose Oath. After his gaze flickered for a moment, Klein remembered the blasphemy slate again. Alice had shown no interest in the first blasphemy slate, and he had thought she was genuinely uninterested. First, the potion formulas on it were of limited use to Alice, and second, the information on it was not textual and required time and effort to decipher. Klein had thought Alice didn't care for these two reasons, treating the blasphemy slate as a mere brick. Now he realized it was because the true secrets she needed were related to the second blasphemy slate. And given her shamelessness, as long as Adam agreed to let her take a look, she would absolutely take pen and paper and argue with Adam to record the potion formula. As for Adam, based on past experience, Klein believed that this visionary was as powerless as he was when facing fate. No, perhaps even worse than me. At least Alice is truly willing to listen to me. Adam, if she wasn't so afraid of Adam, she probably wouldn't mind stepping on him. The thought of this possibility made Klein want to sigh. After chatting with Alice for a few more sentences, he continued his journey. He did not linger at the front line. After confirming that Alice had once again activated her time-jumping mode, he went to have a ring custom made that was identical in appearance to the Rose Oath, and then chose to return to Backland. He was preparing to go to the cathedral to ask the goddess for a high enough level of mysterious protection to add anti-divination to this ring. To show his sincerity, Klein decided to go to the cathedral first instead of setting up a ritual anywhere or even using historical projection to replace materials. Mainly, he noticed that Alice was always exceptionally formal when asking for help, and he decided to learn from that. For this, Klein even considered whether to go to the cathedral in Winter County, but ultimately gave up the idea. After all, by going to Backland, he could also chat with Leonard, who was currently staying there. Well, he was actually going for Pales. He wanted to ask this former archenemy of Eamon if he knew Amon's current status. Although the weekly tarot club could inquire online, that would drag on for too long, and he didn't have any urgent matters at the moment, so he naturally thought of paying a visit on the way. After impersonating the fool and sending Leonard a message for an appointment, he and Leonard met in Backland. After a long absence, Klein recognized Leonard's current state at a glance. He observed Leonard's spirituality, which had not yet fully converged after his advancement, and nodded secretly in his heart, then smiled and said, "Congratulations." Leonard, who had just consumed the Nightwatcher potion, naturally knew what he was referring to. He also smiled, then frowned and asked, "You came to see me for?" As he spoke, his gaze showed concern, constantly sweeping over Klein. Although he knew in his heart that even if something really happened to Klein, who was an angel, he would find it difficult to help, he could still ask Pales for help. With this thought, Leonard showed a look of concern until he saw Klein shake his head and tell him, "I just stopped by to see you. However, I do have something to do, but I'm not here for you. I'm here to ask that one some questions." Leonard suddenly understood. He nodded and called out twice, "Old man. Did you hear that? Quote. So troublesome, Pales said reluctantly, "Ask him what the question is." Leonard then truthfully relayed Pales's words. Klein smiled slightly and replied, "I want to ask if he can confirm Amon's current status." Leonard was stunned for a moment and subconsciously asked, "Eamon. What happened to Eamon? Old man, do you know?" Pales heard this and immediately let out a low, hoarse laugh. "Interesting. You're asking me about Amon's situation. Where's your goddess's illegitimate daughter? Even if it's a restart, she shouldn't ignore the prayers of her former colleague, should she?" Leonard relayed Pales's question, and Klein shook his head and said, "Some things, she can't confirm either." Leonard asked in confusion, "What things?" Klein shook his head, while Pales muttered to himself, "It seems my guess is correct, the fifth epoch is nearing its end, and there are still such problems. I'm afraid it's because he did something. Boy, tell him that Eamon briefly became a true error." Briefly. Error is the name of the Marauder Pathway true god. Eamon became a god. But why was it brief? And how did the old man know that the fifth epoch was nearing its end? The fifth epoch hasn't ended yet, how could he know? Leonard frowned and again relayed Pales's words, then asked, "What problem is the old man talking about? What is error?" And he paused, then asked with a somewhat strange expression, "What do you mean the fifth epoch is nearing its end?" Klein shook his head and said, "I probably know what he's referring to, but those things, you can't know yet. That knowledge carries contamination, and only those at the angel level or above can remain unaffected. As for the fifth epoch nearing its end." Klein pondered for 2 seconds, then asked Leonard, "Have you heard of the apocalypse?" I should remind him at the Tarot Club next time. Leonard was slightly startled. Of course, he knew this rumor, but it seemed that any Beander with prophetic abilities was tight-lipped about the prophecy of the apocalypse. Leonard's heart tightened. He looked at Klein, and before he could ask, Klein had already nodded and said, "The apocalypse is real. And the apocalypse is only a little over a decade away from now." "Why?" Leonard exclaimed, trembling. He couldn't imagine Klein's words. The thought that the legendary apocalypse was less than a decade away made him anxious. Although Lowen had just ended a fierce war, compared to the apocalypse, it was a peaceful and beautiful life. Klein shook his head and only replied, "I cannot say." Leonard then realized that the truth of the apocalypse was part of the knowledge only angels and above could know. His expression became bewildered. Klein simply stood up, patted his shoulder, and admonished him. "In the days to come, strive to strengthen yourself. Before everything arrives, none of us know what will happen." Afterward, Klein left. It wasn't until Klein's figure disappeared that Leonard slapped his forehead and exclaimed, "Damn it, I was going to ask him about the War of the Gods, but I forgot." Klein, in the guise of Dwayne Dantes, entered St. Samuel Cathedral. This scene did not attract the attention of others, only the bishop on duty looked in this direction. He smiled and nodded at the bishop, then walked to a seat, drew a scarlet moon symbol on his chest, and closed his eyes to pray. The bishop frowned but said nothing, simply averting his gaze. Klein then set up a barrier around himself to prevent sound from escaping, and then began to chant the Evernight goddess's honorific name in Hermes language. "Oh, Evernight goddess, more exalted than the cosmos, more ancient than eternity. You are the Scarlet Sovereign, the Mother of Mysteries, and the Empress of Calamity and Fear, the Lord of Slumber and Silence. I have a matter for which I need your help." He began by describing his thoughts and preparations, starting with the content of the God Ascension ritual, and of course, including the book that supposedly told the love story between him and Amen, Lord of the Mysteries. Frankly, choosing this ritual was partly because it seemed simple, and partly to resolve the trouble with that book. He certainly didn't want to actually have a love story with Amen. As the prayer faded, Klein's mind and body felt a sense of settling and tranquility. He did not resist, obediently falling into sleep and entering a dreamscape filled with night-scented stock and deep-sleep flowers. It was so silent here that Klein subconsciously held his breath. Before he could observe his surroundings, a figure emerged from the darkness. There was no distinction between sky and earth here, but that figure seemed to come from the night sky, from the red moon or the stars. Klein gazed intently and saw the long dress adorned with stars and the night sky. Klein looked up again. The figure's face was blurry, only showing that it was female. She looked at Klein, and a voice imbued with the power of slumber sounded. "Long time no see." Klein paused slightly, then bowed like a gentleman and asked, "Is that addressed to the former Lord of the Mysteries, or to me, suspended above Saphira Castle?" The shadow in front of him said with a hint of a smile, "I'm not sure where you are suspended above that gate of light. After leaving there, I never went back." After speaking, without waiting for Klein to speak again, she continued, "Where is she?" "She found it too boring to accompany me in digesting the potion." Klein controlled his expression and lowered his head, saying. The figure opposite seemed unsurprised and nodded, saying, "You intend to fool fate by deceiving her." The change in pronoun made Klein's heart stir. As if sensing his confusion, the projection shook her head and said, "I cannot be certain when she is she, and when she is he." Klein did not speak. He realized that this attitude was consistent with Alice's statement. Due to the uncertainty of fate, most people were wary of her. This was an unchangeable fact, and Klein said nothing. He only confirmed, "Is my plan feasible?" The figure chuckled. "The Wheel of Fortune is already an embodiment of fate in some sense. If you can do it and maintain it until you become a true god, then of course it is feasible." Klein's eyes lit up. With Alice's previous self-narration and the Evernight goddess's affirmation, he could already confirm the feasibility of this plan. So, he became serious and bowed. "I would like to request your help." The figure opposite, however, shook her head and said, "Secrets can only be hidden from him when he doesn't deliberately investigate. I can certainly fulfill your request, but to accomplish your plan, to hide it from him when he truly investigates the origin of that ring, I'm afraid I cannot do it now. He is a true god of the fate pathway, a stable existence that has retained his sanity. To hide something from him is much harder than hiding it from unconscious fate. Moreover, you seem to intend to maintain this concealment long-term. Klein nodded, and the figure said again, in that case, I need a little help from you. Klein paused slightly. He realized this had become a transaction, which made him feel inexplicably at ease, but more so, confused. What could he do to help a true god? He quickly recalled the contamination of the Chaos Sea hidden on the gate of the giant court, and then, connecting it with the fact that the Evernight goddess had now gathered the uniqueness and sequence 1 Beander characteristics of adjacent pathways, he immediately had a guess. He looked up and asked, "What should I do?" "I need you to retrieve something," the figure sighed and said. "I need that thing as a medium to have enough confidence to help you hide it from him." "What is it?" Klein inquired. The projection in front of him replied with a faint smile, "The water of the river of eternal darkness." As expected, Klein, who had already guessed this answer, was not surprised. He carefully confirmed, "Just the river water." The Evernight goddess's projection smiled, "You can't retrieve the entire river of eternal darkness right now either." "That's right, the river of eternal darkness should still be on the west continent." Klein nodded thoughtfully, then heard the Evernight goddess say, "The river of eternal darkness poses an unusual risk to you. You'd best wait until sequence 1 before going. Also, it's best not to use that attendant of mysteries Beander characteristic to advance." End of this chapter. Chapter 676 Chapter 68 Dialogue. Upon hearing this suggestion, Klein couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled. He asked, "Why? That attendant of mysteries Beander characteristic comes directly from the Lord of the Mysteries," the projection in front of him replied. "If you use it to advance." There was no need for the Evernight goddess to continue. Whether it was facing the Lord of the Mysteries, mental pollution directly, or the potential traps left behind, neither was what Klein wanted. However, not using that attendant of mysteries Beander characteristic meant he had to hunt Zeratul, and the time consumption involved made Klein frown. He wanted to say something, but the Evernight goddess saw his confusion and added, "I am confident I can hide it from him if he doesn't deliberately investigate, but how to make him not deliberately investigate is the problem you need to solve. Alice, who hasn't been born yet, doesn't need to be too worried. After she's born, I can also find an excuse to send her away. However, if I choose this method, I'd best complete all this before Alice is born. I can first prepare the ritual for advancing to sequence 1 and other preparations, as that ritual can be preserved. My potion is almost digested, so I can prepare the ritual and auxiliary materials first, and collect clues about Zeratul during this process. If I can complete the hunt before Alice is born, I can advance directly and then go retrieve the river of eternal darkness's water." Having decided on the plan, Klein no longer hesitated. He recalled the question Alice had asked when taking the river of fate's water and asked, "The river of eternal darkness's water should also require a specific container, right?" The "also" didn't attract attention. The Evernight goddess's projection replied, "After you return, you can hold a ritual of requesting a bestowal, and I will give you an item to collect the river of eternal darkness's water." Klein nodded, then continued to ask, "Do you know Amon's current status? Can he still propose?" The Evernight goddess's projection glanced at him. Klein felt a fleeting pressure, then he heard her calmly say, "Of course he can. His luck is very good. When the incident happened, he had an avatar in the Chaos Sea, isolating him from external pollution. Because he's being polluted by the Chaos Sea, he's isolated from external pollution, is that it?" Klein controlled his expression and brought up another matter. "Alice told me that Adam is an avatar of the ancient sun god." The projection in front of him showed no ripple. As if she had known everything all along, she calmly replied, "He and the true creator are in the forsaken land of the gods." Klein's heart skipped a beat, realizing that they had either begun to merge or were discussing the issues of merging. The Evernight goddess's projection then continued, "No matter what happens next, it will take a relatively long time. You don't need to pay attention for now. When things are over, you can consider asking for information about the error pathway's uniqueness and the worm of time Beander characteristic." Klein suddenly understood, realizing that this was also what Adam and the true creator were discussing. He didn't ask any more questions. After reviewing all his known information, he asked, "When I was born, did you interfere to some extent?" The Evernight goddess's projection nodded and said, I used Antigonus's uniqueness to indirectly influence Saphira Castle, tampering, the corresponding location of the Beander characteristic accompanying your birth to the forsaken land of the gods. As expected, Klein wasn't surprised at all. As early as before that barrier, he knew his birth had been interfered with. Now he merely learned the method of interference, and Alice herself was the best example that uniqueness could affect Saphira. Of course, considering how much trouble Aemon went through to deal with him, it should be very difficult for an ordinary uniqueness to affect a Saphira. In other words, this might be related to the revival status of the outer deity's spirit. However, thinking of Alice, Klein naturally had a new question, then Alice's birth. I was powerless to intervene. The Evernight goddess's projection shook her head and replied, I merely detected the anomaly of her descent and helped to cover it up to some extent. Klein nodded understandingly, then curiously asked, why didn't you and Rosal have Beander characteristics accompany you at birth? This was a question that naturally arose in Klein's mind after he learned the truth. It was also a resurrection contingency from a pillar. The ancient sun god, upon birth, became a high-level existence, likely possessing more than one pathway and definitely a uniqueness. But in contrast, the performance of Saphira Castle, or rather, the Lord of the Mysteries. The earliest Evernight goddess became a demonic wolf, a high sequence of the sleepless pathway upon birth, clearly not belonging to the three pathways held by the Lord of the Mysteries. Rosal, without surprise, directly became another pathway, but later still drank the Savon potion. As for him, although an attendant of Mysteries Beander characteristic was arranged, his birthplace was tampered with. Oh, right, Alice can also be considered half. She and Aemon combined might count as a complete resurrection contingency, but considering Aemon was killed by the blasphemy slate, perhaps God Almighty had the upper hand in this matter. Speaking of which, does God Almighty hate the Lord of the Mysteries that much? Oh, perhaps it's mutual. After all, the ancient sun god didn't directly become the revived God Almighty, which was likely also due to the Lord of the Mysteries' efforts. Did they hate each other so much? Klein thought of many things in his mind, but in reality, it was only an instant. The projection in front of him shook her head and replied, the Lord of the Mysteries had some accident and lost control over many things. Could this also be God Almighty's influence? Klein was thoughtful. The Evernight goddess continued to state, if not for that, I would have already died, living as the Lord of the Mysteries, and you and Rosal would not have had the chance to return to reality. This is also a good thing for you. As the apocalypse approaches, the remaining will of the Lord of the Mysteries is dissipating, eventually leaving only a spirit trying to awaken. If you were born in the fourth epoch, my advice to you would not be to try your best not to use that attendant of Mysteries Beander characteristic, but to absolutely not use it. Otherwise, you would definitely become the Lord of the Mysteries the moment you advanced to attendant of Mysteries. Klein shivered, his intent to kill Zeratul intensifying a few points. I wonder if Antigonus would be easier to kill. After all, he has no sanity. Klein sighed inwardly and then asked again, how did Antigonus accommodate the full uniqueness back then? Klein didn't think the full uniqueness would be safer than the attendant of Mysteries Beander characteristic he possessed. Although Antigonus did go mad, the Lord of the Mysteries never truly revived. Also, he was preparing to reference the predecessor's ritual. The Evernight goddess's dream projection did not conceal anything. Responding in a gentle voice, he sought help from Adam and Aemon. They both supported Alice to tutor at the time. They captured a demigod from the Solomon Empire, and Adam performed deep hypnosis and corresponding memory transplantation, making the target believe he was Antigonus. Then, with Antigonus's cooperation, Aemon stole his identity and destiny. Antigonus then used the tampering authority to combine Amon's stolen identity and destiny with the experimental subject. That Solomon Empire demigod began to live as Antigonus and, after a period of time, actively attempted to accommodate the full uniqueness. He undoubtedly lost control. At this point, the true Antigonus lifted the tampering, returning his identity and destiny to Aemon, who then ended the theft and returned them to their original owner. This way, it was as if two completely different destinies. Antigonus failed to accommodate the uniqueness and became a monster, and Antigonus is living well, with no problems, coexisted in the real world. Therefore, destiny was, to some extent, fooled. Having experienced the Trojan horse of destiny ability, Klein had no questions about the entire process. He nodded, only feeling a sense of admiration that Antigonus dared to trust Aemon. However, this operation, seemingly smooth, harbored hidden dangers. Klein frowned and asked, "Won't this cause any problems?" "There are great risks," the Evernight goddess's dream projection calmly replied. "Destiny is not easy to bear. If one cannot reclaim destiny within the extremely short period before the target loses control, the matter will undoubtedly fail. Reclaiming it a second too early, the ritual will have no effect. Reclaiming it a second too late, Antigonus will bear the destiny of losing control and going mad, inevitably heading towards the same end." What a terrifying ability. If the destiny of death is established, and there's no authority over destiny to counteract it, then there's probably no solution at all. Hiss, could this be why every pathway needs a bit of destiny authority? Klein sighed inwardly, then compared the two methods. Antigonus's strategy was to fool destiny itself. This method was actually simpler to operate. It was still difficult for him now, but compared to deceiving an unpredictable wheel of fortune, rigid destiny was definitely an easier target to fool. However, relatively speaking, this method carried greater risks. Once it failed, it meant losing control. Whereas if he deceived Alice, even if he failed, he would only need to provide enough ice cream and suffer a few harmless kicks from Alice. Klein, without hesitation, chose the option with higher fault tolerance as his backup. However, he also considered how the other method would operate. Saphira Castle provided him with the Trojan Horse of Destiny ability. Klein believed that once he reached Sequence 1, he could also try to steal Antigonus's destiny and simplify Antigonus's past actions to accommodate the full uniqueness. However, he still needed a little help. For example, he needed someone to help suppress Antigonus. Klein looked at the Evernight goddess's dream projection. The Evernight goddess seemed to have read his thoughts, and the dream projection spoke in his line of sight. If you want to steal Antigonus's destiny, it's best to put him into a temporary state of eternal slumber. I can try to help you, but I also need the river of eternal darkness as water as a medium to have enough confidence, as this is an angel who has accommodated the full uniqueness. Understood, I must get this river water. Klein immediately accepted. He promised, once I am ready to go to Calderon, I will perform the ritual of requesting a bestowal. The dream projection nodded gently. Then, the darkness in front of him shattered, and Klein opened his eyes. He was still sitting on a bench in the prayer hall. So he stood up from the bench, patted himself down, but only found a handful of assorted foreign coins. This was the income from the automatic wishing machine. He still maintained the habit of storing his assets in Saphira Castle, only keeping some loose change on him. Klein's mouth twitched slightly. He shook his head, walked to the donation box, and put the handful of coins from different countries into it. The bishop's expression instantly froze. He seemed to recall some extremely unpleasant memory and called out, "Sir, no, miss." Klein looked at the bishop confusedly, his eyes bewildered. After deliberating for a few seconds, the bishop tentatively asked, "You just came from the Storm Church's side?" Klein froze for a few seconds, then suddenly realized that this was Alice's good deed still at work. When she robbed the Storm Church's donation box and then donated the money to the Night Church, she must have donated a lot of foreign currency. And this bishop calling him, "Miss," clearly meant he was mistaking him for Alice. Klein secretly ground his molars, raised a hand to draw the scarlet moon symbol on his chest, and solemnly said, "I am a devout follower of the goddess. How could I go to the Lord of Storm's church?" And so, visibly, the bishop's expression grew even uglier. Klein paused, realizing that his current reaction was something Alice was perfectly capable of doing. A subtle stiffness appeared on his face. Then, as if nothing had happened, he turned and left. Behind him, the bishop's expression was filled with an unspeakable hesitation. He watched Klein's retreating figure, his lips moving several times, but he still couldn't open his mouth. It wasn't until Klein's figure disappeared from the church entrance that the bishop hurriedly gave a few instructions to the person beside him, then turned and walked towards the back of the church. As for Klein, who had left the church, he had already put this matter out of his mind, focusing his attention on the god of steam and machinery's church. The high-level existences had already decided the victor, and the battlefield below would naturally be decided quickly. Fosak's defeat was a foregone conclusion, and the steam church, having chosen the wrong side, would inevitably pay the price it deserved. Could he take this opportunity to get Rhodes over here? End of chapter. Chapter 677. Chapter 69. Rhodes. This idea was not a whim. Rhodes had repeatedly suggested that Klein take him away, and Klein genuinely felt Rhodes was useful. Each time he agreed, it wasn't entirely perfunctory. He did want to take Rhodes, but there had never been a suitable opportunity or reason, and it was difficult to pay an appropriate price. Now, facing the steam church, who were the defeated party, Klein, having already advanced to a miracle invoker and with his potion mostly digested, finally had enough confidence. Moreover, if he went the route of hunting Zeratul, Rhodes would undoubtedly be an excellent helper. Speaking of which, Zeratul should also be looking for me, right? However, it's probably very difficult for him to find me. After all, if he made a move on me, theoretically, Alice would be more easily affected, wouldn't she? So, with her around, I'm actually quite safe. Thinking of this, Klein was at a loss for words. He stayed in Backland for a while longer, no longer busy with acting and advancement. He rarely enjoyed a few days of leisure. With the fall of a true god, the god of combat church's role on the battlefield became very limited. The less devout commoners sought their own paths, while the devout high-ranking members, or those deeply tied to the church, were also affected and showed signs of fatigue in the war. Without the god of combat's allies naturally ceased to exist. For example, the steam church was now beginning to study how to minimize their losses. Lowen's army advanced, sweeping away all resistance and achieving victory. Klein, who had been observing the steam church's current situation, was reminded of Melissa after a long time. Through the Tarot Club, through Justice Audrey, Klein actually knew Benson and Melissa's current situations. Benson displayed his experience and shrewdness in the Ministry of Finance during the war, receiving multiple promotions and becoming the deputy director of the 5th Department, with an annual salary of £300. Melissa was favored by her mentor, Portland Momont, who gave her the opportunity to become a Beander. The principal of Backland University of Technology was a follower of the god of steam and machinery, had long since stepped onto the Beander pathway, and was currently a Sequence 7 appraiser. He hoped Melissa would become a Sequence 9 savant to better acquire knowledge, improve her memory, and lay a good foundation for her future development in the mechanical field. Audrey told Klein that Melissa seemed inclined to agree. Klein did not object to this. After all, a savant was not a dangerous Sequence 9 like a monster. He wasn't overly worried, especially with his secret help as a miracle invoker. Speaking of which, Melissa and Benson must really hope Klein would resurrect. If I appeared before them now, my last bit of potion should be completely digested, right? A joking thought appeared in Klein's mind, but it was impossible to act on it. Klein absolutely did not want Will Ossepton's example to happen to him. Just think, if he showed concern for Benson and Melissa in front of Alice, would Alice have one more option when she considered a restart target? This was even without malice. Although, Alice probably wouldn't do that in the end, Klein sighed wistfully and shook his head. As he waited, the handling of the steam church finally yielded results. The Night Church and the Storm Church gave the steam church a deadline, requiring them to transfer all Beyonders above demigod level and all sealed artifacts above grade 2 out of Lowen within the specified time. In other words, they lost their original status and could only evangelize in Lowen like the Church of the Earth Mother, maintaining only a small number of churches. Similarly, a small number of churches only required a small number of machinery hivemind members, and most of the steam churches Beyonders in Lowen had to migrate to Intis. The steam church, ready to depart, finally boarded a steam train. Klein estimated the train's departure time and outlined the symbol for summoning Rhodes on the mirror in his hotel room. As soon as he finished outlining the symbol, which blended mysteries and peeking, the mirror rippled, and golden Lonus characters appeared one after another. "My supreme, greatest, and highest master, you are finally here. Your humble, loyal, and pitiful servant Rhodes misses you so much." The excessive enthusiasm made Klein uncomfortable and he recoiled. He remembered Alice's sticky, Mr. Fool, and inexplicably felt a cold sensation, as if a snake's tongue had flicked him. He shivered in horror and said, "Be normal." "Yes, master." Rhodes was perfectly in control. Klein paused strangely, then said jokingly. Trier has a much higher incidence of scandalous news than Backland. This should be a place you like. Because you, Master, do not wish to go to Trier. The golden words on the mirror surface faded in color, turning pale silver. Klein inwardly, Tisk, Ed, are you on that steam train? The mirror displayed a hand-drawn emoji of frantic nodding. Klein looked at the emoji, remained silent for a few seconds, then instructed. Perhaps you should add a pitiful expression to it. Rhodes complied readily and modified the expression. Klein didn't know what to say, but fortunately, Rhodes quickly put away the expression and new text appeared on the mirror. Master, are you coming to take me back? Oh no, it learned emoticons. Klein's emotions were complex, but his face showed no fluctuation as he nodded. The mirror instantly rippled with a fireworks animation. Klein no longer wanted to watch. He shook his head, reaching out into the air. Before him, Rhodes, who had not yet left, displayed a line of golden text. Praise to the great master. In the middle section of the steam train, within a simply furnished room. A tall, handsome young man with long chestnut hair sat on a hardwood chair, facing a triangular holy symbol, hands clasped, eyes closed, devoutly praying. On the narrow table beside him was a puppet made of metal parts. Behind the puppet, faint light intertwined. Suddenly, the young man opened his eyes and looked to the other side. A figure had appeared there at some point. Gehrman Sparrow. The young man calmly uttered a name. All the objects around him floated up at this moment, but there was no wind in the room. Klein pressed the top of his top hat, revealing his human face, and said, I don't know how to address you. The young man nodded slightly and said, Bonnard Gustav. Oh, the Emperor's child. Klein's gaze slid from the young man's face to the floating objects around him and the puppet made of metal parts. The puppet is very postmodern, some physical laws here seem to have been altered to a certain extent. Klein nodded thoughtfully and said, I want to take that magic mirror. He stated his request very frankly. Bonnard's expression remained unchanged, as if he were just a puppet. Are you a favored one of the night? One could say so, at least for now. Klein smiled and said. Bonnard then nodded. Then take it. The bill goes to the goddess. Klein didn't explain, he just politely took off his top hat and bowed slightly. Thank you very much. As he spoke, Klein's figure suddenly faded and disappeared from the spot. What came was just an image from the historical void. In an inconspicuous hotel in Backland, a mirror abruptly appeared in Klein's arms. Klein was not surprised. He lowered his head and spoke before Rhodes could display text. Be quiet. I have something to ask you. The rippling image instantly fell silent, then one joyful silver character after another jumped out. Yes, my great and supreme master. Klein walked to the table and sat down, placing the mirror upright on the table, then asked. What's the situation now? For example, the situation within Fosak. On the mirror's surface, pale silver words appeared one after another in the shimmering light. Accepting beyonders from the god of combat church and the Fosak military who are willing to surrender, only purging the few highly devout middle and high-ranking officials who are willing to die for their faith. This is both the goddess's tolerance and mercy, and a necessary measure to deal with the future situation. As the apocalypse gradually approaches, the increase in supernatural events in various places will be inevitable. To maintain the stability of the entire world, we can only strengthen our power as quickly and as much as possible. If we harvest beyonders from the god of combat church and the Fosak military, even if we obtain the corresponding Beyonder characteristics, we won't be able to cultivate beyonders of the same level and experience within a few years. Whether it's digesting potions or accumulating knowledge, it all requires sufficient time. Seeing this, Klein inwardly, Ed, feeling that this wasn't Rhodes's usual tone, but rather like an official document. It displayed the entire document. It had peeked it from who knows where. The use of digesting indicates that both the writer and the readers of the document have mastered the acting method. And from the tone, it's someone from the Night Church. Combining these 2 points, it's not difficult to conclude that this is a document circulated between archbishops and senior deacons, and the writer should be that patriarch from the Cathedral of Serenity. I wonder if the goddess intentionally let it see it, or if it's its own ability. Klein, who already knew Rhodes originated from the Chaos Sea, his eyes flickered. After a moment of thought, he spoke in a mechanical voice. Next page. The surface of Erodes rippled, replacing the text, but Klein sighed, saying as if with emotion. Actually, I wanted to see if you would make a page-turning animation. This was Alice's style. Just as he was thinking this, Alice's voice suddenly rang out. You miss me very much, Mr. Fool. Klein suddenly froze. He tentatively called out, Alice. How did you wake up? You don't want me to wake up. Alice retorted. No, that's not it. Klein denied it at lightning speed. Alice, tisk, Ed, letting out an ambiguous chuckle, then slowly said. Of course, it's because I sensed a change in destiny, great Mr. Fool. At this moment, Klein was no longer paying attention to the uneasy Erodes, he was equally uneasy as he asked. What? I have a bad feeling about this. Before he could quell the chill in his heart, he heard Alice's chanting-like voice ring out. This is a historic moment. The great and supreme deity and his loyal saint, Saint Erodes, met this spring. After bidding farewell to Saint Leonard, the deity gazed upon his most loyal believer. Quote. Klein had many opinions, but he still couldn't resist his curiosity and asked a question first. Wait, what about the goddess? Didn't I see the goddess after seeing Leonard? That's a mystery, Alice answered faintly, and I don't know what you talked about, only that it happened. Klein's heart stirred, and he felt more confident in his plan to deceive Alice. He probed. Can't you see through the goddess's mysteries? It's tiring, very troublesome, Alice explained. If I want to know, I might as well ask you directly. Klein immediately laughed. That's true, I made a deal with the goddess. What deal? Alice asked interestedly. Klein smiled and replied. The goddess advised me not to use that attendant of mysteries Beander characteristic to advance. I plan to hunt Zeratul. Also, I promised the goddess that after advancing to attendant of mysteries, I would help him retrieve water from the river of eternal darkness. Despite the protection of mysteries, Klein still chose not to lie, or rather, he chose a more advanced form of lying. He used truths to piece together a falsehood, so divination would not yield a result. Alice, as expected, had no reaction to this. She, Ed, then said annoyedly. Oh dear, I almost forgot to remind you about this, that attendant of mysteries Beander characteristic is indeed unsafe. Speaking of which, you used it to advance to sequence 2. Her tone gradually became tinged with worry. Klein shook his head and said, Don't worry. Alice didn't say anything more, she only exhorted, remember to see a psychiatrist on time. If Miss Justice's level isn't enough, call Adam. Adam probably doesn't have time to help me right now, Klein grumbled. The goddess said that Adam and the true creator are in the forsaken land of the gods. That fast? Alice gasped. Erodes is with you, the steam church, let me see, they moved. Hiss, you just directly asked for it, how shameless, as expected of a faceless. I don't think, faceless, means that. Klein gritted his teeth and looked at Erodes. You continue, don't mind her. Erodes silently projected the church document it had peeked at, only drawing a small figure squatting in a corner next to it. End of chapter. Chapter 678 Chapter 70 Birth Time. Erodes's emojis made the two still arguing individuals fall into a strange silence for a moment, followed by Alice's laughter. PFF'd, ha 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 ha, it's quite pitiful. You should respond to it, Mr. Fool. Isn't it your fault that I'm ignoring it? Klein retorted in his mind but didn't say it aloud. He continued reading the document Erodes had presumably stolen from somewhere. For the common nobles and populace of Fosak, there's no need to propagate the fact that the goddess has replaced the god of combat. Let them retain their faith in the god of combat. This will, on one hand, facilitate our and the defecting priests and bishops' takeover of the major cathedrals, stabilizing Fosak's situation as quickly as possible. On the other hand, it will also prevent the goddess from being disturbed by unmanageable faith before she fully grasps the god of combat's authority. Once a new oracle descends, we will make the replacement. For now, only formulate corresponding contingency plans. Try not to provoke strong resistance from Fosak and other nations. We have lost too many Beyonders and soldiers, consumed a large amount of resources and items. Whether it's the church, the nation, or people of different social strata, everyone is very weak and needs a period of peace and stability to recover. We should ideally unite with the Storm Church, the Church of Knowledge, the Church of the Earth Mother, and nations like Fenibot and Lindbergh to force Intis and Fosak to surrender unconditionally, obtaining what we desire at the negotiating table. During this process, we can exert pressure by purging stubborn elements. When dealing with domestic affairs and taking over the vacant areas left by the Steam Church, give the Storm Church sufficient respect, and even make concessions on certain matters. This is the goddess's will. Finally, from now on, reduce the occurrences of the Red Moon in evangelism, sacrifices, and masses. In informal texts, no longer mention the goddess, Scarlet Sovereigns. Alice, Klein called out, no longer mentioning the Scarlet Sovereign's title and reducing the mentions of the Red Moon. Does that mean, can you see it? I can see it, Alice replied indifferently. I also saw that you, Mr. Fool, drank over a dozen sweet iced teas in 3 days and ate 4 or 5 ice creams, claiming it was for me to taste. Oh, and Dixie pie, apple pie. Cough, cough. Klein suddenly coughed violently. Alice, skied, not continuing his diet list, only sighing. Honestly, I'm surprised the spirit worms on you haven't turned the color or taste of these foods. Oh no, I haven't tasted the flavor. Cough, cough, cough. Klein coughed again, this time for real. Alice stopped provoking him. She reminded him, this is a good thing. The Storm Church and the Night Church must have suffered considerable losses. Seize this opportunity. The Fool Church can become a formal organization. Don't you need believers? Klein asked with a questioning tone. Alice, Odin explained. I haven't figured out how to write the origin of the Goddess of Light yet, E.H. Rhodes, can you help? You're from the Chaos Sea, the power of the author should be manifested in you, right? Wait, does author add writing ability? No, Rhodes displayed text dutifully. This made Alice a little disappointed. She sighed, then immediately became happy again. It doesn't matter if it doesn't add it, right? I think you're quite articulate, and you can modify the previous version of the Goddess of Fate for me, just change it to Goddess of Light, Rhodes. She called out, and Rhodes's screen trembled, displaying a line of silver text. Do you have any other requests? Not for now, Alice replied. So Rhodes promised, I will complete it as soon as possible. Seeing that they had chatted enough, Klein then said to Rhodes, it's your turn to ask. My Supreme Master, you continue to ask, and I will ask all my questions at the end, Rhodes replied. This surprised Alice for a moment. She interjected, so you can save up questions. Your mechanism is so flexible. Speaking of which. Alice paused slightly, then said thoughtfully, you do seem to not count all interrogative sentences as questions. Great Goddess of Light, I am a mirror with wisdom, Rhodes responded. That address, Goddess of Light, gave both Klein and Alice an unspeakable sense of awkwardness. Alice felt it because she was called that to her face, while Klein simply hadn't been able to accept the title until now. Do you have to be called that? Klein asked Alice, do you really not feel that something is inappropriate? I don't think anything is inappropriate, Alice said righteously, what a bright name it is. I think you're just jealous of me, you idiot. 6. Klein was expressionless. Rhodes's mirror surface dimmed, and the entire mirror seemed to have died. Finding that Alice was no longer speaking, Klein reorganized his goals, then asked Rhodes. What is Zeratul doing now? He is looking for you, my master, Rhodes replied. Before Klein could react to this answer, Alice had already burst out laughing. Klein, I've found that you really don't have to be called an idiot, I mean, fool. What? Klein, with a short memory, decided to listen patiently. You can be called Voldemort, Alice sincerely suggested. That way, you'll also have a name for your Beander team later, called the Death Eaters. You can have your followers all call you Master. Klein closed his eyes, I shouldn't have trusted you. After speaking, he ignored Alice, looked at the silent Rhodes, and began to ponder. He had originally intended to use Rhodes to locate Zeratul and investigate his situation, but Rhodes confirmed his previous thought. Zeratul was indeed looking for him, or rather, hunting him, though he was completely unaware. Since that was the case, he didn't need to actively search for Zeratul. He only needed to continue acting step by step, then prepare for the Attendant of Mysteries, advancement ritual, and wait for Zeratul to come to him. If he couldn't wait, he could probably mention it to Alice. Klein nodded thoughtfully, then said to Rhodes, you can ask your question now. In an instant, excited and thrilled blood-red text appeared on Rhodes's mirror surface. My supreme and great master, where are we going next? What are we doing? I always feel like this font is pink. Klein shifted his gaze with a complex expression, then chuckled softly. We're going to find a suitable location to build a city. Perhaps you have a place you'd like to go. Trier, no, wherever you wish to go, I shall follow, Rhodes answered humbly in text. This answer completely exposed his intentions. Klein smiled, picked up the mirror, and was about to get up when Alice said faintly. Aren't you considering Trier, Mr. Fool? You're interested too? Klein asked in surprise. Dirty eyes, Alice replied, also, I'm suggesting you go, Mr. Fool, don't you think you'd be very popular in Trier? After all, faceless, you know what I'm talking about. Hiss, wait a minute, could this be why Zeratul stayed in Trier before? Quote, question mark, quote. Klein gasped, taking a cold breath. As he walked out with the mirror, he sighed with a complex feeling. You should be glad he can't beat you. By the way, are you about to be born? As the saying goes, 10 months of pregnancy. It was now February, from June until now, 8 months had already passed. Alice's birth was only a matter of the next month or two. Klein was confident he could digest the miracle invoker potion within a few days. It was a feeling, and he believed his feelings were reliable. And this also meant that Klein had at most less than 2 months to establish the puppet city and hunt Zeratul. Otherwise, he might have to give up this month's. Oh, Alice's voice interrupted his thoughts, this actually isn't urgent. I haven't picked a birth date yet, I mean, Nezha was in the womb for 3 years, you know. If you don't mind, it's feasible for me to stay with you for 3 years. Quote, question mark, quote. Klein gasped, taking a cold breath, What's the big fuss about? Alice replied with a somewhat reluctant tone, being born early is a bit troublesome. A short period of early birth is fine, but a long period of early birth, fate isn't that good at pushing time forward, especially since I'm still in a weakened state. But going back is much simpler, it's just a restart. If you don't mind, I can stay until you become a god. She paused, then added, of course, on the condition that I haven't picked a birth date yet. Klein was no longer in a hurry, he was now in a state of panic. He swallowed hard and asked with difficulty, so, when will you be able to pick a birth date? I don't know, Alice replied, I have to finish sculpting my face first, right? I'm still sculpting it. Klein said nothing. He was thinking that Nezha, the third prince, having memories, might truly be a snake of fate. After all, Bernadette had already verified that those past legends were very likely to have actually happened. The thought of Alice staying by his side for 3, 5, even 10 or 8 years filled Klein with dread. He silently added a task to his plan, helping Alice choose a birth date. However, he'd wait until he advanced to sequence 1 before choosing. The sense of urgency in his heart largely dissipated. Klein took a Rhodes and, while strolling down the street, pondered his advancement ritual. The ritual requirement for Attendant of Mysteries was to establish a town composed purely of puppets, design a unique destiny for each puppet, and have them interact to portray a sufficiently realistic tapestry of life, thereby giving birth to a corresponding area in the spirit world. The requirements were specific, but the difficulty was also present, because to provide a larger scale, more detailed daily life, and more vivid destinies, it meant Klein needed a sufficiently thorough understanding of different fields to play each role well. In addition, this would bring special risks, because it was not difficult to see from the ritual requirements that this puppet city would ideally interact with its surroundings and intelligent life. Besides finding a suitable reason for a city that suddenly appeared, this also meant Klein had to ensure the interaction process was realistic enough. Such complex and vivid puppets, requiring such a large number, meant a significant increase in the risk of losing control. During the process of acting as a miracle invoker, he had actually transformed many puppets like rats, cockroaches, mosquitoes, and flies. These puppets served as his eyes and ears, effectively helping him scout the environment. Currently, Klein's number of puppets had not significantly decreased. However, some replenishment is still needed. Klein muttered to himself, actually, the most troublesome thing is authenticity. For the sake of the ritual, I can't hang up the puppets like Zeratul when they are idle. They need to have a real life. Wait, does this mean that if they are married puppets, they also have to? Oh no, I haven't even experienced that myself. Klein's voice suddenly stopped. He had a bad premonition, and sure enough, Alice picked up his words. If you want to experience it, you can try finding a demoness. Oh, you probably mind the demoness's original gender. Wait, speaking of which, if your own puppets and your own puppets do that kind of thing, doesn't it actually amount to, I mean, puppets should be considered a part of your body, so doesn't this actually amount to, self-pleasure? Thank you for choosing a relatively elegant word. Klein gritted his teeth, but please don't think in that direction. If you absolutely must think, please change your association to drawing little people on your fingers and acting out a play. But I wouldn't let the little people on my fingers. Okay, I won't say anything more. Alice closed her mouth amidst the increasingly fervent spirit worms within Klein. So, do you want to experience that kind of thing and accumulate some experience? If you have this plan, please remind me. I don't think minors should see such scenes. Shut up. Klein gritted his teeth, spitting out his final decision. Alice fell silent again. Klein ground his teeth twice, inexplicably looking forward to Alice's birth. Once she was born, he could hit her. With such a resentful thought, he exhaled, then said thoughtfully. However, for more refined acting, perhaps I should read more books. Well, one step at a time. Let's replenish the puppets first. Killing too many insects isn't good. It's easy to disrupt the ecosystem. I can go to the sea to look, although the number of pirates isn't actually that many. I can collect bounties along the way, and I can also catch some fish or something. He mumbled, his figure fading as he stepped, disappearing from where he stood. End of chapter. Chapter 679. Chapter 71. Proud Emlyn. The sea is a good place. Klein held the second Tarot Club meeting at sea after the war ended. Everyone had guessed something from the rapidly changing war situation. In the last Tarot Club meeting, the star Leonard even directly asked the fool what had happened. It wasn't difficult to think of a divine war, but everyone was unclear about what happened during it, because various signs indicated that the participants in the divine war were the god of combat, the Earth Mother, and the Evernight goddess. As mother and son, the god of combat and the Earth Mother were natural allies. Lacking clues in the reactions of various parties as evidence, the discussion about this matter in the last Tarot Club meeting came to naught, primarily because Mr. Fool stated that he was paying attention to the Forsaken Land of the Gods. In fact, this was because Klein didn't intend to personally elaborate on the matter. He believed that such redundancy didn't fit the Fool's image. He should only give one or two brief hints. If Alice were sitting here, it would be possible for her to spill everything. However, letting Alice come up and play for a bit for novelty was fine, but if the Tarot Club was entirely handed over to Alice, Klein wasn't very daring to imagine what might happen. What's more, Klein didn't feel the need to explain, because the core of the whole matter was actually that the Earth Mother was replaced by the blood ancestor Lilith, and Alice had already given a reminder about this. He wasn't worried that he would be suspected of the Fool being uninformed if he remained silent. And with time, the truth of the Divine War would eventually be revealed in the Tarot Club. For example, the son Derek, who might know about the Earth Mother's death, and the Moon Emlyn from the Sanguine, would both become guides to the truth. He decided to make exploring the truth of the Divine War an entertainment project for the Tarot Club. Just like now, Leonard, who had gathered more clues, was the first to speak again during the casual chat segment of this Tarot Club meeting, probing his silent companions. According to the intelligence currently gathered, a divine war did indeed occur previously. Among them, it's certain that the Evernight goddess, the god of combat, and the Earth Mother appeared high above Backland. As for the result, I think everyone is very clear. What are your thoughts on this? Although everyone was curious about this, Leonard was undoubtedly the one who had taken the most action, internally reconciled, and obtained the most clues. He was already a senior deacon of the Night Church and was very sensitive to the Night Church's movements. In addition, he kept bothering Pales about this, but unfortunately, all the evidence only allowed Leonard to know the participants and winners of the Divine War, but Leonard couldn't for the life of him figure out how this matter actually happened. Could it be that the mother-son affection between deities was so fragile that the Earth Mother sold out the god of combat? Or was the Evernight goddess truly so powerful that she made the Earth Mother fearful and retreat without a fight? I can't understand why such a result occurred. The Earth Mother and the god of combat, this mother-son duo, were actually defeated by the Evernight goddess. The hermit Catlia didn't hide her confusion. She had even fewer clues. She hadn't seen the documents circulated within the night church, and she wasn't even aware of the handover symbolized by the scarlet moon, let alone making guesses about it. The hanged man Alger withdrew his thoughts and said thoughtfully, I received a piece of intelligence that Phenobot defected immediately after the Divine War ended. Klein glanced at Alger. Not long after he was promoted to Miracle Invoker, in order to stabilize his state, he publicly revealed the Sea God scepter along with the identity of the Sea God and informed the Tarot Club members that they could exchange for it with their merits. The hanged man Alger was the most enthusiastic about this. Although other members had been tempted, they didn't take much practical action for it. Only Alger was very diligent about it. As a reward, the Sea God scepter was now in Alger's hands. This didn't represent the transfer of ownership, because Alger hadn't yet paid the sufficient price. He had only received the reward in advance and would continue to use this reward to do things later. But Alger didn't become arrogant because of this. He still seemed cautious. At least, based on Klein's observation and understanding, the Storm Church still didn't know that Alger had become the Sea God. After all, if they knew, he would have been struck dead by the Lord of Storms. Getting back to the main topic, prompted by Alger's reminder, Justice Audrey vaguely grasped something. She raised her hand and whispered, "This means." Her voice stopped there. She frowned, realizing that the idea was still not clear enough, and she found it difficult to describe it concretely. Just then, the son Derek, imitating Audrey, raised his hand and said, "I probably know why." You. The moon Emlyn let out a disbelieving sound. So, he already knew the origin of the Earth's blessing. Klein shifted his gaze from Derek, regretfully glancing at Emlyn. The hanged man Alger, knowing that the son was always honest, suppressed his curiosity and a slight inner excitement, asking in a low voice, "Why?" Derek looked around and said calmly, "You must promise Mr. Fool that you will not reveal what I am about to tell you." "No problem," the hermit Catlia said, taking the lead. Although promises made before deities should be fulfilled, in reality, the authority of the Lord of the Mysteries might not be so trustworthy. Klein sighed inwardly. He had experienced many abilities of the Marauder pathway and the Door pathway at sea these past few days, gaining a certain understanding of the authority of the Lord of the Mysteries. At the same time, he had coincidentally completed the last bit of the Miracle Invoker's acting method and was currently considering the possibility of acting as an attendant of mysteries in advance. Combining the name Lord of the Mysteries, Klein could easily guess the acting method of the attendant of mysteries. It was nothing more than serving the Lord of the Mysteries. Facing this sequence, which was full of danger for others, Klein had a natural advantage, because at this moment, to others, he was the great existence above the spirit world, he was the Lord of the Mysteries, and he even had an avatar named, the World. However, the Tarot Club alone isn't enough. As my and others' sequences advance, the suspicious points about the world have become increasingly obvious. I also need to guard against unexpected situations like Alice's previous one. I need more people to acknowledge the world's identity to provide acting progress. I've caught enough puppets. I can consider building a puppet city these 2 days. I'll study this while learning extracurricular knowledge. While Klein's mind wandered, the Tarot Club members made their promises under the witness of the Fool. The son Derek nodded and said, "The Earth Mother is not the giant Queen Ombella. The real Ombella died long ago, and her remains are in the City of Silver." This news was like a bomb, falling into the hearts of the other members of the Tarot Club, stirring up a storm and huge waves strong enough to destroy reason. For a time, the hanged man Alger, Justice Audrey, and others were speechless, as if struck by lightning, paralyzed in their seats, like stone statues. They all vaguely sensed something. This was the second time the Tarot Club had heard of a conspiracy among deities. The last time, it was 3 kings of angels sharing the creator of the City of Silver at that time, and thus ascending to true gods. After a long while, the star Leonard finally asked in disbelief, "Are you sure?" He wasn't doubting the veracity of the matter. Firstly, Ombella was dead, and the fact that the Earth Mother was impersonated by someone else happened to correspond to his current doubts. Secondly, since the City of Silver even had the remains of the giant Queen Ombella, it meant that the credibility of the entire matter was very high. What's more, Leonard turned his gaze to the head of the long table. Justice Audrey, Magician Furs, Judgment Zio, and others also made similar movements. At this moment, Mr. Fool's eyes held a smile, and he maintained his previous sitting posture, without any change. This indirectly indicates that he approves of this matter. Nothing was more convincing than the affirmation of a deity. Justice Audrey, before the sun could answer the star's question, nodded almost imperceptibly and said, "This explains many things, but if the Earth Mother isn't the giant queen, then why would the angel of destiny Ouroboros believe she was Umbella? Why would the god of combat seek her cooperation? Who exactly is she?" The reason Ouroboros was mentioned was because Derek had broadcast the meeting when Rose Redemption was established at the Tarot Club and had given a relevant description. That was an image left by Ouroboros using the cycle of fate, in which the Earth Mother was indeed Umbella. Klein had no thoughts on this. Not to mention whether Ouroboros could have seen through the joint concealment of the creator of the City of Silver and the Evernight Goddess at that time. Even if he did, Klein didn't think this angel of destiny would say anything to the outside. However, Klein was still very happy to see the Tarot Club discuss this matter. He somewhat understood at this moment why, in previous TV shows and novels, those in high positions always watched others argue for a while, and then revealed the answer at the end, because it felt really good. Moreover, there was no harm in this, just treat it as entertainment. No matter how much he thought in his heart, Klein's expression remained unmoved. This was his basic quality after acting as the fool for so long. He was not a boisterous deity like Alice. Facing Audrey's question, Katlia reasonably guessed, perhaps that Earth Mother has always been disguised as Umbella, which fooled the Angel of Destiny, and also fooled the God of Combat. She couldn't finish her sentence because it sounded too preposterous. How is that possible? Judgment Zio instinctively whispered. Magician Furs gasped lightly and said, "What a terrifying story." At this moment, the world Gehrman Sparrow, who had been silent, spoke. "Nothing is impossible. What if this concealment had the help of the Evernight Goddess and other true gods? A conspiracy lasting 2 or 3 millennia." The hanged man Alger's eyes slightly solidified, and he instinctively recoiled, feeling a fear from his soul towards the Evernight Goddess and the Earth Mother. The Tarot Club members fell silent once again, until the star Leonard repeated Miss Justice's last question. "Who exactly is the Earth Mother?" As he spoke, he glanced at the world Klein Moretti, trying to get an answer from his former colleague. Only one last step remained, and Klein no longer held back. He gently tapped the table as the fool, attracting everyone's attention, then smiled and said to the moon Emlyn. "Fate has already given you a hint." Emlyn, watched by the fool, quickly realized that this, Fate, referred to Miss Fate, who had already become a deity and was not present. He subconsciously asked, "What hint?" The fool, however, smiled and refused to say more. Emlyn then became confused again. He frowned, recalling his last conversation with Alice. Before he could come up with a result, Leonard reacted a step ahead of him. Was it that sentence from before? The one about the wrong path and the right path? That's right, the blood ancestor. His pupils suddenly constricted, as if he had thought of something extremely terrifying. Emlyn soon gasped as well. He realized something and blurted out, the ancestor really became the Earth Mother. This was clearly the answer he had ruled out not long ago. Audrey looked at the fool at this moment. The fool had already returned to his smiling and silent posture. Audrey realized this was the truth. She looked at Emlyn in surprise, and the first thought that popped into her mind was, "No wonder Miss Fate would remind Mr. Moon, this must be waiting to see Mr. Moon's joke, right? I wonder if not being present will make Miss Fate have an opinion." No one knew her thoughts, not even Leonard had thought of this aspect. At this moment, Leonard remembered another thing and muttered to himself. A few days ago, the Night Church stopped promoting the title, Scarlet Sovereign, and renamed the prayer gesture of drawing the scarlet moon to dotting the myriad stars. The Evernight Goddess made an exchange with the authority of the moon domain. The hermit Katlia voiced the conclusion that had been lingering in everyone's minds. At this moment, they no longer had any doubts about the true identity of the Earth Mother, only Emlyn's emotions were extremely complex. He was first shocked by such a fact, and then he remembered the ancestor's revelation to the Sanguine, finally understanding the reason for everything. This must be because he had come into contact with the Earth Mother early on and had offered his faith. In the ancestor's eyes, he was the most devout child. Emlyn was both proud and elated. All the things he had been feeling guilty about earlier now had answers. He held his head high, looking forward to the day when the truth would be revealed in the real world. End of chapter. Chapter 680. Chapter 72. Urban Planning. Emlyn's change in attitude couldn't escape the notice of the others. Furs glanced at the vampire and couldn't help but laugh. Mr. Moon, wait a little longer, and perhaps you'll become the Archbishop of the Church of the Earth Mother. No, it should be the plenipotentiary representative of the Church of the Earth Mother to the Sanguine. Why? Emlyn asked, somewhat puzzled. He clearly hadn't yet realized the potential implications of the Night Church's changes. Leonard smiled and explained, since the Evernight goddess no longer holds the honorific name of Scarlet Sovereign, the Earth Mother will soon possess a similar honorific name, which cannot be hidden from other churches. Emlyn finally understood. He nodded slightly, envisioning a series of scenes. His kin, who had previously mocked him for believing in the Earth Mother, would line up before him to receive his baptism. Thinking this, Emlyn's mood became extremely pleasant, and he couldn't help but slightly raise his chin. The discussion on this matter ended there, but the Tarot Club did not conclude. After the others had exchanged some more information, Klein remained alone in Saphira Castle, pressing his temples with a headache. He hadn't asked Zeradwal any related questions because he already had an overall plan for this matter: to return to the real world, prepare for the construction of the puppet city, and wait for Zeradwal to come find him. However, before that, Klein still needed to confirm some things with Alice. He returned to the real world and called out, "Alice." No one answered him. Klein wasn't too surprised. He switched to Hermes language and called out, "Alice." "Here," Alice replied. Klein mused about the convenience of a true god, then asked, "Logically speaking, Zeradwal should be hunting me right now, and Erodes has confirmed this. But I haven't encountered Zeradwal at all. Does it have anything to do with you? He just has bad luck himself, always missing me by chance. How could it have anything to do with me?" Alice retorted without hesitation. Klein immediately understood, but he didn't argue with Alice. He only asked, "Then can you make his luck a little better, or my luck a little worse, so I can meet him?" Alice immediately burst out laughing. She couldn't help but say, "While I can indeed influence this, I must remind you that what you need might be good luck. After all, being caught by him is what's beneficial to you." "Sometimes I really hate talking to you," Klein rolled his eyes. "It feels like chatting with a contrarian, and I can't even win." Alice didn't respond. Klein could only sigh and talk about his plans and needs. He still intended to first understand various complex knowledge, and then, after the puppet city was largely completed, let Zeradwal come to him. Alice listened and commented, "Then what you need is indeed good luck, and not just ordinary good luck, otherwise it won't be possible to be found at the most opportune time. I mean, Mr. Fool, do you have a yesterday's recurrence charm over there? Can you give me one? You can help even without a charm," Klein said loudly. "You can even casually change your own birth time." "Actually, it's not that casual, it's quite troublesome," Alice muttered. "But comparatively, for a wheel of fortune, if I can't be born at the right time and in the right way, it might bring greater trouble to my destiny." "What is the right time? What is the right way?" Klein asked back. "I think it's suitable," Alice replied. This made Klein unable to hold back any longer. He retorted, "Isn't that just you haven't picked yet?" Alice lightly coughed, then said, That's also part of the reason, but how is not picking not a part of destiny?" "I really hate talking to you." Klein was tired. He decided to change the subject. Never mind, I can't give you the charm right now, can I?" "You just need to eat it," Alice said nonchalantly. "You eat it, and I'll get it." Quote, question mark, quote. Klein didn't understand. His eyes were full of doubt. "This isn't something edible, is it? Please, you're an angel now, don't interpret the concept of eating in such a mortal's way," Alice complained. "Anyway, just eat it, and I can. Have you heard of the God's Kingdom?" "You want to put it in the God's Kingdom?" Klein asked curiously. "You can understand it that way," Alice replied vaguely. She didn't intend to introduce it in detail, so Klein understood that she didn't want to say more for now and didn't ask further. Instead, he began to make the yesterday's recurrence charm. He hadn't prepared such a charm on himself, as it had no effect on him and was mostly used for transactions. Alice watched him take out Spirit Worm with a twisted expression and asked curiously, "Killing Spirit Worm now shouldn't hurt as much as before, right?" "It still hurts," Klein said righteously. Anyway, no one else is watching, so why should I endure it? Reasonable. Alice agreed. She didn't speak again until Klein swallowed the newly made charm, then she lazily said, "All right, good night." Then, without saying anything about the result, she simply fell silent. After Klein called her several times in Loan language and Hermes language, he stopped trying and returned to the land. In an inn, Klein once again entered Saphira Castle. He sat on the high-backed chair belonging to the fool, leaned back, and then, one spirit worm after another crawled out of his body, successively transforming into human form. The remaining 21 seats were not enough for so many avatars. Klein also didn't intend to maintain such a scene. He smiled slightly, and the ancient palace transformed into a modern library from his memory. They were sitting in a vast reading area, and the books on the rows of bookshelves were from historical projections. The only drawback is that these books don't quite match this library. Perhaps I should manifest a Loan library, Klein muttered, and he and his avatars scattered, picking up their target books. Some chose, How to Brew Fine Wine, some chose, Complete Guide to Dessert Making, and some chose, Self-Cultivation for Clergy. These books were all professional books from various industries. Klein flipped through these books, preparing for the construction of the puppet city. If it was just simply remembering this knowledge, it would be no difficulty for Klein. But he had to truly master and be able to apply it, and he couldn't confuse the roles, couldn't let a burly, low-income switchman blurt out how good a certain skincare product's moisturizing effect was, or what flaws a certain silk had. If such a situation occurred in novels, dramas, or operas, it might create a unique appeal, but in reality, it would obviously be distorted and not conducive to the advancement of the ritual. To avoid similar problems, Klein had to study diligently here, making his acting perfect, making each role real, full, and appropriate. This was undoubtedly boring. Klein gradually began to understand Alice's aversion to studying. He thought perhaps this was natural. After all, even an adult like him couldn't endure such long-term, tedious study. Fortunately, not too many people in a town truly needed to deeply master corresponding professional knowledge. Most residents were semi-illiterate, or even truly illiterate, living by experience and muddling through. For these roles, the content Klein needed to learn was relatively much less, like workers who went to the assembly line after simple training or no training. However, this also brought some trouble, because different people had different ways of speaking, behaving, and language styles. These semi-illiterate town residents were far from Klein's habits, wouldn't care about gentlemanly etiquette, but also wouldn't be as uninhibited as Alice. Klein needed to pay attention to this, and he even had to consider assigning small habitual details to everyone to make the character settings more realistic. Writing scripts, crafting character settings, Klein couldn't help but feel fortunate about his decision. He hadn't been overly ambitious, thinking of building a city as large as a metropolis. Well, that wasn't realistic either. Klein only planned to build a small town, with a population of around 5,000, which greatly reduced the difficulty of his preparatory work. Once he finished learning the knowledge, it would be a matter of location. The simplest and fastest way was undoubtedly to have the puppet town rise overnight in a city, and connect it to the surroundings via rivers, roads, etc. Such strong interaction would surely leave traces of the town in the spirit world at the fastest speed. The only problem was that such a marvel would likely attract police and reporters, and possibly even beyonders. Unless Adam was willing to provide some help to the future fool. But setting aside whether Adam was willing, the door to the forsaken land of the gods remained tightly shut. The matter between Adam and the true creator was clearly not yet over. Klein knew that going there at such a time would not get him any protection, because he couldn't even see the owner. Compared to the radicalness of this method, Kotar chose an overly conservative method. He established his puppet town in the forsaken land of the gods, where he could not connect to the spirit world at all. Klein couldn't judge this behavior, as it was clearly too conservative, to the point of being unable to meet the ritual requirements. But it did give him a reference. He thought about considering uninhabited islands. There were many such islands in the sea. The problem to worry about was connecting with the outside world. Klein wasn't worried about this either, because when he ascended Saphira Castle, he could use the abilities belonging to the Attendant of Mysteries. Klein named this ability, grafting. He wasn't yet an Attendant of Mysteries and didn't have the corresponding knowledge, so he had to name it himself. This ability could graft together things that normally couldn't have a direct connection, achieving incredible effects. Klein hadn't discussed this ability with Alice because he wasn't sure if Alice had read NTR-type works. He wasn't very keen on his ability being associated with that, although he seemed to have already made that association himself. Alright, let's return to the uninhabited island problem. Klein could, through grafting, make his puppet town a part of other people's journeys, such as a certain station, a certain docking point. This was far less radical than a city that rose overnight, especially since he could cancel grafting at any time, which could serve to select customers. For example, Zeratul would not be welcomed by him as a customer. Correspondingly, the drawback of this plan was that his ritual progress would be relatively slow. Of course, there was actually a compromise solution, which was to use a real existing city as a blueprint and, through the ability of grafting, allow people coming and going to enter either the real city or the puppet city. But it goes without saying that this would inevitably lead to the city's existence not being distinct enough, affecting the final ritual effect. After several rounds of deliberation, Klein still chose the second plan. After all, Alice hasn't even started picking her birth date yet. She still needs to sculpt her face. If it doesn't work out, then he can suggest she change her name to stall for time. Moreover, Klein suspected that Zeratul and Antigonus both did this with the third plan, and these two seemed to have gone a step further and silenced the real existing city. Klein didn't want to do such a thing. For him, Zeratul could no longer be considered a threat, although he himself was only a sequence 2 Beander in reality. With the help of Saphira Castle, he was undoubtedly a king of angels, with enough suppression over Zeratul. Besides, if all else failed, he was pregnant with a true god. Under these preconditions, the biggest problem with the current ritual was that Klein hoped to complete everything before Alice's birth. After deciding on the plan, choosing a location became much simpler. Klein, after all, didn't have Alice's decision-making difficulties. He quickly selected an uninhabited island. This place was perennially isolated by storms, with no traces of human life, only forests and wild beasts. After inspecting the area, Klein chose an open space, pressed his left hand to his chest, and prayed devoutly, "I hope there will be a city here suitable for 5,000 people to live in." As soon as he finished speaking, Klein raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. Suddenly, this open area became extremely flat, and the surrounding forest also retreated a lot, providing a large amount of trees, stones, and soil. Almost simultaneously, buildings rose from the ground. They were a mixture of stone and wood, none exceeding 4 stories, with a style similar to Dissy Bay in the Loan Kingdom. In just 2 blinks of an eye, residential houses, a library, a police station, a telegraph office, a municipal council, a small hospital, a candy factory, a waterworks, a gas company, a steam train station, parallel railway tracks, and an out-of-town plantation, among other things, took shape. The streets were also paved with cement or stone bricks. Finally, next to the central square of the town, a spire church emerged from the ground, standing proudly. Chapter 681 Chapter 73 Utopia. This was the Fool's Church, and its design and architectural style were taken from Little Sun. There was nothing particularly special about it. The architectural styles of most churches were similar, only differing in color schemes and decorations. The main difference lay in the symbols. Belief in the Fool was also one of the backgrounds of this small town. He had actually considered the possibility of writing Alice into the background, but he quickly realized this wouldn't work. He couldn't possibly endorse Alice's idea of calling herself the Goddess of Light. However, using an already established church to coerce Alice into properly acting as the Goddess of Fate, he wasn't that kind of parent. Moreover, Alice's way of circling everything back to fate sometimes made him wonder if her developing such thoughts and firm beliefs indicated that this too was part of fate. But Klein would quickly consider whether his use of a church to prevent the birth of the Goddess of Light was also part of fate. He really didn't want to join this meaningless speculation. Putting that matter aside, Klein once again immersed himself in the town's construction. He wished, "I hope this island has a deep water port." Klein didn't stop, making a second wish to himself. Snap! He snapped his fingers again, fulfilling his wish. About 3 kilometers from the town, a small port quickly took shape, featuring 2 docks, 5 warehouses, a waterfront inn, a simple restaurant, a police substation, a bar, a lighthouse, and a barracks for port sailors. I hope the port and the town have convenient transportation. Klein made his third wish. He then raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. A concrete road and a freight railway instantly appeared between the town and the port. According to Klein's plan, the port section was for visitors from the sea, while the town section primarily catered to outsiders from the northern continent. Admiring the empty, uninhabited city, Klein pressed down on his top hat and directly teleported next to the municipal square, walking step by step into the church he had named St. Alice. Mainly because St. Germain had already been used. When choosing a name, Klein, who had just considered whether to worship the goddess of fate, wrote down this name without hesitation. Anyway, it shouldn't matter if it's not called in Hermes language or something, right? Klein felt a momentary pang of guilt, but remembering that the night church's holy book hadn't even removed Alice yet, his courage swelled again. Through the open church doors, the interior was dim, and the scene inside was invisible. After an unknown period, 3 figures appeared at the doorway: a gentleman in his 30s wearing a suit and tie, a woman with an ordinary appearance and gentle expression, and a child dressed like a miniature adult. The woman walked a few steps with a slight stiffness, stretched her neck, then smiled and extended her hands, linking them with the gentleman's arm. The gentleman, with a faint smile, allowed the lady to lean against him while he extended his right hand and held the little boy's hand. The little boy skipped as he walked, appearing very lively. Their movements were initially a bit awkward, but they became smoother as they walked, passing through the square in peaceful harmony. After they left, more and more people emerged from the church. Among them were police officers, repairmen, gas company employees, restaurant chefs, white-haired elders, and simply dressed farmers. Over the next hour, people continuously streamed out of this church. Some turned into different streets, heading to different places, entering different houses, while others lingered in the square, enjoying the scenery without white doves. During this process, the number of people who emerged far exceeded the church's capacity, yet there still seemed to be people inside, as if it connected to another city. Nearly another quarter of an hour passed, and the church entrance finally returned to quiet, but from other parts of it, rats, cockroaches, moths, ants, flies, mosquitoes, and other creatures subtly emerged. Finally, a stained glass window high up in the church opened, and white doves flew out, landing in the center of the square. The people who had lingered there truly came alive. Some played with the doves, some looked for vendors, some played the zither, and some chatted with friends with beaming smiles. A man wearing a top hat, a trench coat, carrying a cane, and with a revolver holstered on his left, left the municipal square and went to the other side of the town, stopping in front of a wooden sign. As he took out a pen, a questioning voice spoke. "Hey, why don't you put a red theater next to the port?" Question mark. Klein's movements paused. "Have you thought about what that means?" Alice immediately replied, "You'd be whoring yourself." Is that narcissism or in part? Question mark. Klein's eyes became confused, seemingly not understanding the meaning of these 2 words. Alice softly hummed, then explained to him. "Speaking of which, Eamon probably has similar issues, right? It's like, if your own puppets and other puppets do that kind of thing with each other, and it's many puppets together, formally speaking, that's in part. If you sound it out, you should know what that word means, right? But, it's actually narcissism, that is, self-love, or rather, doing it to yourself, just like what you're going to do tonight." Klein put down his pen. "When you are born, I will send you to kindergarten, primary school, junior high, high school, until you get into university." "Hey!" Alice shrieked in a mix of surprise and anger. Klein ignored her. He picked up his pen again, pondered for a moment, then wrote down, "Utopia." Alice shouted a few times, found no response, and seemed to give up, instead commenting on the name. "How hellish, Utopia, hiss, is your ideal nation really a place with no living people, only you and your OCs living there? Though I really want to tell you that your way of thinking is problematic, I don't think you'd listen if I did." Klein said as he put his pen away. "So, can you tell me what OC means?" Alice uttered an, trying to organize her words. It's, commonly speaking, it's a character." You give them a name, set up a backstory, which can be an existing background or an original one, in short. Your puppets, I mean those puppets that have their own independent personalities and life trajectories, can probably be considered OCs. However, they might be a bit more advanced, after all. Talking to OCs, interacting with OCs, or even interacting with other people, normally speaking, this kind of situation would probably land you in a mental hospital. Klein listened to her explanation thoughtfully, as if recalling something, then said, according to you, OCs and the person themselves are actually independent, right? Right. Alice agreed. Then if a group of OCs have a relationship. Klein continued her words thoughtfully, it actually seems like it should be in part. ... Alice fell into thought. But, fundamentally, they are still you. ... The magician Furs was promoted to secret sorcerer in mid-February, stepping into the demigod threshold. On the full moon that followed, Furs, at the Abraham family's request, communicated with Mr. Dorr. After Furs reported the results, Klein also made an attempt, and thus, the truth of the cries for help was finally revealed. He realized that Bethel Abraham was not shouting, "Help me," at all, but rather, "Don't save me." After instructing Furs, Klein turned and left Saphira Castle, relaying the matter to Alice. Alice expressed moderate astonishment at this. She had long suspected that Mr. Dorr, who communicated with people, had problems. Her astonishment was at Mr. Dorr's, "Don't save me. Great man," she commented, "I hope you can bring his Beander characteristic and uniqueness back to his homeland." Klein felt something was wrong. Are you suggesting I greedily take his Beander characteristic and uniqueness? It's bound to happen eventually, Alice said casually. After all, Saphira Castle is with you. If possible, you could consider saving him, but let's talk about that later, after Zeratul matter is resolved. Speaking of which, why hasn't Zeratul come looking for me yet? Klein asked, puzzled. It's only been a few days. Alice said lazily. He hasn't even had time to gather clues about you being here. But speaking of which, if you stay here all the time, even if you want to hide from him, it will be very difficult. The probability of being discovered will constantly increase, and it will become increasingly difficult for me to exert influence. So, as long as I stay in one place for a long time, I'll eventually be discovered. Klein mused. No, Alice replied faintly. If you're lucky enough, your opponent will die before finding you, and leave their Beander characteristic to you. ... Klein, with a complicated mood, stopped the conversation. Following the fool's instructions, Furs only revealed part of the truth to the Abraham family, first, emphasizing that Mr. Dorr was already half-mad and very dangerous, and even communicating with him carried extreme risks. Second, only stating the more complex method of lifting the curse, which was to sacrifice one demigod each from the seer, marauder, and apprentice pathways. The first point was to answer a question that had troubled the Abraham family for years, while the second was to allow the magician Furs to gain the Abraham family's trust, and also to provide a sufficiently difficult pathway for some unwilling Abrahams. This way, most wavering individuals could be deterred, and the few who still held an obsession with Mr. Dorr's return would find it difficult to achieve, giving Klein and Furs ample time to intervene. Moreover, these three pathways. Most demigods of the apprentice pathway were sealed artifacts. Demigods of the marauder pathway were almost all Amen before Amon's incident. Even now that Amon's incident has occurred, at most they would just turn into sealed artifacts. Whether they've changed is still an unknown. As for the Bizarro sorcerer, it seemed to be the most normal pathway. After all, in the past, among the two high-level figures of this pathway, Zeratul didn't like snacks, and Antigonus might have liked them but had no energy to eat them. Alice did not judge Klein's thoughts. She merely said in a profound tone, "Sometimes, your worries might actually be the cause that makes things come true." Klein did not understand the true meaning of this. He still didn't know what was going on with the soothsayer's prophecy. Alice only told him that prophecies were not necessarily futures truly enacted in the river of fate, and the soothsayer's own ability was not to peek into the future, but to make his prophecy come true. After advancing to Miracle Invoker, Klein subconsciously treated this as an ability similar to a miracle invoker's wishes. He believed that after fulfilling enough small wishes in the same domain, he could achieve a grand wish in that domain, and he thought prophecies followed a similar principle, not considering the possibility that the realization of a prophecy was linked to whether people believed it. Of course, this also wasn't important, because just the day after Furs conveyed the information, an Abraham named Verdu Abraham unilaterally embarked on the journey to recall Mr. Dorr. Klein threw the task of surveillance to the hanged man Alger and continued playing his make-believe game on the uninhabited island. His acting evolved from awkward to skilled, from crude to refined. Portraying the daily lives of so many people was clearly something that required practice. Alice initially had some interest in this matter. She pointed out many errors, and the calculation ability of the fate pathway seemed uniquely suited for this task, helping Klein refine a part of the script. But Alice quickly lost interest in the game. She abandoned Klein once again, and he didn't know what she went off to do. Her explanation to Klein was always firmly that she was sleeping, but Klein suspected that only her body was sleeping, and her spirit had gone off to who knows where. In fact, Alice was tailing Verdu Abraham. Don't misunderstand, she had no intention of helping Klein. After all, the serious surveillance or tailing was being handled by the hanged man Alger. Alice was actually just curious how this Abraham, who wasn't even a demigod, planned to complete the task of hunting 3 demigods. And they were 3 very difficult demigods to kill. She couldn't watch for long, because she quickly discovered that this gentleman seemed to only be studying mysticism, hoping to gain a glimmer of hope from it. This was clearly unrealistic. Alice believed that this Abraham would be better off praying to her, hoping she would bestow a grade 0 sealed artifact. Alice marked Verdu and then withdrew her gaze, but she didn't continue to watch Klein's town. Instead, she focused on her new holy book and new honorific name. She hadn't forgotten about the goddess of light matter. End of this chapter. Chapter 682 Chapter 74 Holy Scripture of Light. Quote. He is the first ray of light to be born. When the sun and the red moon rose, he no longer bore the responsibility of illumination, but instead began to witness the destinies of all beings and guide them forward. After only reading the beginning, Klein closed the book in front of him and asked in a very pained tone, "Did you write this?" Half a year had passed since Klein wrote down the name, Utopia. Verdu Abraham was still diligently studying mysticism knowledge, Zeratul had not yet come knocking, and the disputes in the forsaken land of the gods. Klein had no time to look. Today, at Alice's request, Klein held a ritual to request a boon and received this book from her. From its content, it was suspected to be the holy book of the goddess of light. The important things in the holy book were nothing more than those honorific names, holy symbols, saints and angels, and the origins of deities. Klein chose to read the origins first. He wanted to know how Alice would answer the question he had previously raised, for example, why the goddess of light had no light. It had to be said, this explanation seemed quite reasonable. Klein's mood was complex, but Alice was very pleased. Her tone was filled with joy and excitement as she cheerfully asked, "How is it? I told you I could think of something, didn't I? Did you really write this?" Klein's tone was hesitant. "Don't you feel embarrassed right now?" "Of course I didn't write it," Alice denied. "I can't create things, and in my current state, how could I possibly write a holy book? I gave the ideas, and the little son helped me write it." Klein recalled his own holy book, let out a hiss, and immediately understood. "You seem quite satisfied," he probed. Because they wrote it quite culturedly." Alice said slowly, "For example, that." She cleared her throat and recited the content she had memorized with rising and falling intonations. "He pierces through the mists of destiny, sending revelations of the future to his believers. He dispels the shadows of misfortune, bringing the favor of good luck to his believers. He corrects the trajectory of destiny." Quote. "You stop for a moment," Klein interrupted her. "Did you finish reading it?" "Yes," Alice replied as if it were obvious. "Otherwise, what if they wrote something inappropriate in it? For example, what if they really wrote that the goddess is my blessed?" Quote. A hint of hesitation appeared in Klein's eyes. "Then what if they wrote that I am your blessed? Aren't you?" Alice retorted. Quote. Klein fell into contemplation. He didn't dare say that, according to her, the goddess should be too, because he had figured out the crux of the problem, the goddess was not anymore. In silence, Klein opened the book in his hand again. At least he wasn't reading his own. Since Alice didn't feel embarrassed, Klein felt he could barely endure it. He read it as seriously as possible. Putting aside the embarrassment, everything actually seemed to be written quite properly. Not only did it explain the problem of why the goddess of light's authority seemed quite distant from light, but some languages that previously had other interpretations now had new interpretations here. It wasn't until he read the Holy Book's interpretation of the apocalypse that Klein had a new question. Quote, "The world will eventually face the apocalypse, but whenever the apocalypse arrives, he will appear, bringing new hope and new light to the world. Quote, He is the light of dawn, and also the light of salvation, existing in the rebirth and end of the world, witnessing the world's cycles and changes. Alice, can you tell me how the apocalypse comes?" "Mind your own business," Alice replied righteously. Klein seemed to want to say something, but Alice laughed again. "Speaking of which, this was actually your inspiration." Klein was stunned for a moment. He subconsciously wanted to ask what the inspiration was for, but then stopped, and thoughtfully asked, "Hey, you're not going to tell me this is a prophecy, are you? You're using this to balance your instincts." Alice's tone rose. Why not?" Klein didn't speak, merely frowned and pondered. Actually, it didn't seem impossible. But would there be other problems? A hint of worry flashed, then he sighed and said, "Forget it, it's your own ability, you definitely understand it better than I do. I mean, I don't think I can stop you, can I?" As a friend who had been with Alice all along, Klein knew that Alice, who seemed to change her mind every second, was actually unusually difficult to persuade once she had made up her mind about something. For example, persuading her to go to school. Although this didn't seem suitable as an example, remembering the difficulty of that matter, Klein still shook his head and continued, "Although I don't quite understand what makes you so determined, if I ask you, you'll probably say something like, the guidance of destiny, won't you?" Alice seemed to chuckle, and she responded in a cheerful mood. "Normally, facing influences at the level of life and death, I would definitely be able to sense them. If I can't sense them, then it can only mean, even if I did perceive something, it probably wouldn't be useful. It's better not to know anything at all, at least I'll be happier before I die. So, since I think writing it this way is fine, don't worry so much. Oh, by the way, be careful recently, okay?" Klein's heart stirred. He probed, "Something's going to happen." Alice chuckled again, and she replied, "Isn't this what you're looking forward to? You seem to be intentionally revealing Utopia's abnormalities. By the way, are you really not going to bother with the Abraham family member who ran out? I see he's been studying mysticism for half a year, and I don't know what he's doing." "Mr. Hanged Man has been monitoring him." Klein shook his head. "Currently, he doesn't seem to have any abnormalities. Also, I'm not intentionally revealing abnormalities, this is just normal contact with the outside world." "Oh, yes," Alice skied. "So you make the city appear in different places every time. What does your holy symbol look like? Have you thought about it?" Klein quickly changed the subject. "I'm still more curious about your prayer gesture." Alice said slowly, "Do you really want to adopt flipping the middle finger as a prayer gesture?" "No." Klein weakly uttered a syllable. This alone was not enough to stop Alice. Klein lowered his head again and flipped through the book in his hand, quickly searching for useful topics. "I didn't see the holy symbol part, is it because it hasn't been designed yet?" "Angels and saints. Well, I'm indeed in it. Why isn't the goddess in it? Can you compare yourself to the goddess?" Alice rolled her eyes. "If I write the goddess in there, what do I write? Do I write that the goddess is my divine son?" Klein coughed violently. After a long while, he recovered and asked with a ghost-seeing expression and tone, "Why aren't you the goddess's divine son?" Alice replied coldly, "There are 2 reasons. First, I just boasted that the goddess is my blessed. Writing it that way would make our relationship seem very strange. Second, Mr. Fool, I am truly your divine son now. Do you want to see the love story between you and the Evernight goddess?" Regarding that, Klein argued, "The Holy Book of the City of Silver didn't write about it. Well, actually, it's because I instructed the little son not to write that part for now. My idea at the time was, it would be best if we coordinated our stories first, you understand." Alice pondered. "Actually, writing it isn't impossible, but..." She paused, then chuckled as if she had thought of something. No, actually, that side can also be considered. If he is willing, I would have a total of 3 mother gods. I mean, unless it's truly the case, otherwise writing one god as the divine son of another god is actually similar to a subordinate god. I think, except for clinging to a powerful figure, like writing oneself as the child of the original creator, normal people wouldn't write it that way. However, there's an exception in one situation, for example, if I am the divine son of all existing gods. Quote. Klein felt a question mark appear above his head. Are you sure this wouldn't make the holy books of the major churches seem like unofficial histories? No, it won't, Alice's tone was certain. Because the holy books of Storm, Steam, and Wisdom all state that the 3 of them split from the spirit of the original creator. The goddess wrote that she is the red moon, one of the original creator's eyes. I haven't seen the holy books of other gods, but they should all have similar statements, and I. At this point, she paused for a few seconds, then chuckled softly. I am the first ray of light to be born. In other words, I am the original creator's child, not a part of him. From this perspective, isn't it only natural that the gods can become my mother? But usually, whether it's splitting from the spirit or differentiating from some part. Klein's brows furrowed. From a common perspective, wouldn't this situation also be called a child? Isn't that up to individual interpretation? Alice retorted. Saying it's a part, or saying it's a child, aren't they actually the same for that kind of situation? Actually, both can be said. Klein pondered. After a few seconds of thought, he asked, then how do you ensure that others will acknowledge it? It's enough that they don't refute it, Alice replied calmly. I don't need all of them to acknowledge it, as long as a few are willing to acknowledge it, and the others don't refute it, that's enough to make people believe. And as for those who explicitly acknowledge it, Mr. Fool, you count as one, don't you? As for the goddess, writing a few lines in the holy book, she shouldn't mind, should she? Oh no, she might actually mind. Alice's voice trailed off. She recalled the soothsayer's prophecy and fell into an eerie silence. The goddess wouldn't disagree because of this, would she? I wonder if the goddess knows the truth of the prophecy. No, it's useless even if she doesn't know, the goddess definitely knows that things related to destiny shouldn't be spoken lightly. Annoyance spread, and Alice unceremoniously ordered, next time you see the goddess, ask her about this for me, okay? Why don't you go ask her yourself? Klein asked, displeased. I don't dare, Alice replied honestly. That's an unrefutable answer, Klein rolled his eyes. Who was the third one you just mentioned? The third one, huh? Alice drew out her words. Isn't he still being synthesized? Synthesized. Klein's mouth twitched. He clearly realized who Alice was referring to, but felt helpless about her choice of words. I remember you told me before that you greatly respect true gods. I still greatly respect true gods, Alice said with certainty. However, I am also a true god now, so discussing these things cannot be considered blasphemy. At most, you can only say I'm gossipy. You know you're gossipy, Klein exclaimed. But you are truly blaspheming right now, Alice added immediately after. Klein's mouth fell open in surprise, momentarily at a loss for words. He couldn't refute it, because he had just openly called a true god gossipy. The atmosphere fell into a brief silence, then Klein thoughtfully said. Actually, logically speaking, I've already committed blasphemy countless times. After all, every time I call you, it's an act of blasphemy. Don't you think so, Alice? Absolutely right, Alice praised. I hope next time you call me out, you will chant my honorific name and address me as, Your Excellency, and, Great Goddess of Light, when facing me. All right, Great Goddess of Light, Klein obediently chose to change his address. Then is your honorific name still the same as before? It's in there, Alice said cheerfully. Klein paused slightly, then lowered his head and continued flipping through the book, asking as he did, which page? Find it yourself, Alice replied. Klein's movements paused, then he said with a smile, Great Goddess of Light, could you bestow a little guidance upon your believer? Alice gasped. You don't even know my honorific name, what kind of believer are you? Aren't I waiting for your guidance? Klein said as if it were obvious. Despite his words, he was already flipping through the holy book in his hand, clearly not counting on Alice. Alice also noticed this. She snorted lightly and commented, "Then you really should learn from Ouroboros. That's what truly listening to the guidance of destiny looks like. Putting everything else aside, if destiny tells him to die, he actually goes." "I'm not really eager to learn that," Klein retorted. "And from the results, there's no way out that way. Speaking of which, what's your attitude towards destiny? I've never quite figured it out. You seem to believe it sometimes, and other times it's purely just waving a flag." Alice replied with an upward inflection. "Oh, that. Have you ever heard a saying before? A twitching left eye means wealth, a twitching right eye means feudal superstition." End of chapter. Chapter 683 Chapter 75 Verdu. "I've heard of it," Klein replied. Of course, it was impossible for him not to have heard this classic saying, but when a true god of the fate pathway stated that it was her own view, some things became subtle. So, Klein organized his words, a hint of curiosity in his tone. Blind obedience and outright denial are both not the correct attitudes. "That's not what I mean," Alice denied. "But if you believe that a twitch in your right eye brings misfortune, then the twitching of your right eye might really bring disaster. I can see your expression, don't show your doubt so obviously." "All right," Klein reined in his expression a little. "But it really sounds very, found it." Klein stopped flipping pages, looked at the text above, and recited, "The cyclical wheel of fortune, the witness of all beings' destinies, the brilliant light that pierces through the mist. Are you sure this can really point to you?" "I wouldn't joke about my own honorific name," Alice stated with certainty. Klein didn't speak. He recalled the phrase, "goddess of light," and felt an inexpressible sense of absurdity. He closed the book in his hand, then confirmed, "No holy symbol, which means this isn't the complete version yet." "Because I'm still sculpting my face," Alice mumbled in response. "And, you should be more concerned about Zeratul. I've waited for him for half a year." Klein shook his head, a hint of a smile escaping his expression. "This even makes me wonder if he has changed his mind and doesn't intend to compete with me. If he changed his mind, he would probably need to wait even longer." Alice reminded him faintly. "He should be hiding and not coming out until he finds an existence willing to shelter him. After all, if I were him, I naturally wouldn't believe in your benevolence." "Perhaps he can't find one," Klein joked. "Or perhaps he did find one, but couldn't offer a suitable price." "You think highly of yourself," Alice quipped. "However, if he really is looking for an existence willing to shelter him." She paused for a moment, her tone suddenly rising. "Klein, what do you think of me?" This made Klein momentarily stunned. He quickly stopped her, saying, "Don't mess around." It wasn't that he was overly alarmed. He was genuinely worried that Alice, who had initially only come to help out of amusement, might suddenly get serious for some inexplicable reason and pick a fight with him. Although Klein believed that even in such a situation, Alice wouldn't let anything happen to him, he didn't like this extra trouble and unknown variable. Moreover, if the target were Alice, Klein would have an additional layer of concern. Would the choices of fate have some other meaning embedded within them? He didn't completely believe, at least, when fate presented the guillotine before him, he wouldn't simply offer his neck to be slaughtered, but facing this mysterious power, a sense of awe was inevitable. Fortunately, he managed to stop Alice. He heard Alice respond in a tone tinged with displeasure. "All right, if not, then not. I'll go back to sculpting my face. Call me if you need anything." With that, her voice vanished. After routinely calling out twice to test, Klein then shifted his attention to Utopia. He first checked the spirit threads of all his puppets, which had been almost his daily routine for the past 6 months. After all, when facing another attendant of mysteries, the first thing to be careful of was one's own puppets turning into someone else's. After completing this daily task, Klein frowned and fell into deep thought. Since it was a hunt, he naturally wouldn't just sit and wait. Over the past 6 months, he had also done some preparatory work. Besides using the entire puppet town to perfect the ritual, digest the attendant of mysteries potion in advance, and accumulate wishes, the most important thing, of course, was to consider the plans Zeratul might employ and prepare countermeasures in advance. Although he was only sequence 2, Klein believed that with his ability to utilize Beander powers from the other 2 adjacent pathways and his access to Saphira Castle, which allowed him to reach the level of a king of angels, he and Zeratul could be considered evenly matched. In some sense, he might even have a slight advantage. Therefore, the main competition between him and Zeratul was their respective preparations. Alice ultimately couldn't resist and made contact with Verdu. Learning mysticism, traveling everywhere to find demigods of the seer, apprentice, and marauder pathways, Verdu Abraham's life over the past 6 months had been extremely peaceful. Indeed, it was peaceful, because he simply couldn't find demigods of these 3 pathways. As for other methods, they were clearly not within his reach. Since Verdu chose to go to Byam after leaving the Abraham family, a place now filled with fanatical believers of the fool, he even entertained the thought of changing his faith. This was a dangerous thought for Verdu, making him vigilant. He considered leaving Byam, but the mystical knowledge circulating near the Rosed Islands was richer than he had expected, and most of it was unknown to the Abraham family. He had left long ago. Alice learned about Verdu's experiences during this time and found it amusing, but also couldn't help but think of giving him a chance to bring back his ancestor. However, the outcome might not be quite what he imagined. After all, bringing back a Byander characteristic is also bringing back. Temporarily withdrawing her gaze from Verdu and confirming that Klein's condition was good, Alice continued to focus on Verdu. She didn't intend to make the first move herself. Although bringing back Mr. Dor's Byander characteristic to Earth was only a matter of time, the mother goddess of depravity's corruption was not easy to deal with. Alice knew her limits, she had no plans to act alone and only intended to trick Verdu first. For any real action, she would have to wait until the door to the forsaken land of the gods reopened and Klein had advanced to the Fool. Moreover, if he were allowed to wander around, he might connect with someone or some strange entity, and if she wasn't careful, he might be tricked into becoming a follower of that entity, and it would be amusing if he really brought Mr. Dor back. Alice looked for excuses while quietly waiting for night to fall. She planned to send a dream. Before doing so, Alice also checked on Furs the magician. This young lady was also within her scope of attention, as after the Abraham family's ritual, she should logically become Mr. Dor's most focused target. Mr. Dor's hope of returning rested on Furs, and that already insane personality would undoubtedly tempt Furs with all his might. Even though Klein had already issued a warning in the guise of the world, Alice still checked this young lady's fate from time to time, but she has no desire to advance at all. Alice withdrew her gaze. It feels like anyone who tries to tempt her would be truly unlucky. Alice sympathized with the mother goddess of depravity for 0 seconds, then refocused her attention on Verdu until he fell asleep smoothly. Verdu Abraham sat up from his bed, clutching his chest. His face was a mix of fear, joy, and worry, and his breathing was rapid and wouldn't stop for a long time. This story begins with his dream. He dreamed that after finishing dinner, he turned into Enmat Street. This was a street in Byam, near the Red Theater. Verdu dreamed that he walked into Marple General Store on this street, stocked up on a bunch of miscellaneous daily necessities, and then returned to the hotel where he was staying. Up to this point, it was still a normal dream. But after returning to the hotel, as Verdu sorted through the items he had bought, he found a ring box. Strange, this isn't something I bought. Did the boss accidentally mix it in? Let's see what it is, I'll return it later. Verdu frowned and opened the ring box. Inside was an ivory white die, with 6 blood-red pips etched on it, making Verdu's brow furrow even deeper. The die was just the right size for the ring box, but why would anyone use a ring box to hold a die? Could it be something very important? Thinking of this possibility, Verdu quickly tried to put the die away to prevent damage, but his hand trembled, and the die rolled to the ground, stopping after a few tumbles with 1 pip facing up. Seeing the die stop, Verdu breathed a sigh of relief. He quickly stepped forward to pick it up, but having been at sequence 7 for many years, he stumbled and fell to his knees. A sharp pain shot through his knees, but it was nothing compared to a faint, ethereal chuckle in the air, like a devil's whisper, which made Verdu's scalp tingle. In Byam, where Byander was no secret, and with the support of the mystical knowledge from an entire angel family behind him, Verdu immediately thought of those eerie high-level sealed artifacts. He froze in place, but the chuckle seemed like mere auditory hallucination. After several minutes, there was still no movement. Verdu deliberated for a few seconds, gritted his teeth, grabbed the ring box in his hand, and slammed it down over the die. The die was unconcerned, It naturally rolled a few times to the side, and the number facing up changed to 4 pips. Verdu again tried to cover it with the ring box. Under his violent actions, the die rolled away again, and the lid of the ring box separated from its body. Oh dear, this time, Verdu finally heard the voice, "That's not my fault. You're just unlucky." The voice was genderless, its tone tender and clear, like an infant's, yet Verdu dared not underestimate the owner of the voice. He stood frozen, trying to recall the mystical knowledge he had learned. "Don't think about it," the voice called out lazily. "Sigh, never mind, I won't tease you anymore." As it spoke, Verdu felt his vision blur, and then his surroundings transformed into an endless expanse of white mist. Verdu was startled. He subconsciously looked around, but the voice sounded again. "If you're looking for me, I'm right under your feet." Verdu subconsciously looked down. The ground he was standing on was dark green, with only a small area visible, the rest covered by white mist. As if sensing his thoughts, the mist suddenly dispersed, revealing the full extent of the ground. It was a giant dark green disk, covered with runes he couldn't understand. On the outermost edge, a massive silver-white serpent coiled around the disk, its posture relaxed, as if it might roll around on it at any moment. Dizziness and intense pain throughout his body came upon him after he saw everything clearly. He suddenly realized something and abruptly closed his eyes, but it was already too late. Pieces of skin fell and peeled from his body, like the approaching footsteps of death. "Oh dear," the voice sounded again, "this wasn't intentional on my part. You wanted to see me, didn't you?" Verdu heard mockery in the voice, and he believed it was genuine. The owner of this voice definitely bore him no ill will, because this was at least a demigod-level existence. A sense of powerlessness arose. Verdu suddenly regretted not believing in the fool but instead coming out to save his ancestor. As he thought this, the pain in his body suddenly eased, disappearing in an instant, and the voice asked with a hint of doubt. "Oh, is it not that firm, after all? I thought you'd be willing to give anything to save your ancestor." Question mark quote. Verdu suddenly realized something. He abruptly opened his eyes, and his surroundings had once again become vast white mist. Amidst the mist, silver light flowed, converging into the figure of a young girl. Verdu couldn't clearly see her specific features, only that she walked towards him, tilted her head, and asked, Perhaps you'd prefer to communicate in a human form. All right, what I mean is, if you really want to save your ancestor, then once you return to the real world, pray to me, perhaps I can help you a little. My honorific name is..." Wait, is an honorific name alone not enough? You might have heard of me. Those missionaries of the fool sometimes mention a Miss Fate, that would be me. Is it her? No, it's her. Verdu's eyes suddenly brightened. He immediately realized the identity of this being, matching the peculiar and mischievous personality with the rumors, and much of his fear dissipated. At least it wasn't some unknown evil god, but Mr. Fools. Mr. Fools. As Verdu was searching for a suitable word to describe the relationship between her and Mr. Fool, the dream shattered. After calming his breathing, Verdu began to recall the experiences in his dream and ponder them. Whether from missionaries or certain rumors, he had heard of Miss Fate. Those giant missionaries called her the divine son of the fool, but it was said that this was not written in the holy book. Of course, this was not because the fool did not acknowledge it. According to the giants, it was because the fool considered her and Miss Fate to be equals. Knowing the existence of the pathways of the gods, Verdu Abraham was not too surprised by this explanation. He was certain that this was an existence who was about to become a god or had already become one, most likely already. Thinking of the widespread anomaly earlier, Verdu's heart stirred, and then he began to ponder the reason he had been sought out. End of this chapter. Chapter 684 Chapter 76 The first step of the scam. Only a minority at Sequence 7 could be confident in their uniqueness. After thinking it over, Verdu Abraham finally concluded that the reason he was targeted must be his ancestor. Or, more precisely, Miss Fate seemed to want to obtain something through his ancestor, which was why she was willing to offer help. And this might be happening without the fool's knowledge. For a moment, many thoughts surged in Verdu Abraham's mind, but he didn't adopt any of them, because he didn't think he could survive the game between two great existences. He didn't pray. This choice greatly disappointed Alice. She almost wanted to tamper with Verdu Abraham's fate to change his decision, but in the end, she didn't, because something seemed to have happened to Klein. Without hearing a call, Klein was probably safe. After all, there weren't many predicaments left that would prevent Klein from even shouting for help. If there were, her going would likely be in vain. Therefore, Alice wasn't too worried. She secretly glanced at Verdu Abraham, and then refocused her attention on Klein. Deducing a town was a burden for Klein, but it didn't require him to exert all his strength. However, the goddess's weakness gave Klein an idea. For the past 6 months, Klein had pretended to have no energy to attend to other matters, delegating most tasks to the Tarot Club members to resolve, while his true body remained in the church, never appearing. In reality, he even had spare energy to bicker with Alice. Coupled with Alice, who had disappeared after becoming a god, Klein hoped to use this method to make Zeratul drop some of his guard. This wasn't foolproof. Klein had also preemptively used the Planeswalker's authority to record, restart, from Alice. Actually, for a Planeswalker, it should be called, reproduce. For this, he even paid 2 spirit worms and, speaking in the world's tone, asked Miss Justice to sacrifice ice cream. Why the world? Because the idea of Mr. Fool needing ice cream to coax a child sounded too embarrassing. In comparison, the world needing ice cream to ask Miss Fate for help sounded much more reasonable. Restart was enough for Klein to deal with most crises. If once wasn't enough, then twice. If twice still wasn't enough, then he felt he could prepare to commit suicide. Besides this, Klein also considered the helpers Zeratul might invite, although he ultimately found that he didn't seem to have anyone to invite. Of course, Klein didn't let his guard down because of this. The recorded restart was the best proof. He even prepared himself mentally to fight after advancing to sequence 1 if he couldn't win now. Actually, if he had time, Klein would have wanted to wait a bit longer, until Utopia's interactions with the outside world deepened a bit more. That would be more stable. Moreover, such a hasty advancement meant his preparations were wasted, and he would still have to advance using the sequence 1 Beander characteristic directly from the Lord of the Mysteries. Of course, the most stable option would actually be to wait a few decades or a century, allowing all the puppets, fates to have a beginning and an end, with everyone dying of old age. If it weren't for the apocalypse being only a dozen years away, Klein would have seriously considered doing this. In an emergency, he could only resort to an emergency plan, which was to spend 6 months to a year, and after all other conditions met the ritual requirements, directly give the town a meteor, an earthquake, a volcanic eruption, forcibly writing an end to the story. Such situations also exist in reality, so it's certainly feasible. He could even ask Alice for help to make this uninhabited island truly disappear in a disaster. He had confirmed that Alice could indeed do such a thing. More accurately, as a true god, she could even make a planet disappear due to a sudden disaster. However, according to Alice, this method of operation actually has very serious drawbacks. The type of disaster, the scope of its impact, and subsequent radiation all need to be determined by her one by one. Otherwise, to use Alice's original words, the initial revival was also a type of disaster. Although the probability of individually modifying this matter is very difficult, this matter is indeed included in disasters. As the overall probability increases, no one knows what will happen. Getting back to the main topic, when Alice returned, Klein had already used restart to end the crisis he encountered, sitting atop Saphira Castle, exerting pressure on Zeratul at the level of a king of angels. Alice then realized that this had nothing to do with her. She was also happy to watch the show. Klein didn't even need her to block Zeratul's attempt to escape, because as the master of Saphira Castle, Klein could forcibly extract that attendant of mysteries Beander characteristic. Especially when the target was an attendant of mysteries who would not hesitate to cut off his tail to survive when things went south. Everything went smoothly. After Klein had cleaned up the mess, Alice asked, "Do I need to congratulate you, Mr. Fool? Do I have a congratulatory gift?" Klein asked unceremoniously. Alice hesitated. "What kind do you want?" This piqued Klein's interest. He asked curiously, "I actually have one." "Not anymore," Alice replied coldly. Klein's mouth twitched, and he had to change the subject. "In another month or 2, I can prepare a disaster for Utopia and make this city disappear." Alice hummed, not commenting on the matter, only suggesting, then are you going to deal with Verdu Abraham now? Recalling this matter, Klein frowned slightly. He shook his head and said, I haven't decided how to deal with him, I certainly can't just kill him. Although the Abraham family has some trust in me, that doesn't mean they would harm their own clansmen for this. And if I were to do that, it would be fine if it wasn't discovered, but once it is. He paused, then added. Besides, Verdu Abraham hasn't done anything evil. He just wants to bring back his ancestor. Frankly, after hearing that, don't save me, I feel a bit, towards Mr. Dorr. I know that saving him is a very difficult thing. Even if he is saved and appears normal, there's a high probability that something is wrong internally. And compared to being saved, he probably hopes to keep the disaster outside of Earth. But, at least, I hope to lift the curse on him. Even if it has nothing to do with him, the Abraham family are now my believers. And, as you said, I'll have to deal with this matter sooner or later. I don't think it's necessary to harm Verdu Abraham for this, but leaving him out there is indeed a hidden danger. We can't just have Mr. Hanged Man constantly watching him, can we? I've seen him, Alice said slowly. I told him that if he truly wanted to save Mr. Dorr, he should pray to me. But he ignored me. Question mark quote. Klein's movements stopped. Is he still alive? Of course he's alive, Alice shouted angrily. What do you take me for? Sorry, Klein apologized without an ounce of sincerity. Does he need to see a psychiatrist? Alice hesitated. She recalled Verdu Abraham's state at the time before answering hesitantly, I think he seemed fine. Klein felt even more uneasy. Just as he was about to say something, Alice added. However, since you're thinking that way, why don't you just hand him over to me? My meaning is, until you decide to fulfill his wish, I will try my best to ensure he doesn't have any accidents. Klein swallowed hard, asking tentatively. Try your best. Alice didn't think anything was wrong. She responded as a matter of course, you know, I usually don't use affirmative words for anything, including this sentence. Klein shook his head slightly and said, then what do you plan to have him do? Mr. Hanged Man told me earlier that he has been studying mysticism knowledge. Are you going to watch him study mysticism knowledge? Alice fell silent. Klein continued, besides, regarding fulfilling his wish, this involves the mother goddess of depravity's contamination. I think there must be a power of the same level to contend with it, right? But, Alice's tone was hesitant. Klein, I suddenly thought of a problem. Mr. Dorr is different from Emperor Rosal. The mother goddess of depravity's control over him seems very deep. She paused for a few seconds, giving Klein time to think. Klein also frowned, suddenly realizing something, and asked in the interim Alice provided. You mean that the process of negotiating with Mr. Dorr might be mixed with the mother goddess of depravity's gaze? In other words, if we contend with the contamination on Mr. Dorr, whether it's bringing back a living Mr. Dorr or his Beander characteristic, the mother goddess of depravity will be aware, and even. He might take the opportunity to infiltrate the barrier, Alice added. Not only that, Klein's expression was serious, if that's the case, we all cannot be involved in this matter. Why? Alice asked in confusion. The outer deities surrounding Earth are to attack Earth and seize the Sephira within Earth, Klein stated with a frown. They certainly won't want a pillar to be born within Earth. No one knows if the outer deities are truly unable to break through the barrier. Perhaps they just want to attack Earth in the most complete state, and breaking through the barrier requires a huge price. Alice was stunned to hear this. She realized something and retorted, you mean, if you truly control pillar-level power, it would be inappropriate to contend with the mother goddess of depravity. Unless we are complete pillars, Klein shook his head, complete and in relatively good condition, but this is obviously impossible. And what I'm worried about is that the mother goddess of depravity is cautious enough, and the aura of a half-pillar is enough to make him actively attack, then. If they really have a way to break through the barrier, then it's over, Alice added. According to this, it shouldn't be you or, it's best to let others go, but. Alice paused for a few seconds, then said hesitantly, you say, after Adam and the true creator merge, can the first blasphemy slate still use the power of the Chaos Sea? I think you shouldn't ask me this question. If you insist on asking, I think it should be possible, Klein said, looking hesitantly in the direction of the forsaken land of the gods. then hesitated. After all, they were originally split. Alice was silent for a few breaths, then suddenly reminded, "Actually, I'm not sure if our conversation will be overheard." Klein ignored her and didn't speak. His face was expressionless, like a dead person. Seeing that this couldn't provoke Mr. Fool's emotions, Alice had to give up and change her approach. She suddenly spoke in an excited tone. "I know. I can have Verdu Abraham take the first blasphemy slate to save his ancestor, letting him fulfill his wish personally." Klein rolled his eyes. Just telling him what the mother goddess of depravity means would be enough to kill him. "I cannot tell him." Alice wanted to argue, but stopped after feeling the fluctuation of the spirit worm. All right, we'll discuss who goes later. Verdu Abraham can be put aside for now. Are you going to become a god next? How do you plan to handle the godhood ritual? Oh, what is your godhood ritual? Here it comes. The anticipated question didn't cause Klein to panic. He was as calm as the spirit worms within him, and said indifferently. "Actually, I should first consider how to deal with Antigonus, but you're right, the godhood ritual is indeed a problem, and this ritual, it's not easy to handle. The ritual requires me to fool history or time once. Why isn't it fooling fate? Then I could just trick you." Alice was extremely surprised. "I'm so good to you, and you're actually thinking of tricking me. If you knew I had already put it into practice, you would probably be even angrier, but if she says this, fooling her should really be equivalent to fooling fate. I should confirm again." Klein shook his head and said, "How could that be? If the ritual had such a requirement, then I would be forced to. Besides, it's just tricking you once, it wouldn't really do anything, you'd understand, right?" "Get lost," Alice replied coldly. It seems coaxing her after tricking her might be a bit troublesome. Klein chuckled softly, then asked curiously. "All right. But can you tell me first, is fooling you truly equivalent to fooling fate?" "This isn't really your ritual requirement, is it?" Alice suddenly became wary. "You haven't already tricked me to perform a ritual, have you? Is this false ritual your deception?" Indeed, it's not easy to trick her. Klein's expression remained unchanged. He answered very calmly, "How could that be? Would I still ask you this question then? Isn't that deliberately arousing your suspicion?" "That makes sense too," Alice murmured, "but I always feel like something isn't quite right." End of this chapter. Chapter 685 Chapter 77 Promotion. As if pondering what was wrong, Alice's voice fell silent for a moment before she asked, with a hint of uncertainty. "Klein, you're not really lying to me, are you? History, time, both seem to be covered by your authority. If so, then fate shouldn't be left out. Your ritual isn't really this, is it?" She's even more vigilant than I imagined. But to deceive her, this is necessary. I can't keep the ritual's content from her forever. Fortunately, she doesn't have mind reading or similar abilities. This should just be an instinct, an instinctive vigilance against threats that involve her. However, since no real harm has been done, she shouldn't be too wary. As long as I keep denying it and don't show any abnormalities, this step should be relatively easy to muddle through. Klein's thoughts churned, but on his face, he denied it with a laugh. "What on earth are you thinking, Alice? Do I look like someone who can't lie? If I wanted to lie to you, would I deliberately ask you this? Or are you actually hoping I'd question you? Alice, you've disappointed me too much. You actually suspect I would lie to you. Maybe you're using reverse psychology." Alice grumbled in response. She still had many doubts in her heart, and that subtle suspicion simply wouldn't dissipate. However, Klein's usual honesty in front of her played a role. After confirming that the spirit worm also showed no abnormalities, Alice said suspiciously, "Never mind. Do you have any idea how to fool history or time?" Klein had actually thought a little about this question, a little about how to deal with it. He shook his head, then nodded, explaining, "I don't have a specific plan. I asked the goddess about the method Antigonus used, but her method isn't suitable for me." Firstly, he invited Aemon to help. Of course, I can actually achieve that level of deception now, but there's another key point. Alice, are the requirements for accommodating a uniqueness and for becoming a god different? That's right, Alice affirmed. If you only want to accommodate a uniqueness, the ritual can be simpler, more perfunctory. But if it's a ritual for becoming a god, you can't cut corners like that, you must truly meet the requirements. Or, you plan to aggregate directly into a god without relying on a ritual. Of course, I don't recommend you use that method, because I think. Alice paused, then spoke in a peculiar tone. Quote, Even if the ritual you told me is fake, your real ritual couldn't possibly be something like the opportune moment of fate. This ritual is almost equivalent to directly aggregating into a god. If it succeeds, it means it was the correct opportune moment. If it fails, it means it wasn't. Although, in reality, we do have some perception of opportune moments, but this perception can sometimes be clear, but most of the time, it's like a prophecy. And if you want to interpret the prophecy and confirm your opportune moment, this leads to. In a sense, the opportune moment you perceive might be wrong. 6. Klein was speechless. He suddenly felt that his own ritual seemed quite simple, at least it had a tangible requirement, even if that requirement sounded a bit too demanding. Moreover, if they couldn't wait for that opportune moment, then they truly couldn't wait. Klein shook his head slightly, adding to his previous words, Antigonus merely accommodated the uniqueness. This was his and Amon's attempt to become a god, but unfortunately, this attempt failed. Attempt. Alice repeated his words. Actually, you could also consider a similar approach, accommodating the uniqueness first, and then considering becoming a god later. Actually, I did have an idea. Klein said leisurely, but I think it's completely unfeasible. Frankly, I believe it might even be more dangerous than directly aggregating into a god. What is it? Alice asked. Klein answered softly. Do you still remember that attendant of mysteries Beander characteristic? The one that came directly from the Lord of the Mysteries. I thought, as long as I accommodate that Beander characteristic after advancing to sequence 1, and then separate it out, making it the main body, allowing the Lord of the Mysteries' spirit to revive within it. Quote, Enough, Alice interrupted him. Don't even think about it. If it were like that, you wouldn't be able to deal with your main body at all. She understood Klein's meaning. If he did that, the fool could, in a sense, become a god revived from ancient times, but the fool would also simultaneously be a new god in the process of advancing. These two states existing at the same time could indeed achieve the effect of fooling history, but, once the ritual ended, what would they do with the resurrected Lord of the Mysteries? She knew Klein definitely had no solution, and even if he did, it probably wouldn't be reliable. After all, the creator of the City of Silver, who had truly become a quasi-pillar and was only one step away from that realm, had failed, even splitting apart because of it. For Alice, Klein doing this was no different from seeking his own death. She decisively rejected Klein's idea, and Klein had no intention of continuing. He sighed, saying regretfully, Alas, if only there were an existence like a historical avatar or a time avatar. Alice, tell me, why isn't my ritual about fooling fate? Quote. Alice felt she should say something. She still had doubts about Klein's ritual for becoming a god, but Klein's performance was truly not fake, and the regret in his tone was genuine, which filled Alice with confusion. Maybe it's true. Alice recalled Klein's long-standing honesty in front of her, coupled with the current special state where she could sense the spirit worm's fluctuations at any time. Alice hesitated, starting to think that the slight anomaly might just be her own over-suspicion. She ultimately gave up on pursuing the lingering doubts. Firstly, Klein's performance was flawless. Secondly, if his ritual really had this requirement, letting him deceive her wasn't entirely out of the question. I'd better not ask. What if it's true, and he actually gives himself away? Alice sighed in her heart, burying the last of her doubts deep down. Completely letting go of the matter, Alice no longer delved into the deeper meaning of Klein's words. She only repeatedly emphasized not to use the method he had just mentioned, and then ignored him. After confirming that Alice was no longer moving, Klein breathed a slight sigh of relief. After pondering for a few seconds, he recalled Alice's words, ascended to Saphira Castle, and contacted Hanged Man Alger. Observe Verdu Abraham's recent actions for any abnormalities. Leaving that sentence, he also departed, disregarding Alger's questions. Nearly 2 months passed like flowing water, and the time came to the end of September. Verdu Abraham still had not left Byam. Hanged Man Alger had reported his actions several times, and Klein observed that he might be trying to find traces of Alice's appearance. This was still within the normal range of reactions, so Klein decided to continue leaving him be, immersing his attention entirely in Utopia, even ignoring Alice's occasional disturbances for this purpose. Utopia had a deeper intersection with the outside world within this month. Some details became even more real with his full immersion. Klein watched his achievements grow richer day by day, feeling the feedback from the spirit world. Finally, at the end of September, a tsunami engulfed Utopia, destroying it. The tsunami was witnessed by travelers who were staying in Utopia at the time, and the news spread to the outside world. This ephemeral, bizarre city thus disappeared. In the remaining church ruins, Klein looked at the prepared potion in front of him, sighed, and then gulped it down. As the attendant of mysteries potion entered his body, Klein immediately felt a sense of expansion. In an instant, he lost all sensation of his physical body and the spirit worms, watching them virtualize and dissipate, merging into the spirit world, which could not be described by normal language or understood by normal logic. They seemed to disintegrate into abstract, complex various pieces of information. At this moment, only Klein's consciousness barely remained, retaining self-awareness. He floated in the spirit world, filled with countless strange figures. After losing sensation of his body and Beander characteristics, he further endured the onslaught of various thoughts, information, knowledge, symbols, and markers, hovering on the verge of completely losing himself and merging with the spirit world. If this continued, Klein would certainly be completely lost. But at this moment, a certain area of the spirit world connected with his consciousness. That place corresponded to a town where people lived ordinary lives. They had their own names, their own stories, and their own destinies, intertwined and interwoven, bringing complete spirit world information, which is to say, concepts in an abstract sense. This town was ultimately destroyed in a terrifying tsunami, buried in the dust of history. Klein's body, which had dissipated like mist and almost merged into the spirit world, under the guidance of fate, combined with the spirit world projections of Utopia's different puppets, regaining substance. But this was not the end, because at this moment, his spirit worms still had their own preferences, their own lives, they were not unified. Each spirit worm was a resident of Utopia. However, their lives soon ended. In the terrifying tsunami, they remembered their true identity, their most fundamental identity, Joe Mingbrui, the Fool, Klein Moretti, Gehrman Sparrow. These people raised their heads, looking up into the infinitely high distance from that illusory city within the spirit world. They saw illusory and intricate spirit body threads, and a symbol composed of partial, eyeless eyes, and partial, twisted lines. With this symbol as the core, Klein's figure was outlined, his eyes tightly closed. One by one, spirit worms, bits of Beander characteristics, and individual self-cognitions flew up from the spirit world area corresponding to Utopia, casting themselves towards Klein's slightly illusory body, allowing it to gradually gain substance. At this point, there was no longer a clear boundary between Klein's spirit body and his flesh and blood body. It was both integrated and dispersed, in a very subtle state. In other words, the spirit body could be equal to the flesh and blood body, and the flesh and blood body could also merge into the spirit body. As long as Klein wished, he could transform between these two states at any time. Of course, he could also separate the flesh and blood body and the spirit body, each with its own peculiarities. This was just a matter of thought. 2 seconds later, the reconstruction was complete. Klein, floating deep within the spirit world, opened his eyes. His pupils were only deep black, without a hint of light. He had already become a Sequence 1 attendant of mysteries. This was still not the end. Although the Saphira Castle anomaly during advancement could be suppressed, the changes were indeed real. Klein's mind sank into Saphira Castle, and with the momentum of this moment of advancement, one star after another lit up in his spiritual perception. Those were, the angels and king of angels of the 3 pathways corresponding to Saphira Castle. Some figures were anticipated, such as Wish Demon Wolf Kotar, and Antigonus, these were all within his expectations. But some figures, that figure sitting on a reef in a golden ocean, gazing at a palace solidified in twilight in the distance, that was Amen. That obscure star, flashing by, appearing and disappearing, its location unknown, that was Zeratul. Zeratul, not entirely dead. Klein brought his consciousness back, gazing at the horizon, and sighed, he's truly hard to kill. Pausing, Klein frowned slightly, as if something felt off. Within a few breaths, he found the reason for his discomfort and shouted in Hermes language. Alice. Mr. Fool, Alice responded faintly, who are you saying is hard to kill? You, Klein replied unceremoniously. Alice hesitated for a moment. You, never mind, how are you doing? Klein didn't answer immediately. He felt it for a moment before replying, I seem to have no need to digest the potion anymore. This was to be expected. World Gehrman Sparrow had always been role-playing the Attendant of Mysteries, and for the past 6 months, he had been deliberately promoting the role-playing of the Attendant of Mysteries. The potion dissolving upon entry was still within Klein's expectations. After confirming his condition, he said thoughtfully, my state seems to be good. After I stabilize for a period, perhaps I can try to accommodate a second sequence 1 Deander characteristic. Or should I accommodate the uniqueness first? Before Alice could respond, he laughed as if he had just remembered. No, I should tell the goddess first. Now, I am ready to retrieve the river of eternal darkness water for her, and ask her to bestow a container. Wait, where are you going? Alice suddenly startled. You're going to the river of eternal darkness. Yes, what's wrong? Klein asked, puzzled. Alice fell silent for a moment, then suddenly spoke in an unprecedentedly serious tone. I need to be born before that. You, never mind, wait a moment, I'll pick the nearest auspicious day first. End of chapter. Chapter 686 Chapter 78 Preparation. Fear seemed to be hidden in her voice. Klein instantly realized something was wrong. He frowned and asked, is there a problem there? No, Alice denied quickly. It's a bit of a problem for you too, but not that exaggerated, really. If you take me there, it might be hell level. Before Klein could ask, she directly spoke of the hidden dangers of the river of eternal darkness. Death leaves its mark in the river of eternal darkness. If you experience enough deaths, then, in a sense, the river of eternal darkness will be a huge problem. Even a true god would be marked. Klein was shocked. Alice retorted without hesitation, firstly, I wasn't a true god when I died. Secondly, that's a Sephira. A Sephira. I understand. Klein reached out and rubbed his ears. Actually, Alice couldn't be sure if her traces would be left in the river of eternal darkness, or rather, if the traces that were once left were still there. Alice couldn't judge such things. Her understanding of the river of eternal darkness only stayed at, this thing is a bit like the river Styx. As for anything further, she wasn't omniscient and omnipotent, they were overestimating her. It was just that, considering the other party's Sephira status, Alice felt fear. She wasn't worried about Klein. She had warned him about potential dangers and assured him that no one had tampered with his fate, at least no one of a lower sequence. Alice believed this level of protection was enough. Moreover, the Planeswalker's reappearance ability was very useful. Although it could be seen as an improvement of the original recording ability, the records were not only Deander abilities but also scenes and characters, though reappearing Alice was essentially calling for help. Oh, the Planeswalker also possessed the teleportation ability, which meant that the creeping hunger was finally declared retired, becoming one of the items in the junk pile. After all, with Klein's sequence advancement, it only had the travel function left to use, and after Klein became a miracle invoker, travel also lost its value. Returning to the issue of the river of eternal darkness, Alice felt that if her death really left a mark in the river of eternal darkness, going there in her current state, whether it would be a help or a hindrance, was truly uncertain. This birth was decided so hastily, but Klein still asked, puzzled. Have you finished molding your face? This was a topic Alice didn't want to mention. She answered dejectedly, no, and to be honest, I always feel like I need to change my name. Oh, even if I don't change my name, I should now be Alice Kingsley Moretti. Ah, Klein was bewildered. Shouldn't I take my parents' surname? Alice retorted. After a moment of silence, Klein asked thoughtfully. Then, if you restart enough times in the future and have many parents, wouldn't you have a long string of names? That's actually not wrong, Alice replied thoughtfully. Then I'll try to find parents whose surnames sound a bit Mary Sue when transliterated, so that Indeed, art comes from reality. Klein's tone sounded very complicated. Don't talk about me, Alice quickly changed the subject. Is there anything different about you after your advancement compared to before? Klein didn't hide it from her. Having already obtained the corresponding mystical knowledge, the first thing he introduced was still his ability. Do you remember, grafting, that I told you about before? I found out it's not called that name. It's actually called reorganization, or also tampering, which is to recombine many tangible things or abstract concepts to achieve incredible effects, like tampering with definitions, logic, directions, or rules. However, I think the name I came up with sounds better and is more apt. I think so too, Alice rarely agreed with him. What about the others? I'm not talking about abilities, I mean, when you were Sequence 2 before, you could exert the strength of a king of angels on Saphira Castle. What about now? No difference, Klein said calmly. With the help of Saphira Castle, I can exert strength close to a true god, and I can use some Sequence 0 authorities, including those of adjacent pathways. Moreover, whether inside Saphira Castle or not, I have such strength. Oh, right. Note 1. He suddenly stopped narrating, revealing a joyful expression, and stretched out his hand. A gold coin appeared in his hand just like that. I have a portable space, he told Alice in a joking tone. Congratulations, you finally have the standard equipment of a transmigrator, Alice praised cooperatively. So, can this portable space be used for farming? Yes, Klein nodded affirmingly, and it can grow ice cream trees. Do you want to see? Lunatic. Alice cursed him. Klein smiled, then spoke of his changes, briefly introducing the abilities of Sequence 1, and then told Alice about the anomalies he observed during his advancement, lamenting several times how difficult Zeratul was to kill. Finally, he asked, you say, should I go find Amon? Amon, who is only Sequence 2? Quote, question mark, quote. Alice felt some confusion about this. If you insist on doing that, don't take me with you. You're afraid even though he's only Sequence 2? Klein asked, puzzled. Aren't you already a god? Alice replied, but he has a father, aren't you afraid? Klein fell into deep thought. The scene was quiet for a while, then Klein called out to Alice again and said to her, oh, Alice, did you already know all sorts of messy things like the high sequence potion formulas and abilities before? Yes, Alice replied, what's wrong? Then Saphira is still not as useful as uniqueness. Klein sighed, there won't be a situation where I can use an ability but don't know how to use it, nor will I need to find potion formulas myself. Alice didn't agree with him, I don't think so. Saphira, you still have to consider it according to the actual situation, after all. She paused, then said thoughtfully. God Almighty, He is the omniscient and omnipotent one, and He controls the chaos sea. He must know something, right? Moreover, fully mastering or, rather, accommodating, is still different from your current state. Although you can use Saphira Castle now, the permissions are clearly opened step by step with your advancement, while the uniqueness of the Wheel of Fortune has always been a part of me. That's true, Klein nodded slightly, indicating agreement. However, you reminded me of something, Alice said with a serious tone. Klein was stunned. He subconsciously recalled his words but couldn't think of anything, so he had to ask, what? Alice sighed, replying helplessly. I forgot to change the knowledge in the potions, maybe also the Beander abilities. In short, when they drink potions now, what they get is, still incomplete abilities and knowledge missing key information. Then go change it, Klein exclaimed loudly. Alice said nothing more. She disappeared, seemingly having gone to modify the abilities and knowledge within the potions. Klein called out twice, and finding no response, he stopped calling. He spent 2 days familiarizing himself with his abilities and stabilizing his post-advancement state. Then, his figure vanished from the spot, reappearing in front of St. Samuel Cathedral, wearing the appearance of Dwayne Dantes. He stepped into the cathedral, recited the honorific name he knew by heart, stated that he had become Sequence 1, declared himself ready to perform the ritual of seeking a boon that evening, and would then proceed to the river of eternal darkness as quickly as possible. Then, Klein brought up Alice again, mentioning her change of color at the mention of the river of eternal darkness, and her strong insistence on being born before then. The Evernight goddess did not seem surprised by this. She gave no feedback, so Klein took this as tacit approval. He stood up and walked out of the cathedral. That evening, Klein entered an empty room in a hotel. He had originally intended to go straight in, but felt a sense of guilt upon entering, so he eventually booked a room at the reception and paid the bill. Holding the room key and opening the door, Klein felt an inexplicable sense of security entering through the main entrance. He closed the door, sealed the room, and then began to set up the ritual for seeking a boon. Soon, the mystical door formed by candlelight opened, and an ancient-style ornament flew out from the boundless darkness, landing on the altar. This ornament seemed to be made of gold, shaped like a slender bird, surrounded by wings made of pale flames. Its bronze-colored eyes flickered with layers of light, as if hiding one illusory door after another. Klein sincerely thanked the Evernight goddess, ended the ritual, picked up the bird-shaped golden ornament, and examined it. This seems to be the image of the legendary phoenix ancestor, Gregory. I remember that this ancient death, besides her own pathway, also seemed to control some of the apprentice pathway's authority. At least that's how it appears from some surviving city-states in the forsaken land of the gods. No wonder most ancient gods found it difficult to control their emotions, hovering on the brink of madness. No, constantly oscillating between madness and sanity. Before the first blasphemy slate appeared, all extraordinary creatures had no concept of sequence pathways, only the instincts of aggregation and reproduction, and blind attempts. I just remembered something. Alice's voice suddenly popped out. You know, cross-pathway advancement actually leads to madness. If you want to do that, you can solve the problem by resurrecting, like Emperor Rosal did back then, but there's actually another way. What? Klein asked, puzzled. Alice said slowly. Beyonders after going mad still have the instinct to reproduce. As long as they keep having children, they will eventually excrete the excess Beyonder characteristics. I actually know that, Klein said indifferently, but there are clearly hidden dangers in doing so. I think if given a choice, no normal person would choose this method. If given a choice, no normal person would jump pathways like that. Alice retorted. Klein did not respond to that. He observed the bird-shaped golden ornament in his hand and said thoughtfully. It seems to have some connection with the river of eternal darkness, so it can carry the water of the river of eternal darkness. The water of the river of eternal darkness is certainly not literally water, but an abstract concept or symbol, like the river of fate. I don't know, Alice replied. I haven't been to the river of eternal darkness. Oh, right, give birth to me first before you go. Have you molded your face? Klein asked in return. Of course, Alice said rather proudly. Just wait, I've molded a face most suitable for being a charlatan. Quote, question mark, quote. Klein's expression became hesitant. Alice, there's something, I don't know if you still remember. What? Alice asked, puzzled. You said before, Klein mused, you wanted to be 2 meters tall, and you wanted your chest to be, do you still remember those two things? I do remember, Alice replied hesitantly, but thinking about it now, it's just like that, after all. She paused, then asked, as if somewhat puzzled, if we both stand, and I'm not as tall as others, then if I make others kneel down, wouldn't I be taller? Quote, question mark, quote. Klein's face was full of confusion. Alice quickly cleared her throat and explained. I'm just kidding. Well, actually, the problem is that even if I molded a 2-meter tall body, I would still have to go through a long period of infancy and adolescence, only reaching that height in adulthood. That's decades of time. Instead of that, I might as well stand on a step. Whatever makes you happy, Klein said coolly. He didn't sound like he wanted to talk to anyone, but Alice didn't care. She then said to Klein, are you going to the river of eternal darkness soon? Remember to give birth to me before that. I really don't want to pick a birth date anymore, you pick one for me. While it's not impossible, but, Klein's tone was hesitant, how am I supposed to give birth to you? I remember before giving birth, isn't there something, water breaking? I saw it on TV. Number need. Alice's voice sounded very speechless. That's a normal situation, Mr. Fool. If you want to make it more thrilling, you can even spit me out of your mouth. After all, your body is made up of a pile of worms. Klein said thoughtfully. Is that how it is? However, I still have one last question. If I go directly to the river of eternal darkness after you're born, what will you do? Shouldn't I hand you over to someone? End of chapter. Chapter 687. Chapter 79. Moretti. Alice was stunned. She hadn't thought about this before. After all, she wasn't a real child. Although there was a nominal infancy stage, she wasn't a child who truly needed care, so she hadn't considered it. Now that Klein brought it up, Alice remembered that she might indeed need a babysitter. Not to mention this trip to the river of eternal darkness, even in the future, Mr. Fool probably couldn't keep her by his side every step of the way. At most, a puppet could take on the babysitting role. But Klein knew she wasn't a real child, and Alice couldn't guarantee that a puppet babysitter would fully commit to the role. Klein was too lazy to act most of the time when he was in front of her. Moreover, even if Klein did act, there was still her own hurdle. She couldn't truly pretend to be a child, she only lived like one. In front of acquaintances, it would be easy to expose herself. Alice quickly made a decision and presented a request to Klein. Someone uninformed, preferably someone uninformed, so I can truly be a child. Hearing this, Klein revealed a bright smile. He said in a calm voice, "In that case, I have a good idea. Alice, before being a divine son for others, why not be a divine son for yourself first?" Mr. World, this is, Justice Audrey looked at Dwayne Dantes, who was holding a baby, her eyes becoming confused. After stabilizing his condition, Klein sought out Audrey again. Since becoming a demigod, he had frequently met with Audrey for private psychological treatment, sometimes at Saphira Castle, sometimes in reality, with no fixed location. After advancing to an angel, this habit naturally continued. However, since Audrey herself had not advanced to an angel, there were many things she couldn't know, and her own spirit was relatively fragile. When her condition was truly bad after advancing to an angel, Klein couldn't seek treatment from Audrey. Of course, he hadn't reached that point yet. This time, when he arranged to meet Audrey, Klein stated that he needed her help with something and would explain in detail when they met. Audrey readily agreed, but she didn't expect that when she had prepared snacks, Mr. World would bring in an infant in swaddling clothes. The child had sparse, soft silver short hair, which was currently obediently plastered to her head. Her eyes were gently closed, and her face was full. The infant's facial features were not yet discernible, only showing delicacy, but the red mole between her eyebrows was somewhat conspicuous, making Audrey's gaze linger for a moment. She didn't dare to look for long, because the sparse silver hair and the fact that she appeared in Mr. World's arms made Audrey associate with the child's identity. She held her breath and looked at Mr. World Dwayne Dantes, who nodded slightly and said, "She is currently the Church of Lights, Saint Son. Saintess. Well, at least for now, she should be a saintess, I've confirmed it, she really chose to be a girl." Quote, question mark, quote. Audrey looked extremely confused. Church of Light. Klein smiled slightly and told Audrey about the Church of Light holy book. Audrey nodded distractedly, only hearing Mr. World speak eloquently. Mr. Fool entrusted her to me, but for some reason, I can't always keep her by my side. I think I need some people to take care of her daily, and preferably people who don't know her identity, mainly people who can truly treat her as a child. I thought about it and proposed this suggestion to her, to add another entry to that unfinished holy book, something about a saint son or saintess, a divine guidance. This way, when she restarts again in the future, if her mother comes from an ordinary family, then so be it. But if it's Mr. Fool, or someone else, in that situation, she can appear with this identity. Moreover, even if her mother is an ordinary person, this reason can be used. Born through a surrogate, although there isn't much of this culture in the current church, in the past, I have indeed seen many similar legends, and it should still be well accepted. After all, I don't think you would believe that she can be a normal child peacefully. It's better to give her a special identity, to let her be more at ease. As for now, I remember you haven't dismissed the servants at Mage Manor. You can temporarily place her there. Just tell them that I sent you a letter, and the messenger, besides the letter, also brought this child, entrusting you to hand her over, saying she is the child of an old friend of mine. Oh, and, he paused, then said in a subtle tone, her name is Alice Moretti now. When he uttered this name, a hidden flicker of anticipation crossed Klein's eyes. Although he hadn't met Benson and Melissa, only inquiring about their current situation online, Klein's longing to meet them had never stopped. Melissa had now truly entered the Beander world. Although her sequence was still low, resurrection from the dead was no longer an empty fantasy. Once the existence of beyonders and deities was known, resurrection became a tangible possibility. When a child of unknown parentage with the surname Moretti appeared, it might bring them a glimmer of hope. Moreover, although Alice wouldn't explicitly leak information, if she had the chance to interact with the Moretti siblings, she would certainly hint at something vaguely. All of this combined might make Melissa consider the possibility of feigned death or resurrection, and deduce through the child that he was doing well outside. That would be enough. This was not the homeland in Klein's memory. There were very few people with the same surname in Lowen. If two people with the same surname were seen, it could basically be confirmed that they were related. Note 1. Therefore, Klein was confident that if Alice had any contact with Benson and Melissa, it would certainly make them curious about Alice's origins, and even lead to certain associations. Klein reached out to hand Alice over. Audrey, still in a state of shock, subconsciously raised her hands to receive her. Klein carefully placed Alice in Audrey's hands and began to instruct Audrey on how to hold a baby. He had been scolded by Alice for 2 hours for his incorrect posture. Audrey learned blankly, remaining in a state of confusion the entire time, until Alice opened her eyes and reminded them. Although I don't actually need to eat, theoretically, at this time, I should indeed have milk. Quote, question mark, quote. Audrey was even more bewildered. She lowered her head, and Alice just happened to turn her head and meet her gaze. The open eyes held a calm and indifferent silver color, clearly not belonging to a child of this age. Miss Fate, she tentatively called out. Call me Alice, Alice reminded her. Audrey opened her mouth but still didn't dare to speak out. She somewhat understood why Mr. World emphasized not knowing her identity. After all, besides Mr. World, probably few people would have the courage to call a true god by name. She didn't know that the name of a true god was even used by Mr. World as a powerful attack spell. While they were chatting, Klein had already retrieved a bottle of milk from Saphira Castle. The bottle and formula were bought, and he had prepared the milk in advance to cool. It's worth mentioning that although the baby bottle also came from Intis, it was not invented by Emperor Rosal. However, Emperor Rosal made revolutionary improvements to the shape of the baby bottle, significantly enhancing its safety. This was something Klein subconsciously asked when buying the baby bottle. Klein handed the baby bottle to Audrey. Audrey subconsciously took it, then handed it to Alice. Alice looked at Audrey silently for 2 seconds, then closed her eyes, opened her mouth, and let out a wail. This completely bewildered Audrey. She stood there, at a loss, casting a helpless gaze at Klein. Klein inexplicably felt a sense of relief. Finally, I'm not the only one suffering. This was a bit immoral. Klein suppressed his smile and said, You should feed her milk. Also, I suggest you hand her over to someone else as soon as possible, otherwise you might have to learn how to change her diapers. She's serious, she even went to learn from other babies. Quote. Audrey's face showed horror. Klein gave an expression of being unable to help, then said, How about you transfer her to Mage Manor first, and then we continue today's treatment. Audrey looked at the child in her arms, then at Klein. After a few seconds of silence, she said tactfully, Mr. World, would you mind coming with me? I really have no experience with children. This chaotic experience ended only when Alice was sent to Mage Manor. With a Sequence 4 manipulator present, no one found it unusual. Audrey, emerging from Mage Manor, finally breathed a sigh of relief. She turned to Dwayne Dantes beside her and said, Mr. World, your condition seems to be all right. You came to me not for psychological treatment, did you? Klein nodded gladly, then shook his head and said, Among angels, it's probably relatively good. However, you're right, I came to you mainly to hand Alice over to you. Psychological treatment was just a side benefit. If not for this matter, I would probably only come to you after returning. What are you going to do? Audrey led him to the carriage. Klein shook his head, then replied, To retrieve something. Audrey realized this meant it couldn't be discussed in detail, so she wisely didn't press further and instead smiled again. It sounds like you've been with Miss Fate for some time. Is it okay for me to call her that? To be honest, I think Alice probably wouldn't like it. Klein shook his head and said, She would prefer you truly treat her as a child, but... After a few seconds of pause, Klein said thoughtfully, You probably can't truly treat her as a child either. After all, when I raised my hand to hit her, she instead said I was blasphemous. Quote, question mark, quote. Audrey gasped. She subconsciously looked back, but only saw the four walls of the carriage. Audrey silently turned her head back and smiled politely. It seems your relationship with Miss Fate is still as good as before. Then, without giving Klein time to speak, she quickly said, Mr. World, from what you're saying, it seems the mental states of angels are not very good. Klein chuckled softly but didn't answer, instead mentioning, speaking of which, I thought of something. When she was still in Mr. Fool's belly, she made Mr. Fool eat ice cream so she could eat it too, but now, facing a newborn infant, my housekeeper Tanya is a responsible lady. She wouldn't give an infant ice cream, and for the sake of authentic acting, she certainly couldn't speak up and ask someone to buy her ice cream. All she could probably do is cry. However, even if she cried incessantly and desperately showed her desire for ice cream, she still probably wouldn't be able to eat it. Hey, after some time, you can bring her some ice cream and exchange it for luck. If Tanya doesn't plan to let her leave the manor, you can also consider persuading Tanya to take her out to play and meet some children her age. I think this could also make her fond of you. However, it's not certain. Maybe she really acts like a newborn child for authenticity and won't eat these things either. Quote, question mark, quote. Audrey was somewhat shocked. This was clearly a plan she hadn't thought of. She once again realized Miss Fate's indulgence towards Mr. World. Just as she was about to sigh, an idea suddenly popped out from many inspirations. Authenticity of acting, Audrey murmured, Mr. World, the surname Moretti is. She paused, recalling Mr. World's unusual expression when he introduced this surname, and her body suddenly stiffened. She looked at Mr. World Dwayne Dantes, but found that he was just smiling, not saying a word. Audrey suddenly stiffened. She then uneasily glanced at the carriage wall behind her. Then, she thought of more content and subconsciously blurted out. Do you still remember Melissa Moretti? Klein could use the same surname to hint at Melissa and Benson, and Audrey, being a Lonus, naturally also had the same cognitive bias. She suspected this surname came from the Fool. Mr. World's expression remained unchanged, but Audrey recalled a conversation that took place before the war. She and Dwayne Dantes happened to be on the battlefield at the same time. At that time, Portland Momont introduced them to a young girl. Her name is Melissa Moretti, and she has a great talent for machinery. She noticed at the time that Dwayne Dantes was clearly pleased by this news. End of this chapter. Chapter 688, Chapter 80, Audrey's struggle. There was too much information that Audrey didn't dare to think deeply about. For example, Mr. Fool was a revived ancient god, and Mr. World had personally admitted that he came from a distant past and had experienced a long slumber. For example, the intimate relationship between Mr. World and Miss Fate. For example, Mr. World and Mr. Fool were on the same pathway, yet he didn't know the potion formula. When such information only appeared in one or two instances, it wasn't of practical use. But whenever there was an opportunity to integrate this information, it would produce unexpected results. The surname Moretti was just such an opportunity. Audrey suspected this surname came from the Fool. After all, children should indeed follow their parents' surname. But, did the Moretti family have an ancient god ancestor? Or was it, the previous psychological suggestion once again came into play, and various overlapping thoughts caused a terrifying deterrence in Audrey's heart, cutting off her train of thought in time. Across from her, Dwayne Dantes's expression was normal. He smiled and nodded, saying, "Of course I remember." His expression showed no abnormality, but he also didn't seem to have any intention of continuing the topic. Audrey regained her composure. She showed a formulaic smile and probed subtly. "As soon as I heard that surname, I thought of this young lady, and, Mr. World, I remember you were very concerned about Melissa and her brother's situation. You inquired about them quite a few times." "Yes," Klein said calmly, "speaking of which, how have they been recently?" He didn't show any signs of guilt, seemingly indifferent to Audrey's suspicions. The carriage was still moving. After 2 seconds of contemplation, Audrey smiled and spoke about Melissa and Benson's recent situation, and then about her interactions with Melissa, without Benson, because she had only heard of Benson's name but never met him. Klein listened quietly. As Audrey spoke, the carriage reached its destination. They got out of the carriage, and Audrey instructed her maid to prepare refreshments, inviting Dwayne Dantes for afternoon tea. Klein picked up a spoon, scooped a spoonful of cake, and savored it. Audrey observed Dwayne Dantes, temporarily setting aside her inner questions, and began to act as a qualified psychiatrist. They discussed some issues regarding the contamination of divinity. During this time, it wasn't just Audrey comforting Klein. In fact, Audrey also expressed her own confusion. As a beloved noble young lady, Audrey had been unaware of the process of acquiring wealth for a long time. She had never witnessed any of this firsthand until the Backland Great Smog began, and scene after scene of tragedy unfolded before her, revealing the true faces of those in power. Only then did Audrey gradually come to understand this world. But her lifelong education had forged her kind character. As her sequence advanced and her horizons broadened, she became increasingly confused in her interactions with her parents, relatives, and other nobles. She found herself gradually becoming powerless, no longer able to be a good daughter or sister. Klein listened quietly to her narration, then sighed softly and replied gently. On this point, I think, Miss Fate and I have both faced the same dilemma as you. Audrey was visibly stunned. Her eyes seemed to hold a question, so Klein averted his gaze and simply uttered a name. Melissa Moretti. Audrey's heart skipped a beat. She opened her mouth in shock and asked, Mr. World, are they your relatives? But, I remember you said before. The confusion in her eyes was unconcealed, as all signs indicated that Mr. World came from an unknown era, a very ancient era. Klein nodded slightly, then said calmly, when she first appeared, Miss Fate was also an ordinary person, she even reasonably consumed a lucky one beyond her characteristic. This story was no secret. As an early member of the Tarot Club, Audrey was aware of it. A hint of realization flashed across her face, but then, the thought that had just subsided resurfaced. This analogy, does it mean Mr. World also had some strength before, but started over from scratch? Mr. World is already an angel. The Utopia incident before seemed to be some ritual of his. Could it be the Sequence 1 advancement ritual? No, how could that be? If that were the case, then Mr. Fool wouldn't. No, wait, hiss. That psychological suggestion once again suppressed the previous speculation. For a moment, Audrey had the thought of removing the psychological suggestion, but unfortunately, this thought was also suppressed. She was already quite experienced in psychological matters and had, of course, anticipated similar situations. A feeling of dread interrupted Audrey's ability to think. The answer was on the tip of her tongue, but fear prevented her from thinking. She froze in place, trembling all over. Klein sighed and changed the subject. The way we ultimately ended that relationship was through death. Of course, this was forced, and I think it's not suitable for you, nor would you like this method. It would make your parents and brother very sad. Perhaps you should adopt a gentler approach. I don't know much about the spectator pathway, but I remember your virtual persona. Is it possible for them to become independent and become real people? Audrey's heart stirred, but she didn't answer immediately. After Herwin Rambus's death, she became, Pride, one of the 7 council members of the Psychology Alchemists. It was also at a Psychology Alchemists meeting that she learned that high-level spectators could separate a segment of their own experience to form an identity. Perhaps I can ask for help at the Psychology Alchemists, but the Psychology Alchemists don't trust me, and it's hard for me to trust them. Audrey frowned slightly. She truthfully described her thoughts to Dwayne Dantes. Upon hearing this, Klein also fell into contemplation. That is indeed a problem, he told Audrey. Perhaps you can wait a little longer, until certain matters are decided, and then ask Miss Fate for help. When the matter of the Forsaken Land of the Gods has a result, perhaps, let Alice go. Let Alice go talk to Adam, she's more shameless. Audrey was slightly startled. She opened her mouth to say something, but Klein shook his head, making Audrey's words catch in her throat. The therapy session finally ended with Audrey full of questions. Klein stood up to leave, preparing to head to the river of eternal darkness. Dwayne Dantes disappeared from Backland one night. At that time, although the servants were panicked, they did not lose their composure, because the housekeeper Tanya stated that their employer had prepaid a year's worth of expenses and salaries. Since they had their salaries and no employer, everyone was free to do as they pleased. Aside from starting to look for other jobs, not much else changed for them. However, as time went on, many of the servants inside and outside the manor left, mostly having found new places. When Klein returned from the forsaken land of the gods, he had come back to check on the situation here. Since he had no need for a permanent residence thereafter, Klein eventually handed over the agency rights to Audrey, along with most of his properties, and instructed Audrey that she could use them for charity. Audrey then cancelled the lease on the house in Backland, leaving only Mage Manor and the servants needed for daily management. As for the other properties, Audrey invested all of them in charity, except for the portion used to cover daily expenses. In Mage Manor was the foothold Audrey decided to leave for Mr. World after much thought. Klein initially thought it was unnecessary, but it unexpectedly came in handy at this moment. The long-absent former employer suddenly appeared, entrusting the child of an old acquaintance to Mage Manor. With a demigod from the spiritual domain participating, there were no abnormalities throughout the process. The housekeeper Tanya took the child and immediately began to make arrangements. The maids in the manor might not have children of their own, but some had taken care of their employers' children. Tanya temporarily arranged for 2 people to look after the child, and then began to recruit new maids with professional experience in childcare. Alice finally didn't have to feed herself with a bottle. Klein told Tanya that she was only 2 or 3 days old. No one knew how this 2 or 3-day-old child had endured a long journey. Everyone unanimously ignored this matter and focused on taking care of the child. Alice lived a life of ease at Mage Manor, where everything was provided for her. If she had any problems, all she had to do was wail, which was very easy. She carefully observed infants from all over the world, not displaying any astonishing abnormalities like being able to crawl, run, jump, or speak at her current age. Instead, she ate and slept and ate, just like any newborn. Normally, angels do not need to excrete. Retaining food residue cost Alice a lot of effort, and she couldn't help but sincerely admire her colleague Will Osepton, who had played a baby for many years. But whenever she thought of him, she would remember his current parents, and a shadow would involuntarily fall over her heart. But at this time, neither Klein nor she were suitable to deal with this matter. The Evernight goddess, however, could intervene. According to the latest news brought by Leonard, the child had been sent to a church school, temporarily separated from Captain and Ms. Daly. Don't ask, just say it's an oracle. Alice breathed a sigh of relief for this, but she also knew that the Evernight goddess probably wouldn't take the next step until she initiated contact. For now, things were as they were. Since Captain wouldn't be threatened for now, Alice was willing to plan for the long term. Will Osepton clearly wasn't destined to die yet. If possible, she wasn't that keen on challenging fate's authority. She could completely wait until fate decided he should die. Moreover, having lost the ability to constantly refresh his state with restart, even Will Osepton would likely have to face the issue of lifespan. And although an angel's lifespan is long, it's only a few thousand years at most, though Will Osepton might even die in the coming apocalypse. Note 1. No, perhaps it should be called Will Smith now. A dark, cold glint flashed in Alice's silver eyes, then she looked up and gave a sweet smile to the maid who came to pick her up. After seeing off Dwayne Dantes, Audrey returned to her seat alone, rang the bell, and did nothing but instruct the maid to come in and tidy up. The psychological suggestion would interrupt her thoughts at critical moments, telling her that a terrifying secret was hidden behind it. But repeated probing would eventually weaken the psychological suggestion. Audrey gradually realized that she might have made a wrong choice at the beginning. She had blocked the floodgates of her curiosity, but the desire to explore had not disappeared. Instead, the floodgates were being worn down day by day. If one day, a weak point in the floodgates was breached, the consequences would be irreversible. Perhaps, she really should remove the psychological suggestion. No, that won't do. Audrey took a deep breath. After a few seconds of composure, she suddenly asked her personal maid, who was already standing behind her. How is Melissa Moretti doing recently? She's attending school and comes to the Charity Foundation in her spare time, the personal maid answered truthfully. At this time, she should be at the Charity Foundation. Audrey said without hesitation, I want to go see her. The personal maid responded and left, and the servants tidying up also gradually departed. Only Susie remained in the room. Susie, who had witnessed the entire process, spoke after everyone had left. Audrey, you seem to have something on your mind. She used a declarative sentence, and Audrey did not hide anything. She nodded, her expression slightly bewildered, and said, "There's something, I know it's far-reaching, and I shouldn't investigate it, but whenever a relevant clue appears, I can't help but think about it a bit more. Once or twice is fine, but many times, these thoughts are constantly suppressed, accumulating in my heart. I'm worried I won't be able to control myself." Susie nodded, and a humanized look of understanding appeared on her dog face. "You're worried that you won't be able to suppress your desire to explore, and will eventually seek answers. But you're also worried that the answer isn't something you should know, or that knowing it might lead to unpredictable consequences." "Yes," Audrey sighed. "Do you know what I should do, Susie?" "I don't know." Susie shook her head steadily. "After all, I'm just a dog." Audrey was slightly startled. This phrase, which usually left her speechless, now gave her a bit of inspiration. She said thoughtfully, "Actually, even if I really discover something, perhaps it doesn't matter. After all, I'm just a demigod. And whether it's Mr. Fool or Miss Fate, or even Mr. World, their levels are all higher than mine. Even if I go to investigate and discover something because of it, the consequences would merely be forgetting. Moreover, this isn't toxic knowledge, otherwise, Mr. World wouldn't just smile and remain silent, but should strictly prevent me from continuing to seek the answer." Silently, something in Audrey's heart seemed to have completely dissolved. End of chapter. Chapter 689. Chapter 81. Do you really want to marry me? After sacrificing the bird-shaped golden ornament containing the river of eternal darkness to the Evernight goddess, Klein was forcibly dragged into a dream. He silently grumbled about the abruptness of it this time, while habitually surveying his surroundings. At the center of the dream was a Gothic palace that seemed to merge with the surrounding darkness. It was exquisitely detailed, somber in color, yet still magnificent. Klein lifted his leg, slowly walking through clusters of night-scented vanilla and deep-sleep flowers, and entered the palace. In the deepest part of the hall, the Evernight goddess sat on an ancient, high-backed chair, still wearing her layered yet uncluttered dark gown. The specks of brilliance on her gown mirrored the glow from the palace's dome, walls, and pillars, creating a quiet and dreamlike cosmos. The Evernight goddess, whose face seemed veiled by layers of thin gauze, held the bird-shaped golden ornament and slowly rose, descending the steps to stand before Klein. Her voice, like a serenade, chimed, "What do you wish to ask?" Klein politely removed his top hat, bowed slightly, and said, "You have always helped me. Is it for the complete river of eternal darkness?" The Evernight goddess nodded gently, then shook her head, saying with a smile, "He should have already told you that, apart from Saphira Castle and Chaos Sea, all other Saphira were sealed in the West Continent by the Lord of the Mysteries. Only a new Lord of the Mysteries can break that seal. Of course, a new God Almighty might also be able to. But if I merely wanted to support a Lord of the Mysteries, then I should have bet on Amen. At least before, Amon's chances of success were much higher than yours. After all, although fate is on your side, but, you know what his predecessor did." Klein wiped away non-existent sweat, nodding in agreement with her words. The Evernight goddess continued, "The era buried in the outer deity is our shared memory, and also the crucial period when our humanity first emerged, germinated, and grew. Even though I have lived a long life, it remains my most beautiful memory. You bear its mark, and so, I am more willing to help you." Klein did not reply. He thought this might be true, but the Evernight goddess not betting on Amen probably had more reasons than just that. Leaving aside Amon's unpredictable actions and Alice, that uncertain factor who could either be a help or a hindrance, from the Evernight goddess's perspective, Amen might have had an advantage, but the returns from investing in Amen would likely be far less than investing in him. However, what the goddess said must also be a very important reason. Klein felt a strange sense of emotion. He thought of the ancient sun god, Emperor Rosal, and Alice. These were the transmigrators he knew of who could be called fellow countrymen. He fell silent, but the Evernight goddess's words did not stop. She then brought up, "When you are ready, you can go to the main peak of the Hornassus mountain range at any time. Of course, how you choose is your freedom. No one will force you, and no one can force you. You can completely choose to stop at a certain stage, not become an outer deity, not let the Lord of the Mysteries awaken within you, and then, when the apocalypse arrives, take the people and things you want to protect, and roam. to other star systems, other planets, to avoid the gaze of the outer deities, and rebuild a civilization. Klein had long considered such issues. After a moment of silence, he said, I don't know if Rosal ever said something like, you can hide for a while, but not forever. He and the Evernight goddess conversed in giant language. That idiom, when translated, was a bit strange. Hiding is only a temporary strategy, not a long-term principle. After a pause, Klein continued. Although the cosmos is vast and boundless, the outer deities are clearly more familiar with it than us, and they are more powerful, directly representing some aspect of the entire universe. It is very difficult to escape their search. Moreover, even if successful, it can only provide stability for a period. The rebuilt civilization would be destroyed in less than 1,000 years. At that time, there would not even be a chance to become an outer deity, and self-salvation would be impossible forever. This was because to successfully escape during an outer deity invasion, one would inevitably have to abandon all Saphira, otherwise they would certainly become the focus of the outer deity's attention. Not to mention roaming the cosmos, whether they could even survive the initial wave of attacks would be an unknown. The Evernight goddess's dream projection said in a gentle voice. Excluding things directly torn from the outer deities, if you only take away the uniqueness and high-sequence meander characteristics of other pathways, the outer deities may not care and will not expend too much effort in searching. You also said, it's only, may not, the outer deities should still have a certain desire for the uniqueness and high-sequence meander characteristics in similar domains, which can help them approach the pillars, Klein calmly replied. We cannot pin our hopes on their moods, they have no mercy. The Evernight goddess nodded and said, in this regard, you are more clear-headed than Rosal. Of course, that's also because he learned about the outer deities and outer deities too late. After a slight pause, she proactively brought up, how is that ring? I haven't let Alice see that ring yet, Klein shook his head. I think, perhaps I should meet Eamon in person first, and then take out that ring, and... Klein paused, then continued, thinking as he spoke. That ring has a prototype. It was made to imitate the rose oath in Amon's hand. I'm not sure if it's still in Amon's hand now, but it was originally given to Eamon by Alice, and I remember. Before giving the ring to Eamon, Alice intended to suggest to Eamon that he use this ring to propose to me, to disgust both of us at the same time. Actually, if the real ring just happens to be in Amon's hand, and Eamon is willing to give it to me, you're probably going to be disappointed, the Evernight goddess shook her head. The last time I made a simple cover for you, I searched for the real rose oath. Those rings have already been crushed by Eamon. Upon hearing this, Klein shook his head with a complex expression, sighing, it seems her plan to disgust Eamon succeeded. Even without seeing it firsthand, Klein could imagine how Eamon angrily destroyed those 2 rings. He couldn't help but feel a cold sweat for Alice, even though Eamon was no longer a threat. Who knew if Alice would offend the next Eamon? Would she still have her current good fortune then? The Evernight goddess saw this but said nothing. She only asked, are you going to meet Eamon next? Yes, Klein nodded. I saw Amon's location when I advanced to sequence 1. The Evernight goddess was not too surprised. She spoke in her gentle voice. When you return, pray to me. Klein immediately broke into a smile. Although this was an already confirmed agreement, he still bowed sincerely and praised. Praise be to you, goddess. The Evernight goddess's projection did not respond, only looked at him silently for a few seconds. Then, she spoke in a tone that was neither praise nor criticism. You've maintained your humanity well. Klein's movements froze. He suddenly wasn't sure what to say. Fortunately, the Evernight goddess didn't let him be troubled for too long, quickly continuing. Go quickly, prepare as soon as possible, and then go to see Antigonus. Klein nodded slightly, looked up to make his final farewell, but his gaze suddenly stopped on the face of the dream projection. This dream projection was actually different from what he had seen last time. It was no longer a blurry human form, but relatively concrete, only with a thin veil over its face, just like the gray-white fog of Saphira Castle. His prolonged gaze caught the Evernight goddess's attention. The dream projection spoke. What's wrong? No, nothing. Klein turned his head, shaking it, but his mind was still replaying his recent thought. If Alice were standing here, would she ask the goddess if the veil on her face could be removed? But he wasn't Alice, so this question was destined not to be asked aloud, nor could he even express his recent thoughts. He merely quickly bowed and said, "Then I won't disturb you any longer." The Evernight goddess seemed to have some questions about his previous reaction. Her gaze swept over him, but in the end, she said nothing, only giving a faint nod. Then, the dream naturally dissipated. Seeing the familiar altar again, Klein inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief. He tidied the altar, and after a moment's thought, pulled out Dwayne Dante's study from the historical projection and began to write a letter to Mr. Ojik. After advancing to Attendant of Mysteries, Klein had not yet written to Mr. Ojik. The last time he wrote was before preparing for the advancement ritual, which was more than half a year ago. After finishing the letter, Klein thought it over again and decided that all other matters should be scheduled after meeting Eamon. So he set off without hesitation. When he advanced to Sequence 1, he had already seen Amon's location through Saphira Castle, which was in the ocean of that ruined battlefield. Klein wasn't sure why Eamon was there, but at his current level, he held an absolute advantage over Eamon. He didn't fear Eamon, only held a sense of reverence for Amon's father. However, with Amon's father currently unable to attend to him, Klein even lost that bit of reverence, mainly because he wasn't going to kill him. When he stepped into that golden ocean and saw the Angel of Time sitting on a piece of ruin, Klein's first words, blurted out, were filled with unintentional provocation. "Why are you still wearing a monocle?" Eamon raised a hand to adjust his monocle, looking up with a half-smile. "No wonder you two get along so well." His gaze swept over Klein from top to bottom. Klein inexplicably felt a strange sensation of being seen through. He squirmed uncomfortably, and before he could speak, he heard Amon's leisurely voice. "Why didn't you come to see me in your original appearance? I remember in the paintings she showed me, your figure wasn't like this, was it?" "Oh, did she show you those paintings?" This time, it was Klein who was provoked. Klein, who had no urgent matters, looked at Eamon and pondered for a moment, finally deciding to retort and vent his anger. He couldn't out-argue Alice, but perhaps he could out-argue Eamon. If he really couldn't, he could always resort to action. Well, actually, he felt it was necessary to spend some time with Eamon to accumulate time, so that when Alice saw the ring and remembered to investigate, it would appear more credible. Regarding the ring, he planned to disguise it as the Rose Oath, but for the experience of being with Eamon, Klein planned to ask the goddess to completely hide it. Then, he would tell Alice, "I don't know how to tell you, so I asked the goddess to help conceal my time with Eamon." This way, by simply adjusting the wording and sentence structure, it could become a truth. With this thought, Klein smiled, pulled out a reception room from the historical projection, brewed himself a cup of tea, and after taking a sip, laughed frankly. "No, I didn't get to see the pictures, only heard the stories. I remember, in the stories she showed me, you eventually married me and gave birth to 108 children for me." Eamon looked at Klein, his smile frozen, his eyes dark, saying nothing. Klein felt no discomfort at all. He slowly drank the tea in his hand, seemingly having no intention of speaking first. Eamon watched Klein for a while, then suddenly reached out and asked, "Is there any more tea?" Klein brewed him a cup as well. Eamon picked up the teacup, took a sip, and then commented, "Too sweet." Then, he put down the teacup, his smile gone, and said in a flat voice, "If you're here for the Worm of Time's Beander characteristic and the error uniqueness, they're not with me." "No, I'm not here for that." Klein shook his head. "I'm here too, never mind." "Where are they?" Eamon said nothing, staring at him for 2 seconds, then suddenly flashed an extremely malicious smile and loudly declared, "I won't tell you." Klein also smiled. He put down his teacup, shook his head, and said, "Although I didn't come to see you for this, I certainly didn't expect to have an unexpected gain. So they're still in the forsaken land of the gods." Amon's smile froze once again. In that instant, Klein had stolen the fleeting answer from Amon's mind, and his memory of the theft. A Sequence 2 angel had almost no resistance against a king of angels of the same pathway. Eamon clearly realized this. His gaze fell on Klein, and after lingering for a few seconds, he suddenly spoke. "That's strange. You shouldn't have a reason to lie to me. If not for the error uniqueness and the Worm of Time's Beander characteristic, what did you come for?" "Let me think. Could it be for the ritual of becoming a god?" "Oh, I almost forgot, you have a true wheel of fortune. You can fool fate. Ha, do you really want to marry me? End of chapter. Chapter 690 Chapter 82 Father. This was a very natural outcome. Klein was startled, but not too surprised. As he said, he came to Eamon not for the 3 Beander characteristics and the uniqueness. Eamon couldn't be fooled by this, and even if he said he was, it would be useless, because anyone with eyes could see that what he should be doing right now was dealing with Antigonus, and then performing the ritual to become the true fool. Only after that should he consider the uniqueness and sequence 1 Beander characteristics of adjacent pathways. Eamon would immediately suspect the truth of his words upon careful thought, not to mention that Eamon knew enough information. He knew the Fool's Ascension ritual, knew that Alice had already become the Wheel of Fortune, and also knew about the so-called love story. For Eamon, it wasn't difficult to guess that he intended to fool fate in this manner. Moreover, even if Eamon guessed it, it wouldn't matter. This angel of time had deceived almost everyone with his appearance of wanton behavior, but after seeing the truly wanton Alice, Klein realized that Eamon was still too cautious. For example, he had never seen Eamon steal from the Storm Church's donation box, touch the Evernight goddess's fur, or impersonate an angel under a true god to his face. A blasphemer might commit blasphemy, but he never lacked reverence for deities, while Alice, Klein shook his head, feeling only ill omens. He refocused his attention on Eamon. Klein knew that even if Eamon guessed all of this, the only thing he could do was tell Alice and disrupt his ritual, but he could choose not to become a god yet and deal with Eamon. Could Eamon choose not to be alive anymore? So Klein smiled at Eamon indifferently. If we really got married, it probably wouldn't count as fooling her. Oh, Eamon showed a knowing expression. You want her to think we got married? Actually, no, I just want her to think you proposed to me, and I accepted. Klein glanced at Eamon but didn't offer a more detailed explanation, only nodding. Eamon took a breath, but only for a moment. He quickly revealed that clearly ill-intentioned smile, looking at Klein and asking, Mr. Fool, you don't mind me calling you that, do you? It's useless even if you do mind anyway. Does your plan require me, the party involved, to cooperate? I'd be happy to help, Mr. Fool. The lightness and ill intent in his tone were completely undisguised. Klein's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but say, This embodiment of mischief, I'm very curious, who is the target of your current prank, me or her? Why can't it be both of you? Eamon retorted lightly. Klein smiled without speaking. After exchanging gazes for a few seconds, Eamon was the first to concede. All right. If it's her, can I truly become your angel of time, Mr. Fool? The expression on Klein's face froze for a moment. He ultimately didn't let the City of Silver modify the contents of their holy book. After all, Eamon was no longer a threat. Comparatively, letting the City of Silver know the truth was more serious for Klein. Therefore, when Eamon asked this question, Klein, feeling guilty, thought he was being mocked. After a brief pause, combining Amon's earlier suggestion, Klein considered another possibility and raised an eyebrow, asking, You should know, you are not like Zeratul. Even for your father's sake, I would not annihilate you. Although my father and I are not friends, I also don't want to become his enemy. So, you don't need to curry favor with me. Klein's gaze fell on Eamon. Eamon raised an eyebrow and said nonchalantly, What do the affairs of you mortals have to do with me? Mortals? Klein looked at Eamon, who appeared as a youth, and fell into contemplation. In the silent atmosphere, an invitation quietly entered the island of his mind. Klein frowned, looking at Eamon, who smiled and said, Since you've come as a guest, why not speak with the host here? I hear it's quite rude not to. Klein didn't respond. He suddenly realized that Adam and the true creator, hidden behind the barrier, although their situation was unknown, seemed to be able to communicate with the outside world. This realization made Klein instantly understand why Eamon wanted to stay here. Eamon, having lost his uniqueness, was clearly seeking his father's protection. It's just that he doesn't know what extent of trouble he is willing to get into for Eamon. Klein silently glanced at Eamon, then accepted the invitation. Vanessa, whose child did you say Miss Alice is? A maid asked another maid beside her as she opened the nursery door. Her name was Anna, not very old. She had experience caring for her younger brother, so Tanya had chosen her. The other maid, whom she called Vanessa, was also chosen. She was a few years older than Anna and had looked after her brother's newborn niece, so she also had some experience. Hearing Anna's question, Vanessa shook her head, seemingly unwilling to discuss it further, and simply said, "Didn't I tell you? This is Mr. Dantes' friend's daughter. But don't you think it's strange?" Anna approached the crib to check on the baby. "Mr. Dantes has been away for so long, how did he suddenly return? Not only was there no warning, but he also brought a child back." "This is not our concern." Vanessa's voice was devoid of emotion. She also approached the crib. "Moreover, the demand for servants in the manor isn't that high. If your discussions are heard by the two butlers, I don't know what will happen." "What's there to be afraid of?" Anna said carelessly. "As long as you don't tell anyone outside, no one will know. I'm still very curious about Mr. Dantes' friend. I remember Mr. Dantes once had a friend whose daughter lived in Backland. I heard that friend was even the superior of the Knight Church's archbishop." Vanessa didn't respond. She reached out and touched the baby girl in the crib, and after confirming she wasn't awake, she started checking her diaper. This was Alice's term. It was actually still quite different from the diapers of the past, for example, lacking a waterproof layer and other parts. The material was also different from previous diapers. Current diapers were sewn from cloth, and for a wealthy merchant like Dwayne Dantes, the fabric used was naturally more precious. In fact, Don Dantes' assets were currently managed by Audrey, and allocations were naturally made by Audrey. Tanya had asked the master's opinion when choosing, and Audrey unhesitatingly took Tanya's question to Miss Fate. Her own diapers, of course, she had to choose herself. Besides the outer cloth, the inner filling material also differed, as not everyone could afford cotton wadding. However, Alice was sure that the core of the diapers in her memory could never have been cotton, at least not ordinary cotton, though she didn't know the specific material either. When Audrey discussed what kind of diapers she should use with Alice, Alice looked at Audrey's expression with pity and sincerely asked, "Since Emperor Rosal improved the feeding bottle, why didn't he improve diapers?" "I don't know," Audrey answered sincerely. This disappointing conversation quickly ended. The next time Alice saw Audrey was now. She sat in front of the crib and asked curiously, "Miss Fate, I've always been curious, did you and Emperor Rosal know each other?" Alice said, "Ah," and denied it without hesitation. "No, I don't know him." "But you seem to, have a lot of confidence in him." Audrey carefully phrased her question. "I know some people attribute famous quotes and inventions of unknown origin to Emperor Rosal, but they wouldn't see an object or a phrase and immediately ask, is this from Emperor Rosal?" After a few seconds of pause, she summarized her statement, "You seem to have exceptional trust in Emperor Rosal's wisdom." "Because," Alice's tone lifted, and Audrey simultaneously showed an expectant look. Alice looked at her, then revealed a mischievous smile. "I'm not telling you." She tilted her head, which accounted for 1/3 of her body, and laughed. Audrey was dumbfounded. She opened her mouth but said nothing. Alice laughed again. "I thought you would ask my surname first. I heard your conversation with Mr. World, and I thought you had figured something out." Audrey paused. She indeed had a desire to investigate this. Even to this day, she was still the same girl full of curiosity about mysticism, only relatively speaking, she had learned to control her thirst for knowledge and curiosity, not to ask about things she shouldn't know. Alice couldn't help but chuckle. She licked the ice cream that Audrey mechanically fed her. She had told Audrey that she wouldn't see anyone without ice cream. After licking the ice cream, Alice leisurely smiled. "Do you suspect Moretti is Mr. Fool's surname?" Audrey nervously clenched her hands. Alice sat up from the crib, something an underaged infant could never do, but this was normal. After all, she could already speak. Audrey showed no abnormality. She watched Alice take the ice cream from her hand and eat it herself, then asked curiously, "Miss Fate, I remember that underaged infants should only drink milk, but you seem to." Alice let out an and asked, puzzled, "Have you asked Mr. World a similar question?" "I have," Audrey nodded. "Mr. World told me that for angels, eating isn't necessary, only for maintaining humanity, but you eating so much, it probably doesn't help maintain humanity, does it?" Audrey's face was full of unspoken words, while Alice ate ice cream and replied, "HMPH, your Mr. World drinks sweet iced tea like crazy every day, so, you really don't want to ask me whose surname Moretti is?" Audrey, who had learned about Mr. World's hobby, fell into an eerie silence. She hesitated. Then, the surname Moretti comes from. Compared to that, I'm more curious about one question. Alice's eyes rolled mischievously. I think in the second and even third epochs, there was probably no distinction between surname and given name. Amen might be an exception. After all, there are too many Amens. For others, it's like the existence of the Medici family. I think their names were both given names and later surnames. She paused, giving Audrey time to process, then Alice continued. But I have both a surname and a given name. If I restart enough times, I'll have a long string of surnames. Will shouting each of them make me aware? Quote, question mark, quote. Audrey blinked blankly, full of doubt. If you become aware, what will happen? I don't know, Alice answered as if it were obvious. Perhaps, it depends on my mood. Audrey fell silent. She thought for a moment and offered her guess. I think, perhaps only those you truly acknowledge count. The names you truly acknowledge and have genuinely used. That's too bad, Alice sighed in distress. I sincerely acknowledge every one of my names. This, Audrey didn't know what to say either. She also fell into contemplation. This sounds very troublesome. After all, it's impossible to stop. No, wait, she seems to really be able to stop others from having the same name and surname as her. A hint of fear suddenly flashed in Audrey's eyes. She finally couldn't resist and chose to ask. Miss Fate, do you know that brother and sister from the Moretti family? I know, Alice replied naturally. Mr. World and I even sent them flowers together. Were they Mr. World's former family? Audrey then asked. Evidently, Alice answered easily. It should still be quite obvious, shouldn't it? At least to you, he did inquire about them so many times. Audrey nodded, agreeing with this. At the same time, Alice's completely normal attitude also made Audrey realize that Miss Fate most likely had no intention of letting the Moretti family die out, at least not now. This somewhat relieved her, and then she carefully asked. You know, children among mortals generally take their parents' surname. In Loan, it's mostly the father's surname. Why would you inherit Mr. World's original surname? Alice looked at Audrey, and after several minutes of silence, suddenly tilted her head back and answered with a smile. Don't you already have the answer? What answer? Audrey was momentarily confused, a guess about to surface. Before that thought could appear, Alice said. You also said that children in Loan generally take their father's surname. Mr. Fool is my mother, so, have you never wondered who my father is? End of chapter. Chapter 691 Chapter 83 The Witch's Deification Ceremony. Honestly, the moment Audrey heard that question, she was completely stunned. Before the question, several versions of guesses popped into her mind, such as, the world, actually being one of Mr. Fool's identities, just like, the world's many identities, or Mr. The World, was originally a real person who, for some reason, willingly or unwillingly became Mr. Fool's vessel for divine descent, but no matter what, none of these guesses included Mr. The World and Mr. Fool have a child. This, Audrey was dumbfounded. She couldn't say a word, her face completely filled with uncontrolled horror. Seeing this, Alice revealed a mischievous smile. She covered her mouth, first trembling slightly, then a little by little, laughter spilled out until she couldn't control it, and she burst out laughing. The clear laughter startled Audrey. She realized she had been pranked. Looking at Miss Fate, who was laughing heartily, she wanted to say something, but in the end, she only let out a powerless soft call. Miss Fate. Alice responded with a beaming smile, all right, if you really want to ask. She paused, then rolled her eyes and asked, do you think Sorcerer and Ancient Sun God can be considered one person? Audrey was taken aback. She subconsciously recalled that myth and whispered. I remember, Dark Angel, Sorcerer seemed to be a rib of the Ancient Sun God. After a slight pause, Audrey hesitantly said, from my perspective, this might be more like a child. Alice took a breath and sincerely said, I will definitely relay this matter truthfully to Mr. Fool and that one. Quote, question mark, quote. Audrey froze in place. Alice stopped teasing her. After eating the last bite of ice cream, she put down her spoon and said contentedly. The left hand of God, the vice monarch of heaven, a rib of the ancient sun god, he is a part of the ancient sun god. I am still not entirely sure how he was born, perhaps related to the spectator pathway. He might have used the power of the spectator pathway to split off another self. After all, I haven't seen the other 4 pathways exhibit similar behavior. However, speaking of which, he had a left hand, so where is his right hand? The topic changed so quickly that Audrey was stunned. She stood there, hesitantly uttering a syllable. Ah, aren't you curious? Alice blinked. Her voice suddenly stopped, and the smile on her face completely vanished. Audrey inexplicably felt the room grow cold. Before she could react, she heard Miss Fate's voice, now devoid of amusement. Tisk, I can probably go ask him this question myself. If someone comes in, help me stop them. Never mind, probably no one will come in. When Klein accepted the invitations of other true gods, he would temporarily disappear from Alice's gaze. At least when Evernight Goddess invited him, he would disappear. Alice didn't care much about this brief disappearance. After all, Evernight Goddess could never harm Klein, at most giving him some tasks, some more troublesome tasks. But Adam and the true creator, despite Alice cheerfully calling them Lord, in the forsaken land of the gods, they were not yet within the trustworthy range. Moreover, they, unlike Evernight Goddess and others, did not need a Lord of the Mysteries to help them open the seal of the West Continent. They might be able to open it themselves, and Alice really wanted to know where the right hand of God went. This is a church. Every pillar, every arch, every dome in this place was inlaid with the skulls of different races. Most of them were pale, densely packed together, staring at outsiders with hollow eyes. On the walls, windows, and main door of the church, transparent, distorted, and pained faces protruded, completely separating the interior from the outside world. And at the very front of the church, a 100-meter-tall cross stood. In front of the cross, rows of black, high-backed chairs were placed. A figure stood beneath the cross. He wore a simple white robe, his beard was light gold, and a silver cross pendant hung from his chest. He had no expression on his face, his eyes were deep black, and when his gaze fell on Klein, it brought a chilling aura. Before Klein could feel fear, he felt a tug on his pant leg. He subconsciously lowered his head. Alice was standing on the ground, pulling at him. Klein suddenly felt his entire body relax. He bent down, picked up Alice, and asked in a low voice. Why are you here? Compared to that, I'm more curious, did you come willingly? Alice turned her head to look at the figure beneath the cross. He asked for my opinion, Klein replied. Alice, tisk ed, and said nothing. Obviously, in a situation of unequal strength, asking was meaningless. However, this at least seemed polite. Alice mumbled a few words that Klein didn't catch, only feeling a lightness in his hand. Immediately, Klein saw a figure in a black hooded robe, as tall as him, standing beside him. The figure turned its head, its features indistinct, only a pair of blood-red eyes particularly striking. Cool, right? Alice lifted her chin. I found out I can change my appearance here. Quote, question mark, quote. Klein subconsciously looked at the figure standing by the cross, observing his reaction. This being, whose situation was unknown, was shifting his gaze from Alice. He shook his head, then smiled and greeted Klein. Long time no see, mysteries. Long time no see. Klein responded hesitantly, you. He really wanted to ask about their fusion progress, but he didn't know if he should say it. In comparison, Alice was much more direct. What should I call you? I thought you would continue to call me Grisha. That gaze fell back on her. If you wish, you can also call me Adam. You know that's not what I'm asking, Alice replied. We still need a little time. Grisha Adam's voice was gentle but without much emotion, not for fusion, but. His gaze fell on Alice, and he said calmly. You've caused me a big problem. The Lord of the Mysteries, resurrected amidst the uniqueness of error and the Beander characteristic of Worm of Time, needs to be suppressed by the Chaos Sea. However, you seem to have also provided me with some help. Compared to me, God Almighty and the Lord of the Mysteries are clearly more concerned with each other. Alice silently lowered her head. Grisha Adam did not care about her reaction, only turning to Klein and saying calmly. The uniqueness of error and the Beander characteristic of Worm of Time cannot be given to you for now. For the door pathway, perhaps you can talk to Evernight. Storm also participated in this, but you all. His gaze fell on Alice, and his voice was calm. Eamon told me he didn't steal the Storm Church's donation box. Alice covered her mouth and coughed violently. Klein pressed his right hand with his left, suppressing the urge to cover his face, and asked curiously. Your condition seems quite good. This was a unique feeling. The Grisha Adam before him was not as emotional as the true creator had been, yet he was not as unperturbed as Adam. He seemed to have some emotions, and his aura was neither mad nor fallen. Grisha Adam nodded calmly. Seeing the topic shift, Alice also stopped coughing. She interjected, "You have a much better temper than the true creator." "I am he," Grisha Adam said calmly, "and, if you prefer." "No, I don't like it at all," Alice interrupted him quickly. "Did you call Klein over because you have something to discuss?" The conversation finally got on track. Grisha Adam nodded slightly and turned to Klein, saying, "We have many similarities, and we are old friends who have met before. Therefore, I don't mind offering you a little help." "What about me?" Alice interjected. "I don't think you'll need it." Grisha Adam didn't look at her. "I think you should have heard that the second blasphemy slate has something extra compared to the first blasphemy slate." As he spoke, he moved aside, revealing an object beneath the cross. It was a dusty slate, its surface marked with many traces of time, appearing quite ancient. This was very similar to the first blasphemy slate, but it lacked that exceptionally ancient feeling. It also bore those characters, seemingly the origin of all languages, writing down one sequence name after another, one potion formula after another. "The second blasphemy slate?" Klein asked, slightly surprised. His gaze quickly swept across the slate, not bothering to decipher the initial parts of the text, directly looking at the last few lines. His intuition told him that there was very important information there. But before he could begin to decipher, Alice raised her hand and asked, "Do you have paper and a pen here? I want to copy it down." Her gaze slid to Klein, meeting the astonished Klein's eyes. Before she could speak, Grisha Adam smiled and said, "I haven't set a time limit. I think it won't be difficult for you to write down all the formulas." Klein silently withdrew his gaze and looked down at the bottom. Alice pouted, then actually started reading from top to bottom, line by line, word by word. Sequence 9, Seer, Sequence 8, Clown, Sequence 7, Magician. Sequence 9, Apprentice, Sequence 8, Sequence 7. Sequence 9, Marauder. Chaos C plus Visionary Uniqueness plus Sun Uniqueness plus Tyrant Uniqueness plus White Tower Uniqueness plus Hanged Man Uniqueness plus 1 portion of Author Beander Characteristic plus 1 portion of Pure White Angel Beander Characteristic plus 1 portion of Thunder God Beander Characteristic plus 1 portion of Omniscient Eye Beander Characteristic plus 1 portion of Dark Angel Beander Characteristic. Lord of the Mysteries, King of Space-Time, Beacon of Fate, Avatar of Saphira Castle, Ruler of the Spirit World. Saphira Castle plus Fool Uniqueness plus Error Uniqueness plus Door Uniqueness plus 1 portion of Attendant of Mysteries Beander Characteristic plus 1 portion of Worm of Time Beander Characteristic plus 1 portion of Key of Stars Beander Characteristic. Key of Light, Endless Chaos, Avatar of Fate. Key of Light plus Wheel of Fortune Uniqueness plus 1 portion of Giant Serpent Beander Characteristic. Alice's deciphering speed was faster. Although Klein had finished analyzing all 9 outer deities corresponding to the Saphira ahead of her, realizing that no one was stopping him, he also started reading from top to bottom like Alice. Therefore, Alice finished reading all the content first. She thoughtfully asked Grisha Adam, "You said I wouldn't need it because I don't need to consider the issue of first accommodating the Saphira or first accommodating adjacent pathways." Grisha Adam nodded and replied, "Yes, I'm not sure if you know that history. When I gradually accommodated the uniqueness and sequence 1 Beander characteristics of adjacent pathways, I realized the primordial one was awakening within me." Alice pursed her lips, then shook her head and said, "I'm not very clear about the details, but to the extent you're describing, I've already thought of it and told him. Never mind, it's not important. She paused, her gaze returning to the second blasphemy slate, her tone becoming hesitant. May I ask you a question?" After arriving here, it was the first time she used a respectful address for Grisha Adam. This was because of the question she was about to ask. It concerned the god ascension ritual of the Demoness pathway. Sequence 0. Demoness Primordial Demoness, Chaos Demoness. Source of disaster, symbol of apocalypse, demoness who controls chaos, master of the mirror world, corresponding to the feminine aspect of the original creator. Potion formula. Materials. Demoness uniqueness, 3 portions of demoness of apocalypse Beander characteristics, ritual. Go deep underground, find the chaos sea, endure a certain level of pollution from the chaos sea while maintaining self, without falling or mutating. Note 1. Alice clearly remembered that the ancient sun god had climbed out of the chaos sea back then. In other words, in a sense, he had already completed the god ascension ritual of the demoness pathway. After carefully casting a sidelong glance at the golden-haired priest, Alice subconsciously sketched a softer face in her mind. She might also be wearing a white robe and a cross. This doesn't seem very demoness-like. Never mind, I'll ignore it. She should have long hair, golden long hair. If she's a demoness, she should be young, beautiful, and have a good figure. A robe wouldn't show off her figure, would it? But, what do you want to ask? Grisha Adams' calm voice sounded, interrupting Alice's half-formed thoughts. End of this chapter. Chapter 692 Chapter 84 Questions and Answers. Alice shivered. She suddenly realized where she was standing. In front of her was a true god of the visionary pathway. In this pathway, the mind-reading hall replayed in Alice's memory, and she looked around in horror, only to relax when she saw that the church walls did not reveal a white-robed lady with long blonde hair and a well-proportioned figure. No, that's not right. Just because it wasn't shown in the church doesn't mean he couldn't see it. No, he even heard what I was just thinking. Alice looked at Grisha Adam with a terrified expression. She didn't doubt whether he might not have heard, because she didn't have the habit of hiding her thoughts. Although she couldn't discern the blonde priest's emotions, Alice forced an ingratiating smile and cautiously said, I didn't mean to offend you like that. Klein's puzzled gaze fell on Alice. He clearly hadn't figured out what had made the fearless Alice so terrified. Grisha Adam did not reply, only looking at her quietly, and asked with a slight smile. Why are you afraid? Because I'm afraid you'll hit me, Alice replied in her heart, while observing his expression. Evidently, not many high-level existences like to show their emotions on their faces. He looked at Alice quietly, shook his head calmly, and pointed out incisively. You are not as afraid as you appear. Alice paused. She didn't refute, because it was true, and making such a defense in front of a visionary was completely futile. She put away her exaggerated acting, stood still, and asked with undisguised curiosity. Then can I still ask the questions I want to ask? Grisha Adams' expression remained calm. He simply nodded. Alice took this as tacit approval and cautiously asked. I noticed the god ascension ritual of the demoness pathway, although I don't understand what this ritual has to do with a demoness, but, you should have completed this ritual already, right? Klein was stunned upon hearing this. He had already finished interpreting the remaining content during Alice's and Grisha Adams' conversation and was now listening to them chat. But the content of this chat, Alice, you really dare to think. He took a breath, glared at Alice, and Alice's astonishing remark from back then popped into his mind. She wouldn't be thinking of saying, the taste of a demoness is really good, to this one, would she? Grisha Adams' expression remained unchanged. He had clearly anticipated this question, only glancing at Klein faintly before speaking to Alice. I think, perhaps I could be considered your elder. Alice nodded hesitantly, so Grisha Adam continued. Even if I became a demoness, you shouldn't go so far as to say, the taste of a primordial demoness is really good, to me, should you? Alice's eyes widened in horror, and she took 2 steps back, covering her mouth and shaking her head frantically. Klein silently withdrew his gaze. He realized that in front of a visionary, some inner thoughts were impolite. Before he could continue thinking, Alice suddenly turned her head sharply to look at Klein, lowering her hand and saying, No, I didn't think that at all. I just, you were the one who wanted to say that to him, right? Having completely erased the blonde beauty from her mind, Alice regained her confidence. She glared at Klein, who vehemently denied. I never thought that. Alice wanted to speak again, but Klein turned and said, I also have a question for you. Alice silently closed her mouth. Grisha Adam nodded quietly, and Klein asked curiously. Has Adam ever existed? This was something Klein was curious about, or rather, he wanted to know when Adam had transformed from a son of God to God himself. The blonde priest said calmly. One could say yes, and one could say no. The visionary has a very special aspect. A normal sequence 0 is composed of a uniqueness plus 3 sequence 1 Beander characteristics. Missing any one of them, they cannot be called a true god, only a king of angels. However, a visionary can, after becoming a sequence 0, separate 2 sequence 1 Beander characteristics and replace them with corresponding characteristics, envisioned, by them. The things, envisioned, were real enough to function perfectly within the framework of a uniqueness plus 1 sequence 1 Beander characteristic, preventing the visionary's status from dropping and power from decreasing. The 2 separated real sequence 1 Beander characteristics can be combined with one's own identity, or within, envisioned, being, allowing them to become an author, acting freely, and, when necessary, transforming into the main body through certain means or mediums. As for an all-knowing and all-powerful one, they can create a uniqueness that exists between reality and illusion to maintain their state, as long as it does not exceed the necessary limits. However, the earliest me had no memories until I fell, and truth was born. The string of pronouns made Alice dizzy. Although she could barely understand the meaning, she still couldn't help but ask. Are you Adam or Grisha? Grisha Adam did not answer the question, he instead asked. Are you the key of light, or that girl of unknown origin? I am neither, Alice said without hesitation. I am Alice Moretti now. Grisha Adam's gaze withdrew from her, and he nodded as if he had understood something, saying with a smile. So that's how it is. What? Alice asked back, confused. Grisha Adam smiled slightly and explained. I've conducted several experiments. Even becoming a true god, an outer deity is not that simple, and I've always wondered what allows you to exist in your current form. From the performance of successive snakes of fate, the key of light has always been trying to choose a successor for itself, to replace the other party after their success and exist, but you are very unique. You are covered with traces left by the key of light, but he failed to awaken within you. Could it be that you only rely on good luck? Is there a problem? Alice's tone was hesitant. Grisha Adam shook his head and said, I don't deny the wonder of fate, but comparatively, I'd rather believe that you possess certain qualities that others do not. Alright, let's return to the previous question. You seem very curious about how I managed to hide from others. In fact, besides the two of me being aware of each other's existence, perhaps only Evernight would have some degree of suspicion. I disguised myself as a fanatic who wanted his father to awaken within him. For a king of angels of the visionary pathway, this was not difficult. I heard Eamon call you that. Alice subconsciously glanced behind her. I didn't ask him why back then. Oh, so it was because of this. Yes. Grisha Adam nodded. But I still want to know the previous question, Alice said again. Even if you are already integrated, there should still be a primary and secondary distinction, right? Did you, like me, choose not to acknowledge either? That's not it, Grisha Adam replied with a smile. Initially, I separated my divinity and became what you know as Adam, but... His voice trailed off, and his eyes showed a rare hint of vagueness. Even at the very beginning, I told others I was Adam. What do you mean? Alice was bewildered. It means, Grisha Adam's gaze refocused on her. When I left the Chaos Sea and appeared before others for the first time, the name I spoke was Adam. Alice gasped, her expression terrified. In the story of the Holy Book, God Almighty created Adam, and now, this being who emerged from the Chaos Sea said that he had called himself Adam back then. You wouldn't actually be a fanatic who wants his father to revive within him, would you? Alice blurted out in horror, you wouldn't consider yourself the son of God Almighty, would you? Klein was dumbfounded. He also looked at the blonde priest hesitantly, wanting to know the answer to this question. No, the blonde priest denied without hesitation, I have never had such a thought. You just did it, Alice exposed him without hesitation, calling yourself the creator, calling yourself the all-knowing and all-powerful, using the cross as a symbol, and imitating the Holy Book to write your own holy book. This might not be your fault, you might not have been able to write one, but no matter what. She paused, then spoke in a wavering voice. Wait a minute, I remember that among the pathways you initially possessed, there should have been the sun pathway, right? You wouldn't have also been affected by the sun pathway. Alice scrutinized Grisha Adam up and down, clear suspicion in her eyes. After all, in terms of faith, the reputation of this pathway isn't exactly good. The blonde priest's expression remained calm. He merely denied again, no. Alice was about to ask again when Klein suddenly reached out and tugged her robe, then opened his mouth and said, "If you had memories that early, then Medici." Grisha Adams said calmly, "This was a necessary sacrifice. Why do you think he was able to survive so many years as a wraith without being discovered?" Quote. Alice gasped, "Wasn't he your king of angels?" Grisha Adam looked at her and spoke again in a gentle tone. "This was a necessary sacrifice." Alice swallowed, turned to Klein, and asked, "Mr. Fool, my great mother goddess, you wouldn't do this to me later, would you? If you're willing to call me father, I can consider not doing so." Klein glanced at her. Alice's movements, however, paused at these words. She remembered what she had just blurted out in front of Miss Justice, and looked at Klein with a compassionate gaze, saying, "You're right, you are indeed my father now, Mr. World." Quote. Klein felt that something was amiss. He looked at Alice suspiciously, deciding to ask later when they returned. "I'm still curious about one thing." Klein turned to Grisha Adam and asked, "Alice told me that some of the Sephiroth on Earth come from outer deities, such as Mother Nest, from the Mother Goddess of Depravity, Tenebrous World from the Mother Tree of Desire, Nation of Disorder, from the Son of Chaos. Did these outer deities originally have two Sephiroth? If so, would they be stronger than other outer deities? If that's the case, why aren't they pillars? Also, does the number of pathways included relate to the strength of an outer deity?" Hearing his question, Alice couldn't help but interject. "I know why they aren't pillars. I asked the Seven Lights. The Seven Lights told me that the three pillars split off from the original creator all have special symbols. God Almighty is the Lord of the astral world, the Lord of the mysteries is the Lord of the spirit world, and the Mother Goddess of Depravity is the ruler of the real world. I also asked them at the time if the River of Fate could possibly give birth to a Lord of Fate." As she spoke, she looked curiously at Grisha Adam. "Impossible," the blonde priest denied her expectation. "The authority and symbols of fate are too dispersed. To become a Lord of Fate, besides the Key of Light, you would need at least the Circle of Inevitability and the Weaver of Fate. And the consequences of accommodating multiple Sephiroth simultaneously have already been demonstrated to us by God Almighty and the Lord of the Mysteries." Alice's expression looked extremely disappointed. Grisha Adam didn't care. At least 7/10 of the expression on her face was acted, and besides, even if it were real, Grisha Adam wouldn't care. As if he didn't see the disappointment on her face, the blonde priest turned and explained Klein's question. "The number of authorities has a certain relationship with status and level, but it's not everything. Corresponding qualities, power, and symbols are equally important. The existence of the three pillars is due to their special symbols. However, the current Mother Goddess of Depravity, due to the lack of Mother Nest, is not much different in strength from other outer deities." Klein nodded, then asked again, "So the Mother Goddess of Depravity really has two Sephiroth?" The blonde priest looked down at the silver cross pendant hanging on his chest and said, "She only has one Sephira. Under normal circumstances, a Sephira cannot be divided. Only the aggregation and separation avatars produced when the original creator split could tear a Sephira and draw some of it to our planet. However, a Sephira has the ability to complete itself." Ah. Alice joined the conversation again. "Wait a minute, if a fractured Sephira can complete itself, why don't we repeatedly tear Sephiroth apart?" "Oh, we can't tear them apart." Alice's expression once again became regretful. Chapter 693 Chapter 85 Inches He has changed a lot. This theory of repeatedly tearing apart the Sephira made both Grisha Adam and Klein fall into a subtle silence. Klein looked at Grisha Adam, who seemed to be organizing his words to persuade the incarnation of fate beside him. A Sephira after being torn will lack its symbolism, making it unable or very difficult to use its abilities, just like the current Mother Goddess of Depravity, who can only partially utilize her own symbolism, unless she reintegrates with the Mother Nest. However, although the Pillar of Fate you mentioned does not exist, there is indeed a fourth pillar in the universe. I know that. Alice raised her hand. The River of Eternal Darkness and the City of Calamity merge into one, right? Grisha Adam nodded, and Klein's heart stirred as he asked curiously. From this perspective, the pathways under these two Sephiras should also be considered adjacent pathways, right? So, is the sleepless pathway really able to transition to demoness? Alice had actually mentioned this before, but now, in front of this former quasi-pillar, Klein still wanted to ask again. Yes, Grisha Adams' gaze shifted from Alice to Klein, but in that case, it would be impossible to become an outer deity, unless a way is found to separate the previous Beander characteristic. Alice silently turned her gaze to Klein and politely asked, "Are you really planning to have Leonard turn into a demoness?" No, I don't have that plan. Klein denied it. Alice gave him a meaningful look, then said to Grisha Adam. Actually, I've already understood most things, but there is one thing that I'm very confused about. No, I should say, one important reason I came to you, besides you calling Klein over, is… well, I'm very curious, since Dark Angel Saucerer is your left hand, then where is your right hand? You don't look like a disabled person. Why are you pulling me? Alice turned to glare at Klein, who silently withdrew his hand from pulling her robe and turned to look at Grisha Adam. The golden-haired priest's movements paused for a moment. He seemed somewhat puzzled and said to Alice, "This is just a metaphor." "Then why don't you call him the right hand of God?" Alice retorted, "Anyway, it's just a saying, why did you choose the left hand?" Grisha Adams said nothing. He looked steadily at Klein. As a parent, Klein had an unspeakable headache. He pulled Alice again and offered her a possibility. Maybe he determined it by tossing a coin or counting petals. "That makes sense," Alice nodded. "However, I'd actually prefer to believe that the Lord is left-handed." Klein was speechless. He looked at Grisha Adam, who glanced at the two of them and asked, "Is there anything else you want to know?" "Temporarily, no." Klein hesitated. "Why isn't Saucerer called Eve?" Alice asked again, "Or Aemon being called Eve would also." Ouch. She was thrown back. In front of her was a nervous Audrey. Alice stretched her body a bit, then smiled at Audrey. "He didn't tell me why he doesn't have a right hand." As her words fell, Alice seemed to suddenly remember something, and her eyes lit up. "Oh, right, I can suggest to Mr. Fool that the world be renamed, Right Hand of God." Audrey suddenly felt she shouldn't stay here, and besides, her questions had been answered, at least partially. So she called out, "Miss Fate." Alice looked at her, blinking. Audrey was silent for a moment. Alice actually had an extremely deceptive face, both before the restart and even more so after it, not to mention the added cuteness of a baby. But as soon as she thought of Miss Fate hidden behind that face, Audrey didn't dare to look anymore. She turned her gaze away, lowered her head, and said, "Do you still need me to do anything?" No longer needed, Alice thought for a moment and replied, "Are you all right?" After asking this question, she paused, finally realizing that Grisha Adams' last sentence was a dismissal. She couldn't help but cover her head with her chubby little paws, shaking her head and sighing. "I didn't say anything, why is he so petty? It was just asking why you didn't take the demoness pathway, imagining what you'd look like as a demoness, asking why you don't have a right hand, and asking why Saucerer isn't called Eve." It does seem a bit excessive, huh? After combining the string of questions, Alice was silent for a few seconds, then opened her mouth to see them off. Audrey graciously left. Alice flopped back onto the crib and poked Klein from a distance. When his vision returned, he saw Aemon smiling in front of him. Klein's first reaction was to check his body to make sure nothing had been done to him. Aemon watched silently until he finished checking, then asked, "Are you worried I'd take the opportunity to parasitize you?" "You wouldn't," Klein shook his head. "Compared to that, I'm more worried you'd draw a turtle on my face." "Good idea." Aemon showed a regretful expression. "If I had known, I would have tried." Klein's expression stiffened. Having just endured Alice's mischief, he clearly didn't want to deal with another troublesome child. He turned and left without hesitation, disappearing from that sea area at the fastest speed. When Alice contacted Klein, he was already in the historical projection of the study, contemplating whether his next step should be to find Antigonus or to accommodate another attendant of Mystery's Beander characteristic first. They met on Saphira Castle. As soon as Klein saw Alice, he greeted her warmly. "I'm very curious, what exactly were you thinking when you asked him if he had completed the Demoness Pathway's God Ascension ritual? It sounds like you weren't thinking, the taste of a witch is really good, but something even more outrageous." Alice said, "Oh," and replied, "Me. I just imagined what he would look like right now if he had taken the demoness pathway." Quote. Question mark quote. Klein gasped, "Alice, you didn't just let those thoughts be heard, did you?" Alice gave a polite smile. Klein closed his eyes in pain. It took him some time to adjust his mood before he opened his eyes and asked her. Never mind, let me ask you something. When I asked you to change how you addressed me to Father, why did you suddenly call me Mr. World?" "Oh, that," Alice's tone drifted, "before you were called away by him, I was chatting with Miss Justice, and we happened to talk about this." "Oh, right, why did he come to find you?" Klein was already prepared for the answer to this question. He pretended not to notice Alice changing the subject and first explained. "I think, perhaps it's because I went to see Eamon. Eamon is currently on the ocean of that divine war ruin. I went to see him, and he has changed a lot, very different from before. He even asked me if he could truly become my angel of time." "Ah." Alice was greatly shocked. "You agreed?" "No, I didn't," Klein shook his head. "Oh, right, let me tell you. Do you know how Eamon survived?" "I am curious." Alice raised an eyebrow. After all, with the Lord of the Mysteries' revival, although the time seemed very short, probably not enough to figure out the situation, his avatars should not have been able to escape. "Yes," Klein nodded, "but he was very lucky. When it happened, one of his avatars was in the Chaos Sea." Alice was stunned for a moment. This answer was reasonable, and she even quickly remembered which avatar it was. She subconsciously blurted out, "I remember kicking one down." Klein also remembered the one she kicked down and fell into a subtle silence. After a brief silence, Alice asked curiously, "How many avatars does he have now?" "I don't know," Klein shook his head, "I didn't have time to ask." Alice paused, realizing he had been called away by Grisha Adam, and a look of regret crossed her face. Klein, however, ignored her and brought up the previous topic again. "When I asked you to change how you addressed me to Father, why did you suddenly call me Mr. World?" "Oh, that." Alice blinked. "Miss Justice asked me earlier why I used the surname Moretti." And then, Klein wasn't surprised by this question. He thought no one would be uninterested in Alice's new surname. After all, given Miss Fate's obsession with playing human, her changed surname should come from her parents, which would be the Fool. This was a clue he had intentionally thrown out, and being asked about it now was reasonable. Alice continued, "You know, everyone would think, is this the Fool's surname? But for Miss Justice, this is very strange, because you've asked her about your brother and sister more than once." "Yes," Klein admitted. "What did she think?" "I didn't ask her," Alice said frankly, "but it's nothing more than those few possibilities: a divine descent vessel, a resurrection vessel, an avatar. The most serious would be guessing that you are the same person, like before." Quote. "You didn't lead her to think in that direction, did you?" Klein suddenly became wary. "No," Alice said with certainty. "How could I possibly do such a thing?" Klein relaxed, but only for half a second before he vigilantly asked, "Then what did you say?" Alice cleared her throat and explained. "You know, the Fool is my mother. At least the Tarot Club members all know that I always call the Fool Mother. So, I asked her, if the Fool is my mother, has she ever considered who my father is? Before that, I first confirmed that Benson and Melissa are the world's, relatives." Quote. An indescribable expression appeared on Klein's face. Ah. He clearly realized what Alice's words implied. This meant that the world and the Fool had a child, and the Fool was the one who gave birth. This. Klein swallowed, his expression shifting between terror and despair, finally turning into an unspeakable hopelessness. Alice coughed again, quickly trying to salvage the situation. Actually, I did salvage it. I didn't let her leave with that impression. Do you remember how I explained it after we came out of Grossel's travels? You said, the world is my other half." Klein replied quickly, his expression somewhat softened, but still wary. "Yes," Alice nodded. "I mocked her for being so easily fooled, and then I asked her if, in her eyes, Saussure and the ancient sun god were the same person." "What did she say?" Klein asked subconsciously. "She said she thought Saussure was more like the ancient sun god's child." "Oh no." Alice suddenly shivered. I remembered something I should have asked my lord. Which one of your? Oh, you mean him. Klein pressed his head. What is it? Do you remember my holy book question? Alice tilted her head. Although I haven't asked the goddess if she's willing to write it that way, asking the creator, who seems to have a pretty complete synthesis progress bar, isn't out of the question. Klein's eyelids twitched violently, but this was indeed a problem that shouldn't be dragged on. He remembered Alice's previous request and suggested, I can help you ask the goddess, if you're not quite daring enough to ask for now. After accommodating and digesting another attendant of mysteries Beander characteristic, I will head to the main peak of the Hornassus mountain range to find Antigonus, obtain the last attendant of mysteries Beander characteristic and the fool's uniqueness, and at the same time consider how to fool history or time. At that time, I will definitely pray to the goddess. If by then you still don't have the courage to personally explain your thoughts to the goddess. I definitely won't have the courage. Alice rolled her eyes, but having you say it would seem neither sincere nor polite. It's like calling your parents when you can't win a fight. Parent Klein fell into thought. I have to remind you, at least for now, I can't win either. You're right, Alice nodded with a serious expression. I should go see my lord again, explain my request to my lord, and then entrust him to explain the situation to the knight. You just called her goddess. Klein's tone sounded utterly helpless. Never mind, if that's the case, then you solve it yourself. After a pause, he added, still uneasy. For the relationship between the world and the fool, just use Saussure and the ancient sun god as an example, don't talk nonsense anymore. End of this chapter. Chapter 694 Chapter 86, Him, He, She. Under the fool's repeated admonitions, Alice bid him farewell and continued being a baby. Mage Manor was a good place. Miss Justice, who visited from time to time, would obediently bring ice cream. Alice didn't often chat with her, mainly because Miss Justice didn't dare to listen, but she was happy to hear about things from the outside world. Verdu Abraham was still being left to his own devices by Klein. Klein seemed determined not to bother with him for now. After the image of Gehrman Sparrow, the world, spread alongside the fool's name, Klein assimilated the second Beander characteristic of an attendant of mysteries, becoming a true king of angels. After that, Klein and Audrey went to see Hermes. The weight of a king of angels was already sufficient. Of course, this inevitably exposed Klein's true sequence to Audrey, but Audrey showed no abnormality. She only asked one question. Mr. World, why is it that even though you and Mr. Fool are on the same pathway, you can become a king of angels? To this, Klein only smiled and replied, when you reach the angel sequence, you will know the answers to certain questions. With Hermes's help, the naive girl Audrey was separated. Audrey left her past self at home to accompany her parents, and she herself truly breathed a sigh of relief. She would still visit Alice, whether it was her separated identity or her main body, only the former came openly, while the latter arrived in secret. Alice wouldn't say anything to the separated personality. When in front of that person, she would just act like a normal baby, only showing abnormalities in front of the real Audrey. Logically, Klein should have been there, but Klein was engrossed in playing the role of an attendant of mysteries, so Alice rarely had the chance to see him in reality. Recently, Klein loved to bring up Eamon in front of her. He seemed to have connected with Eamon, and without any hostile relationship, they were surprisingly compatible in some aspects. Klein often talked about Amon's different personalities of his avatars, and how he got along with them. Klein also mentioned the Eamon family to Alice, talking about several members of the Eamon family and telling their stories. Alice initially interjected, but as their conversations increased, she found that the more Klein mentioned Eamon, the more he understood Eamon, and she couldn't get a word in. This gave Alice a sense of crisis. She remembered the Angel of Time in the Holy Book and had to remind Klein. Mr. Fool, why do you sound like you really like Eamon? Don't forget, he's not a good person. Neither are you, Klein reminded her quietly. And comparatively, Eamon, a sequence 2, belongs to a pathway under Saphira Castle. My control over him is very strong. Unlike you, if you really cause trouble, I don't seem to be able to control you, do I? Alice's sense of crisis deepened. She felt that her position in front of the fool was about to be replaced, which wouldn't do. She spoke up. But Eamon also has his father. No matter what, he can't be your angel of time. He will definitely prioritize his father's side. Regarding this, Klein also had something to say. He looked at Alice sideways and quietly reminded her. You have who knows how many mothers. Currently, there is only you, Alice said without hesitation. Klein was noncommittal. He didn't continue the topic, only shook his head and said, I'm going to the main peak of the Hornassus mountain range. Alice was stunned for a moment and subconsciously asked, have you finished digesting your potion? It didn't melt in my mouth, but it was very fast. Klein sighed. Both portions of Attendant of Mysteries were like this. Reasonable. Alice nodded in agreement, then frowned and said, have you found any clues for a ritual to fool history or time? Not yet, Klein sighed. However, it's also time to face that ancestor of the Antigonus family. Oh, right, I'll see you tomorrow. Klein looked at Alice, and Alice easily understood his meaning, raising her hand to state her request. I want ice cream, not historical projections. Bring a lot, I won't let them go bad. Klein smiled and agreed. Actually, Alice didn't need to be present to bestow luck, and Klein could also bestow luck upon himself. However, fresh ice cream was still the best. Moreover, Klein, who could teleport anywhere, didn't care about the distance anymore. Therefore, Klein's ice cream was mostly delivered in person. Alice saw Klein the next day. She stared dumbfounded as Klein appeared before her with an ice cream truck, and with a terrified expression, she said. Whose did you steal? I bought it fair and square. Klein said righteously. Do you take me for Eamon? I don't have a habit of stealing other people's things as gifts. As he spoke, the ice cream truck was pushed in front of Alice, completely drawing her attention away, while Klein retracted his left hand. On the middle finger of that hand was a silver ring inlaid with a sapphire. That was the position for an engagement ring. Klein watched Alice shakily climb onto the ice cream truck, his expression showing no worry, only shaking his head and saying, slow down. Tisk. Luckily Eamon doesn't like ice cream. What does this have to do with Eamon? Alice raised her head in confusion. Nothing, Klein smiled. Have you ever seen Eamon in a female form? Alice hesitated and nodded, while Klein raised his left hand to his lips, lightly coughed, and said, quite good looking, right? The smile on Alice's face disappeared. She remembered Klein mentioning Eamon more and more frequently recently, and couldn't help but shiver. A sudden chill rose from the bottom of her heart, and she asked with an almost terrified expression. Klein, you're not actually in love with. Holy crap, what's that on your hand? The sapphire ring on Klein's left hand shone brightly. Alice jumped up with a horrified expression and snatched the ring. Klein instantly became flustered. He rushed forward to stop her, saying, Hey, you, don't snatch it, someone gave it to me. Quote. Alice held the ring, looking at him expressionlessly. Why that expression? Klein's movements stopped, but his eyes still kept looking at the ring, showing unusual concern. Alice gasped. She remembered the appearance of that ring, it was clearly, the Rose Oath. Quite good looking. She looked at Klein, repeating his earlier words. What's wrong? Klein's tone was hesitant. Alice didn't speak. She first looked at the ring in her hand again, then looked at Klein, speaking with a hesitant tone. You've been mentioning Eamon a lot recently. Klein prolonged his voice uncertainly, as if he didn't know how to answer. Alice took a deep breath. She forced herself to calm down and asked again. You said before. I remember you said before that Eamon has changed a lot. Yes, Klein nodded. He's not as reckless as before. Sometimes he also cares about others' feelings, and he's willing to listen to my advice and try not to harm innocent people. Is that really listening to advice? He's clearly afraid of death. Alice listened with an indescribable irritability. She wanted to raise her hand and punch Klein, smash his head open to see if it contained a love-struck brain, but what if? What if she was mistaken? Alice looked at the ring in her hand again. That ring had strict anti-divination properties. Alice couldn't discern the ring's effect or ability, which made her feel incredible. If one didn't consider Klein's own anti-divination, for her to be unable to see through it, it would probably require the owner of Chaos C to act personally. In other words, Eamon used this ring to make Klein fall in love with him. Alice harbored this thought with the last shred of hope. If this ring truly came from the Rose Oath, it was indeed feasible. She still remembered the side effects of the Rose Oath. If the ring was worn for a week without being taken off, the two parties holding the pair of rings would fall in love. Actually, this was self-deception. Above the demigod sequence, the influence of mystical item side effects was greatly weakened. Klein, now a king of angels, was almost impossible to be affected by such a level of item. Moreover, even if this were true, Klein being willing to accept Amon's gift, and a ring at that, and wearing it on his left middle finger, was in itself quite. As soon as she thought of this, Alice couldn't help but lick her dry lips. It was too terrifying. Alice took a breath and tentatively asked, "This ring, did Amon give it to you?" Klein nodded. Alice forced a smile and asked with a gritted teeth tone, "Do you know what it's called?" "I know," Klein answered happily. "It's the ring Amon stole from you, and you later gave him the other half. It's a pair of rings called the Rose Oath, right?" Alice's face paled a little. Unwilling to give up, she continued to ask, Do you know the side effects of this ring?" "Of course I know," Klein nodded. "Wearing it for a week makes you fall in love with the other person." "Alice, I'm already a king of angels. I won't be affected by side effects of that level. No matter what, this is barely good news." "Good news my ass." Recalling Klein's series of abnormal behaviors and his words just now, Alice felt a headache. She ignored him and continued to ask, "Is the other half still with Amon?" Klein nodded hesitantly. Before he could speak, Alice immediately followed up with, "Where did the anti-divination on this come from? Do you remember the drop of river of eternal darkness water I retrieved for the goddess?" Klein replied, Well, you seem to have already guessed. There are some things I don't know how to tell you, so I went and asked the goddess to place anti-divination on this ring. The goddess told me that with the river of eternal darkness water as a medium, this anti-divination would make it impossible for even you to pry." "Perfect," Alice sneered. "Sounds like you've already introduced Amon to the family." "No, I haven't," Klein denied. "We haven't reached that stage yet. I just feel that, him." He paused, carefully glanced at Alice, then spoke as if giving up. "She's actually quite cute." After a moment, he looked at Alice's distorted expression and tentatively added, "Just like you. Go to hell." Alice cursed silently and threw the ring at Klein. Klein fumbled to catch the ring. He seemed afraid that the ring would be damaged or lost, and in his panic, he didn't even think to use his Beander abilities. Alice closed her eyes in despair, looking at the massive amount of ice cream in the ice cream truck, feeling for the first time that she had no appetite at all. Mr. Fool, who had caught the ring, evidently noticed her abnormality. He cautiously walked over, poked her, and tentatively called out, "Alice, get lost." Alice lay down on the spot, closed her eyes, and spoke weakly. Klein retracted his hand. He asked cautiously and apologetically, "Alice, are you okay? Get lost." Alice turned her head and roared at him ferociously. Klein silently retreated to his original spot. He looked at Alice cautiously, appearing as if he wanted to leave but didn't dare, and softly called out, "Alice." Alice took a deep breath. She forced herself to calm down and turned to Klein, saying, "Give me some time. This is really too much of a shock for me. I never thought. I don't know, I never thought that one day. Klein, I really never thought. Even if you had slept with Cynthia at the time, it would have been within my understanding, but Amon, no, I don't know, forget it, just let me be quiet. Just pretend that I can't accept you finding me a stepfather. Cynthia. Who? Oh, that mother tree of desire. The one who called me general and wanted to have a child with me." Klein recalled this person's identity. He glanced at Alice, probably understanding Alice's feelings. It was nothing more than difficulty in associating him and Amon in this matter. "Speaking of which, didn't you start this?" Klein felt a mix of amusement and exasperation for a moment, as his and Amon's love story was first brought about by Alice. But at this moment, Klein knew he had to keep up the act, so he cautiously said, "It could also be a stepmother." This sentence made Alice break down again. She turned her head and, fiercely and with gritted teeth, let out an angry roar. "Get out of here." Klein once again cautiously glanced at Alice, then stammered in response, Okay, Don't sleep on the ice cream truck for too long, you'll catch a cold. With that admonition, he turned around, and his figure faded from the spot. End of this chapter. Chapter 695 Chapter 87 The Fool. Klein entered Saphira Castle. Although the original plan was to go to St. Samuel Cathedral after leaving Alice's performance was so hilarious that Klein ascended to Saphira Castle, and laughed freely and unrestrainedly in the empty palace. He laughed heartily, not even caring when spirit worms crawled out from his face. If he didn't care about his reputation, Klein felt he might have rolled on the floor. Alice's reaction was simply too funny. Her expression of disappointment and her mix of shock and anger made Klein unable to stop laughing. Amon's declaration of help seemed to be no joke. After learning that the esteemed Mr. Fool did not need him to appear in this story, Amon found another way, providing Klein with a large number of Amon family stories, as well as many different versions of Amon's image. This provided Klein with a lot of inspiration, and in the process of exchanging these, it was impossible for him and Amon not to say something. Even if he didn't speak, Amon would. Through their back and forth communication, Klein did realize that if Amon wasn't so reckless, they might have become friends. But Klein still had his wits about him. He knew perfectly well that Amon's current caution was merely due to his limited strength. If he were to become the Lord of the Mysteries, Earth would probably be nothing more than a larger toy. He would never give Amon any opportunity to exploit, such as being with Amon. Although a certain angel of time had indeed suggested making a pretense real, when he suggested it, he had a mischievous grin on his face, as if he had succeeded in a prank. Having laughed enough, Klein shook his head. He left Saphira Castle and entered St. Samuel Cathedral, praying and reporting his imminent journey to the main peak of the Hornassus mountain range. Alice was isolating herself in her room. Klein's words had shocked her too severely. To prevent anyone from interrupting her self-isolation, she even tampered with fate, causing something impossible to happen. The servants of Mage Manor forgot to check on her. She sat on the ice cream cart, not worrying about the ice cream melting. Compared to that, the love story of Klein and Amon made her feel more heartbroken. She felt she had never been so speechless. She even wanted to drag Klein back and ask him, "You're called the fool, so are you really a fool? Can Amon be trusted?" This story was too absurd. Alice felt she couldn't accept it. After staring blankly for 2 hours, Alice summoned Miss Justice. Of course, it was her true body. Miss Justice Audrey entered Mage Manor in a daze, sneaking into Alice's room. She sat by the bed, full of questions, and asked, "Miss Fate, what's wrong?" Alice's voice when she asked her to come over was weak, but she didn't seem abnormal. Just like now, as soon as she saw her, Alice, who had already put away the ice cream cart and climbed back into bed, pounced onto Audrey's knees, grabbing her clothes and burying her entire face, then let out the same weak voice as before. "Don't even ask. What exactly happened?" Audrey asked again. Alice scoffed, then spoke in a strange tone. According to his statement, it should be, my father found me a stepmother, but I really can't accept it, and this stepmother also, I know." She suddenly looked up, her expression serious, and said, "My best friend slept with my father." Audrey's mouth dropped open in surprise. "Your father is. You can also think of it as my mother finding me a stepfather." Alice showed a polite smile. "Anyway, neither of them has a gender. It's just that from a role perspective, I think this is more appropriate." Wait a moment. Alice suddenly stopped. She mumbled something, and Audrey only heard the phrase, "stepmom literature." Before she could ask, Alice said, "In short, I absolutely cannot accept the fact that the two of them are together." Audrey fell silent. From Alice's mixed use of father and mother, and from the phrase, "no gender," Audrey realized that one of the protagonists was probably Mr. Fool. What? Mr. Fool and Miss Fate's best friend are together. No, wait, who is Miss Fate's best friend? Audrey was momentarily stunned. Among the friends mentioned by Miss Fate, and those who could be referred to as him, it seemed there was only, she asked blankly, "Miss Fate, your friend is Amon?" Alice replied expressionlessly. In other words, Mr. Fool and Amon are together. Audrey felt her brain had run away. She wasn't sure if she should sit here and continue listening. Listening might anger Mr. Fool, but turning and leaving now would also likely anger Miss Fate. Moreover, this matter, it's not something she should know. Audrey looked at Alice in a daze. Her spectator ability was useless at this moment. She couldn't say anything, only watch. Alice grabbed her twice, and when she got no reaction, she finally couldn't help but ask faintly, "Aren't you going to comfort me, Miss Justice?" Audrey clearly hadn't adjusted yet. Alice pouted. She grabbed Audrey's clothes and climbed up. Her not-so-light weight finally brought Audrey back to her senses. While trying to steady herself, she reached out to help Alice. "Miss Fate, what are you doing?" Bang! Alice let herself fall. "I wanted someone to talk to me about this," she replied. "This is just so. I really can't imagine." Audrey remained motionless, dutifully acting as a pillar, silent. Alice climbed back onto the bed. She sighed, holding her head, and said, "I've teased Eamon, teased him many times, and I even mentioned this to Amon's face, but I never once thought that this would become real." Her eyes were full of resentment. She looked at Audrey like that, then gritted her teeth and said, "It must be Amon's fault. Eamon must have deceived him. As for how Sequence 2 Eamon could deceive the current Mr. Fool. Never mind." This indiscriminate blame greatly opened Audrey's eyes. Of course, she didn't think Eamon could really deceive Mr. Fool. Anyone with eyes could see that these were Alice's words of venting, not to be taken seriously. Audrey tried to glean information from Alice's words. From what was said earlier, Mr. Fool was suspected to be with Eamon. No matter how absurd this sounded, given Miss Fate's apparent inability to accept it, she could consider replacing Mr. Fool with Mr. World. That would also be very difficult to accept. Audrey closed her eyes. Since becoming a spectator, she had never found it so difficult to calm her emotions, but she knew she had to say or do something, so she continued to try and calm herself down. After a long silence, she finally asked the Miss Fate in front of her, "Then, why did you tell Mr. Fool about this in the first place?" Alice suddenly stopped. She realized this was a question she couldn't explain to Audrey. She couldn't talk about transmigration, about the novel called Lord of the Mysteries, or about Song Shu in her memories. Song Shu, Alice suddenly sighed. She turned and told Audrey, "Just pretend it was a prophecy." "Since it was a prophecy, shouldn't you have known it would happen?" Audrey asked again. Alice opened and closed her mouth. She recalled Klein's expression when he spoke of Eamon in front of her, and said in a faint tone, "Before he told me about this, we even discussed how to prevent this prophecy from coming true." Audrey fell silent. She felt she somewhat understood Miss Fate. If she knew the name of the Sequence 8 potion of the Full Pathway, she would realize that Miss Fate might be suitable for more than just the Provoker potion. They looked at each other in silence. Finally, Audrey spoke first, carefully offering her advice. "Miss Fate, since Mr. Fool has already decided, then you had best." She carefully glanced at Alice, met Alice's resentful gaze, and couldn't bring herself to say the last words, so she changed her tone. "Then, are you planning to stop this?" "I wish I could." Alice rolled her eyes. "He's even wearing an engagement ring." An engagement ring. Audrey felt her worldview suffer a devastating blow. She tried to speak again. "Since that's the case, then there's nothing that can be done. You'd best." She gritted her teeth, and finally blurted out, "You'd best find a way to accept this as soon as possible." "I just can't think of a way." Alice looked at her expressionlessly. "If I could accept it, what would I need a psychiatrist for?" Audrey finally understood the meaning of her existence. She let out a sigh of relief, then felt that something was wrong, and asked hesitantly, "Can my comfort be effective for you?" While providing psychotherapy to Mr. World, Audrey noticed that her current psychotherapy's influence on angels and above was gradually weakening. Moreover, Mr. World Gehrman Sparrow told her that if the other party's state was not good, she might even be corrupted in return. Alice clearly also knew this. She sighed and replied, "If I were willing to completely let down my guard and open my spirit body to you, then your treatment might still be effective." She looked at Audrey, not explicitly stating it, but her words at this moment were very clear. She couldn't completely let down her guard to Audrey. So Audrey could only show an apologetic expression and replied, "Miss Fate, if that's the case, I'm afraid I can't help you." Alice sighed again. Audrey said nothing. She gathered her courage, patted Alice reassuringly, then probed. "Then, Miss Fate, what are you planning to do now?" "Stay with me for a while." Alice waved her hand, then rolled over and fell asleep. Audrey was stunned. She stood rooted to the spot, dumbfounded, taking over 10 seconds to resign herself. She stood up to restore the scene, then watched quietly. After the maid came in to check 4 times, Alice suddenly woke with a start, then abruptly turned her head to look at Audrey. Audrey subconsciously wanted to ask what was wrong, but her expression suddenly became confused. Huh, how do you speak again? This most ordinary instinctive action had now become an unprecedented challenge. Alice gritted her teeth. Her spirituality spread out, and in the visible area, everyone stopped. Some were thinking about how to walk, some were thinking about how to pick up an object, some were thinking about how to sit down, some were thinking about how to stand up. At this moment, everyone seemed to have become an idiot who couldn't do anything. The fool was born at this moment. But Alice couldn't smile at all. She remembered very clearly that the great Mr. Fool, before heading to the main peak of the Hornassus mountain range, had told her that he had no clue about fooling history or time. What? Klein directly forcefully converged and advanced. What the hell are you talking about? He's not in a hurry, how could he do such a risky thing? Alice gritted her teeth, recalling her initial doubts when she first heard about this ritual. Time, history, could barely be considered the authority of the fool. Then why didn't fate, an authority so important to the fool, appear in this ritual? Damn it, this idiot's godhood ritual was to fool fate. She was the fooled fate. At this moment, Alice became extremely clear-headed. She had never been so wise. Klein's every word and action was pulled from her memory, including several attempts to test whether the Wheel of Fortune symbolized fate, as well as inquiries about Aemon and the preparatory mentions of Aemon. She sneered, then turned to look at Audrey, saving her from her previous state. Audrey came to her senses in a daze. She looked up, seemingly with a question, but Alice smiled and said, "Congratulate Mr. Fool. His love with Aemon has completed his last puzzle piece, and he has finally completed his revival, recovering all of his power." Audrey's brain, which had just returned to normal thinking, crashed again. She subconsciously opened her mouth and asked, His love with Aemon. What does this have to do with the fool? I already said it, Alice said with a faint smile. A fool, well, means an idiot, and love makes everyone a fool. She paused slightly, then smiled. Mr. Fool, of course, can only recover his power by becoming a true idiot. End of this chapter. Chapter 696 Chapter 88 Fatui. Alice was very angry. Although she was smiling, her eyes were practically spitting sparks. Audrey sensed her almost overflowing rage and dared not interrupt for a moment. After cursing Mr. Fool a couple of times, Alice managed to calm down a little. She looked at Audrey in front of her, paused for a moment, then spoke. You know what I'm going to say, right? Today's events. I hypnotize myself to forget. Audrey asked tentatively. Alice hummed in affirmation and looked up at her. Audrey immediately began to hypnotize herself. Alice remained silent throughout, watching Audrey complete everything and then leave. Then, she let out a cold laugh and stayed quietly in the room. She didn't go to find Klein now, because Klein's situation was different from hers. The Key of Light was far away in the West Continent, but Saphira Castle was right on him. Becoming a god was not the end for him, he still needed to accommodate Saphira Castle, or at least temporarily quiet it down. With the apocalypse approaching, the will of the Lord of the Mysteries was already very faint. Realizing that Klein had become a god by fooling her, Alice, despite her anger, could confirm that Klein's condition should be considered good. He avoided the attendant of mysteries that directly belonged to the Lord of the Mysteries, and instead first accommodated the one belonging to Zeratul, and only after fully digesting 2 attendants of mysteries did he face Antigonus. Lacking other investment targets, both righteous gods and evil gods seemed to have reached a grudging consensus at this moment. After all, they all needed a Lord of the Mysteries, and everyone else had lost their eligibility to compete. No one would cause trouble for the future Lord of the Mysteries at such a critical moment as the godhood ritual. Perhaps only she, the ritual material, really wanted to cause some trouble for Mr. Fool. However, by the time she knew about this, the godhood ritual was already complete. Alice couldn't do anything, and even if she could, she wouldn't. Arguing was one thing, but would she really demote Klein to sequence 2? Having Klein split off a Sequence 2 puppet to be her punching bag, however, was an option. Wait, punching bag. Alice blinked. She suddenly thought of someone. She cared about the feelings of the captain and Ms. Daly regarding this matter, so she hadn't touched Will Smith until now, but killing him was out of the question, but making him unlucky should be fine, right? As a true god of her pathway, Alice could easily locate the angels of her pathway. If she wished, even saints couldn't escape. Of course, Alice didn't care much about the saints, at least not beyond the nascent form of the church. At this moment, her attention was solely on Will Smith. She condensed her anger towards Klein into an enormous amount of misfortune and sent it to Will Smith. Inside the night church monastery, the little infant seemed to sense something. His mouth puckered, and he burst into tears. After that outburst, Alice's anger was somewhat relieved. Besides, she couldn't really hold too much against Klein anyway, so she was willing to wait now. As for Klein's situation was actually a bit better than Alice had expected. All of this was thanks to Alice. Fooling a true Wheel of Fortune made Klein's ritual practically perfect. With the apocalypse approaching, the consciousness of the Lord of the Mysteries had already dissipated, with only an indomitable will remaining within the spiritual characteristic. In his current state, unless he actively awakened the other party wouldn't be able to rise at all. He would never awaken the Lord of the Mysteries, and as early as his descent, he was already considered the master of Saphira Castle. What he was troubled about now was, how should he face Alice? This was something that would inevitably be exposed once the godhood ritual was completed. After all, the anomaly during godhood would surely be noticed by the Wheel of Fortune. Klein had no doubt that Alice already knew the truth and was now waiting to demand an explanation. In fact, the large cart of ice cream he sent before he set off was implicitly an attempt to appease her. The newly ascended fool left without stopping. He stood outside the nursery at Mage Manor, raising his hand to knock several times but lacking the courage. Finally, with a resolute bite of his lip, he pushed the door open directly, only to find the room empty. Klein was stunned. He subconsciously wanted to use his spirituality to locate Alice, but his ankle suddenly felt cold. He looked down to see a large, white, scaleless serpent coiling around his left leg and climbing upwards, instantly entangling him completely. It opened its blood-red maw and stared at him with its cold, emotionless, blood-colored eyes. I can explain, Klein tried to struggle. Calm down, Alice. Of course I have to calm down. A child's tender voice echoed in the room. The giant snake slithered down from him, crawled back onto the bed, and transformed into a human infant. After all, you can now barely be called the Lord of the Mysteries. I still need you to help me open the door to the West Continent. How can I possibly hold it against you? This sarcastic tone left Klein speechless. He thought to himself that Alice was indeed angry. Thick-skinned, he walked forward, knelt by the bed, clinging to the bed's edge, and called out in an upward-looking posture. Alice. I had no choice. Alice replied with a relaxed tone. I know. I'm not a real child, so why would I hold this against you? Klein felt a speechless sensation, not knowing what to say. He wanted to complain but didn't dare, as it really was his fault. Some of his original methods were clearly not suitable here. He carefully reached out and poked Alice. Alice rolled over. Klein poked again. Alice crawled further into the bed. Klein poked once more, and Alice continued to crawl until she could no longer avoid him. Only then did Alice turn over and question him. Are you done or not? It's good that she's finally angry. Klein breathed a sigh of relief. He withdrew his hand and, with a fawning expression and voice, persuaded her. Alice, I truly had no choice. If there were another option, I definitely would have chosen it. Look, to avoid doing this, I even considered whether to split off a Beander characteristic of the Attendant of Mysteries, letting the spirit of the Lord of the Mysteries revive within it, completely solidifying the fact that the fool is a revived ancient god. Alice snorted and said coldly. Bullshit, that method you proposed earlier was completely meant to fool me. No, Klein shook his head. Lying to you is actually quite troublesome. I thought hard about the excuse, and I rehearsed it many times beforehand. Should I feel honored? Alice interrupted him with a cold laugh. Klein again showed that fawning expression. This time he didn't speak, just looked up at Alice. Alice stared at Klein in silence for a few seconds, then suddenly made a request. I remember you can shapeshift, right? Can you make yourself a bit more two-dimensional? Ah. Klein was confused. No. Alice countered. Transform into one of those two-dimensional little girls. Klein hesitantly made an attempt. Under Alice's guidance, he adjusted his appearance until Alice smiled, then he breathed a sigh of relief and tentatively asked, "Are you still angry?" Alice stared at him for a few seconds, then said sincerely, "If you agree to let me draw your current appearance and include it in the full church's promotional brochure, then I won't be angry anymore." Quote. "Let's try another one," Klein bargained. Alice stared at Klein for a few seconds, realizing that this request could not be granted. She thought for a while, then looked up and asked, "Klein, your full church. Have your Beander team's names been decided?" "For now, it's called Demon Hunters," Klein replied. "No creativity," Alice criticized. "Have you considered changing the name?" "What do you want to change it to?" Klein's expression was wary. "Let's call it." Alice showed a mischievous smile. "Let's call it the Fatui." Klein was momentarily stunned. He had transmigrated quite early and had not experienced 3 years of isolation, nor had he seen the release of Genshin Impact. He didn't know what Fatui meant. Therefore, he only pondered the name for a moment, then frowned and said, "It actually sounds quite nice." No, would you be that kind?" He stared warily at Alice. Alice met his gaze without any guilt. After more than 10 seconds, Klein sighed and asked, "What does this actually mean?" "I've agreed, can you tell me what this name means?" "Don't rush," Alice smiled. "Can your more advanced combat team be called the Harbingers?" Quote. "That sounds quite normal too," Klein frowned. "I really think the names you're suggesting are fine. Can you tell me?" Alice blinked innocently. "Alice," Klein called her again. "I've really agreed, okay." Alice hummed, finally speaking. "Actually, it's nothing, it's just a meme. A game I used to play, a villain organization's members were called Fatui and Harbingers." Klein was stunned for a moment. He clearly hadn't expected such an answer, and immediately chuckled. "What's the big deal? I've agreed, anything else?" Alice gently reached out her hand. After a moment of stunned, Klein bent down and picked her up. Only then did Alice say, "There is still something. You promised me to help me persuade the goddess. Now, add the one in the Forsaken Land of the Gods as well." Quote. "All right," Klein agreed. Alice smiled. She asked, "Mr. Fool, what do you plan to do next?" "Help you persuade the goddess, and then," Klein said as he walked out the door, "while I'm at it, ask the goddess about Mr. Door's situation." Quote. "That's not a big deal." The Evernight goddess's projection stood before them, speaking calmly. "If it were true conception, I would need to consider it, but just adding a passage to the holy book, that's nothing." Klein nodded. He reassuringly patted Alice, then asked again, "Then, do you know about Mr. Door's situation?" "Door." The Evernight goddess's projection replied while pondering, "He possesses 3 Beander characteristics of sequence 1 and the corresponding uniqueness, but has never truly become a god." "Why?" Klein asked curiously. "I remember, in his situation, he shouldn't need a ritual to aggregate and become a god." "Yes," the Evernight goddess's projection nodded. "But on one hand, he wants to wait for a ritual to become a god in a better state, and on the other hand." She paused, then sighed. "In the 4th epoch, among the 3 pathways to which the Lord of the Mysteries belonged, no one dared to become a god. Antigonus's attempt back then was an experiment, and after that experiment failed, no one tried again. Moreover, Mr. Door has other problems. You've seen the several advancement rituals of the Door pathway, you should know their danger." Klein nodded and said, "He needs to go to the cosmos. If no one protects him, it's almost like suicide." "Yes," the Evernight goddess's projection nodded and replied, "but even with protection, safety isn't guaranteed. Door is a good example, he was corrupted by the mother goddess of depravity." "Where is he now?" Klein probed. "I've read Rosal's diary and also communicated with Mr. Door. He said he was trapped in the depths of a storm, lost in the darkness." "That's a space created jointly by me and the storm," the Evernight goddess's projection replied. "We sealed him there." After a brief pause, the Evernight goddess then told Klein, "Since you have communicated with Door and can read Rosal's diary, you should know that there is a ritual that can allow him to return to the real world. That ritual is real, but it's best not for you to perform it. Additionally, before performing the ritual, you must prepare in advance to block the entrance for Door's return, to prevent the Mother Goddess of Depravity from taking the opportunity to descend into reality. You can use your Divine Kingdom, or certain special high-level items, such as the first blasphemy slate. What about the second one? Alice interjected. The Evernight Goddess glanced at her and calmly pointed out, you probably won't be able to obtain the second blasphemy slate. Alice was stunned for a moment. Klein nodded thoughtfully and responded, I understand. They left the dream, and Alice asked Klein, what are you going to do? I don't trust anyone else to prepare this ritual for me, Klein replied. Alice, would you be willing to help me with this? Quote. I don't want to use my Divine Kingdom to block the entrance, Alice stated her condition. Is that okay? Klein, of course, didn't mind indulging her in such a trivial request. He smiled faintly and replied, then I'm afraid you'll have to come with me again. We'll go see the situation in the Forsaken Land of the Gods. Oh, right. Alice, do you think the Storm God knows who stole the donation box now? End of chapter. Chapter 697 Chapter 89 Vodka cures all diseases. Alice did not answer Klein's question. If Alice were to speak, she would think that the Lord of Storms probably already knew, but what could he do even if he knew? Could he still come and beat her? No, he seemed to be truly capable of beating her. After all, in a certain sense, Klein could already be considered his enemy. As Alice's thoughts ran wild, Klein had already appeared at the entrance of the Forsaken Land of the Gods. He looked at the sealed entrance, his expression touched, and he lowered his head to ask. Have you felt anything? Something is going to happen here, Alice replied. What, are you going to save your lover, Mr. Fool? Klein's expression twisted for a moment. He stopped her with a listless voice. Alice, you know very well what that was about. Alice skied, and indeed did not continue to dwell on the topic. She said, wait a moment. Thus, silence fell around them. Neither of them spoke again, watching the golden ocean before them. After an unknown period, on a mountain peak in the Forsaken Land of the Gods, a faint shadow curtain appeared on the surface of a giant cross, splitting open to reveal a man. He wore a simple white robe, his beard was golden, but his hair was only faintly golden at the roots, the rest being completely black. His eyes were deeply dark and viscous, like a small vortex. He raised his hand, adjusted the monocle over his right eye, and then gripped the silver cross on his chest, saying in a low voice. Not using visionary as the cornerstone still seems to have some impact. However, our helper seems to have arrived. His gaze looked in a certain direction, nodding slightly, as if in greeting, what are you doing? Klein lowered his head, looking at Alice, who had suddenly covered her eyes. Keeping myself from looking around, Alice said faintly. Though it's actually useless this way, damn it, shouldn't he not have the symbol of an all-knowing and all-powerful yet? Only two pathways, he shouldn't have pieced it together yet, right? Klein deduced something from her jumbled words and asked. You saw a scene of the future. And then were discovered again. Don't put it so harshly, Alice's tone sounded unhappy. All right, Mr. Fool, I think this message should be for you. For me, Klein repeated, puzzled. Exactly, Alice responded cheerfully. The Hanged Man, visionary, go find the three pathways he is still missing, go find those three shameless traitors. Klein was stunned for a moment and subconsciously asked, go kill them. His tone was full of hesitation, and Alice questioned even more, can you beat them? I don't know, Klein admitted honestly. I haven't fought a true god yet. He paused, then smiled and spoke the truly important content. However, I think you should know that as the master of Saphira Castle, I am no longer on the same level of existence as them. It's just that I think I might have difficulty killing them. There are many reasons for this, such as my own specialized abilities, and also because I just became a true god and am not yet familiar with my own abilities. I think I can probably only stall them, and because I'm not familiar enough with them, I can't determine how long that will be. It won't be too long, Alice said indifferently. You just need to stall for a while, wait a moment. Alice's voice suddenly stopped. She said hesitantly. Since the fifth epoch, the seven deities have stayed in the astral world for extended periods, using their divine kingdoms to reinforce the barrier and prevent the infiltration of outer deities, but the death of the god of combat reduced their numbers by one, which must have an impact. And after I became a true god, I actually did not go to the astral world. My current situation also doesn't allow me to do so. I imagine Adam didn't either after becoming a god, and you certainly haven't either. This means the vacant position of the god of combat still hasn't been filled, and if you kill Storm, Wisdom, and Sun, the barrier will be greatly affected, and perhaps unable to maintain balance, Klein said in a grave voice. They cannot die like this, at least not all at once, unless another, more powerful existence fills the void and simultaneously deters the outer deities, such as Lord of the Mysteries. Alice finished his unspoken words. I think you'd best not, Klein, you are not the true Lord of the Mysteries. You have just become a true god and need time to stabilize your state, and none of us know if the outer deities have a way to forcibly open the barrier. She paused, then sighed. If it were the true Lord of the Mysteries, I think merely showing your face would be enough. After all, even if outer deities could forcibly open the barrier, it would definitely affect their own strength. But you are not, and you happen to be in a special stage. The current you is stronger than an average true god, but against the outer deities, you seem unqualified. If I were an outer deity, if I saw such a Lord of the Mysteries, if I happened to have a way to forcibly break through the barrier, Klein, if it were me, I would definitely break through the barrier without hesitation, then deal with you first, then deal with God Almighty, who is in a similar state to you. As for the remaining people, they are not worth fearing at all. Then, I could leave with the spoils of war. Klein was silent for a moment because of the future she described, then said helplessly. Alice, I don't even plan to personally retrieve Mr. Door's Beander characteristic, so why would I take such a risk in this kind of matter? I won't do that. He subconsciously wanted to say, I'm not like you, but in the end, he cautiously stopped. Alice didn't catch his hidden meaning. She relaxed and said, all right, then you go help your father-in-law. As the child of a former wife, I won't bother you anymore. Quote. Klein was dumbfounded. Wait, are you saying, Alice? Looking at his empty arms, Klein opened and closed his mouth, rubbed his head, and showed a pained expression. Perhaps I should go ask the ancient sun god how he got along with Aemon back then, Klein muttered, rubbing his head. Aemon shouldn't have been as talkative as Alice in front of him, right? Klein sighed, suddenly remembering Ouroboros. As the angel of destiny who was once under the ancient sun god, this king of angels was clearly not as boisterous as Alice. Klein was unfamiliar with him. Although they had met, their only interaction was when he exchanged painting materials from this angel of destiny for the main ingredients of his sequence 4 potion. It must be said that this experience gave him, well, no new understanding of the equivalent exchange of the fate pathway. After all, their true god, Miss Fate of the Tarot Club, expressed her will through every word and action. She was never fair, or rather, her fairest quality was that she was unfair to everyone. However, Klein thought of Ouroboros also because of his personality. He didn't want Alice to become as silent and dazed as Ouroboros, because if she did, she wouldn't be Alice anymore. It's just that, sometimes, like now, Klein would wish that Alice could combine with Ouroboros and become a little quieter. Thinking of this, Klein sighed heavily. Alice ran back to Mage Manor. Although being discovered by the visionary in her prophecy made Alice somewhat guilty, she had, in any case, finished seeing what she needed to predict, and she naturally knew that it would still take some time before that great door opened. She could continue to wait there with Klein, but not only was nothing happening, but also, she felt that this was quite unfair to the maids of Mage Manor. The Wheel of Fortune is not a visionary, nor is she the fool, so she cannot leave a substitute when she leaves. She can only ensure that no one comes looking for her during her absence, thus preventing her departure from being exposed. A true god, after all, is only omniscient and omnipotent within a certain range. Just like Alice's earlier statement, if the fool turned everyone into idiots, wouldn't he be omniscient and omnipotent? But this couldn't fundamentally solve the problem. After all, the maid who forgot to check on Alice's condition would still have her salary deducted afterwards. Of course, Alice could actually make up for it in other ways, such as receiving a bonus, or finding money. There are always ways to gloss over things. But, why bother? Why should she stand there foolishly with Klein? So, you didn't actually kill those 3 traitors, but merely trapped them in your divine kingdoms? Alice asked Klein, who was by the bed, holding her ice cream. Yes, Klein nodded. Anyway, Grisha currently doesn't have the spare energy to accommodate the uniqueness and sequence 1B characteristics of the other 3 pathways, and those 3 can't make any waves. Alice nodded, then asked. I have a question. Why does it sound like you suddenly became very familiar with each other? Did I miss something? Klein was silent for a moment, then he looked at Alice and asked sincerely, do you remember which country he came from? Alice frowned, her tone hesitant as she said. In the notes at that research institute, the language was Russian, but since Chernobyl still exists, he should be from. She looked up at Klein, who nodded, then smiled and said. Actually, just knowing it was Russian is enough, the rest is irrelevant to what I'm going to say. It's like this. As he spoke, he reached out and grabbed at the air, pulling out a bottle in Alice's stunned gaze, vodka. Alice's eyes widened. No, wait, you went drinking together. More or less, Klein pressed his head. I can now confirm that in this fusion process, his human side definitely gained the upper hand. Otherwise, the first thing he wouldn't do after everything was over was invite me to drink with him, and vodka at that. At this point, Klein's mouth twitched, and he said to Alice. I don't know if you've heard this joke. It's said that if people from that region get sick and go to the hospital, the doctor will prescribe them a bottle of vodka and tell them they'll be fine after drinking it. I've heard that. Alice's expression was filled with despair. But isn't he a researcher? Drinking helps concentration and can help him do research better, Klein said expressionlessly. I asked him the same question as you, and that's how he answered me. Alice gasped, completely speechless. By the way, Klein then looked at her and said, I mentioned your request to Grisha, and the matter of borrowing the first blasphemy slate, he hopes you go talk to him yourself, and then. He paused, then said with a strange expression, I think he might invite you to drink. I'm underage, Alice said expressionlessly. I can't drink. Have you ever seen a newborn baby drink alcohol? I've also never seen a newborn baby eat ice cream, Klein gave her a sidelong glance. In fact, Grisha also invited me to smoke, but I refused. Quote. Alice gasped again. When I think about how God Almighty will become a drunkard and a chain smoker in the future, I just feel. She paused, her expression turning to despair. This world is truly doomed. If you can't change your mind, I hope you control your inner thoughts. Klein glanced at Alice, reminding her faintly. You know, facing a visionary, thinking something in your heart and saying it out loud makes no difference. So, Alice avoided the topic. Did you tell our God Almighty that I can't drink? I did, Klein said calmly. I used your being underage as an excuse, but it didn't pass, since everyone knows you're not truly underage. So I emphasized that you want to solidify your humanity by acting as a real baby, and he said. Klein gave Alice a sidelong glance before continuing. On the one hand, your humanity is the most stable he has seen among so many true gods, although he is not sure if it can be called humanity. On the other hand, as I told you, people from their region believe that vodka cures all ailments. Alice closed her eyes. I give up. I'll go find him. You make a substitute for me, or you can act as me yourself. No, wait, does that make a difference to you? No, Klein smiled slightly. After all, a clone is also a part of me. End of this chapter. Chapter 698 Chapter 90 Pure White Angel. Whatever, Alice said, not particularly bothered. Just make sure no one notices I'm gone. Klein gave her a reassuring look, and Alice stopped paying attention to him, instead going to find Grisha Adam. Visiting a true god should, by all rights, involve going to their divine kingdom. Klein told Alice that Grisha Adam had currently left his divine kingdom at the original location of the Forsaken Land of the Gods, and that the area was now habitable. This quasi-god Almighty, described by Klein as smoking and drinking, did not align with Alice's impression of a drunken, chain-smoking figure. He still wore his simple white robe and crucifix. Apart from the monocle over his right eye, which made Alice uncomfortable, it was his hair that stood out. Why did you? Alice, who was settled in an imaginary baby carriage, looked at the figure before her with a twisted expression. Why did you get curly hair? The combination of black curly hair and the monocle over his right eye reminded Alice of her former playmate. She blurted out, I always thought Amon's curly hair was Medici's doing, but it turns out he got it from you. Grisha Adams' gaze swept over her, saying nothing. A grayish-white slate appeared abruptly before her, seemingly out of nowhere. "The first blasphemy slate," he said calmly. "Remember to return it." Alice jumped up and hugged it, then asked curiously, "Why didn't you just give it to Klein? Why did I have to come all this way?" The aura of Saphira Castle would stimulate the first blasphemy slate. Grisha Adam chose to answer this time. "Also, I have something to entrust to you." "What?" Alice's eyes showed a hint of question. "Go to the astral world and observe pure white," he said indifferently. "Look at his past and future." Alice still wanted to ask, but Grisha Adam had no intention of continuing the topic. He proactively brought up a new one. "Lord of the Mysteries told me that you insist on claiming to be the goddess of light, and have even written a holy book. Is there a problem with that?" Alice's heart skipped a beat, instinctively a little nervous. "No problem," Grisha Adam shook his head. "I asked Lord of the Mysteries for your holy book and read it once." He paused, then spoke with what sounded like a sigh. "Combining what Lord of the Mysteries and Amen said, I basically understand your and Amon's experiences with the godhood ritual. I can only say, I truly didn't expect my original prophecy to be realized in this way. However, you claim to be the light of salvation when the apocalypse arrives." Alice hesitated and nodded. Grisha Adam frowned and glanced at her, his tone calm. "Lord of the Mysteries told me that it's a prophecy. You hope that by doing this, in the future, when your instincts are out of control, you can make up for your mistakes. Your idea is sound. I did sense the fluctuations of fate within it. Although everything is not yet clear, it should be related to the spread of the prophecy. However, have you never told Lord of the Mysteries the truth about the prophecy?" Alice's gaze drifted. After all, with something like this, the fewer people who know, the better. Grisha Adam seemed to merely be asking. After his gaze lingered on her for a few seconds, he nodded and said calmly, "I understand. In the subsequent process of gathering believers and spreading faith, I will mention your existence. As for the reward," he paused, then brought up the topic again. "Go and check on Pure White's situation for me. Look at his past and future." "What's wrong with him?" Alice asked subconsciously. Grisha Adam's gaze swept over her heavily, then he spoke. "The primordial one might have revived within him." Alice froze. She was momentarily stunned, then frowned in confusion. "Why would the primordial one spare you and go after the eternal blazing sun?" "I don't know," Grisha Adam said calmly. "But the former Lord of the Mysteries also bypassed Lord of the Mysteries at the time, choosing you and Amen. Can you change your address and call him Klein?" Alice objected. "I thought you two had established a deep friendship with the help of vodka." Grisha Adam did not speak, so Alice also gave up on the topic. She then thought of the White Angel, or rather, the eternal blazing sun. So, among the three people back then, the eternal blazing sun was the one who started it. Alice shook her head. Wisdom needs no explanation, he had already betrayed Anquelt. Storm might have just been impulsive. But only the eternal blazing sun. I truly couldn't understand the reason for his betrayal. If it was because, then it makes sense. She shook her head, but in her heart, she had already accepted this as fact. After all, even today, Grisha Adam still referred to the eternal blazing sun as pure white. The depth of their bond was evident, and it was unlikely he would have suspected his former king of angels without a definite answer. Perhaps, all he needed was a conclusive piece of evidence. Alice sighed softly and said, "Although directly looking through the river of fate might also yield an answer, seeing the true eternal blazing sun might be more effective. You can go to the astral world to find him," Grisha Adam said calmly. "Lord of the Mysteries and I have jointly trapped them in their respective divine kingdoms. The only thing you need to be careful of is probably the gaze from the cosmos." He didn't mention safety issues after entering the divine kingdom, and Alice didn't either. She chose to enter Grisha Adam's divine kingdom to show sincerity. Facing the confined eternal blazing sun, she could directly use the power of her authority. Perhaps the current eternal blazing sun is even too weak to resist. Alice shook her head, then glanced at Grisha Adam's right eye and asked, "The error pathway's uniqueness, are you going to temporarily keep it?" Grisha Adam's gaze fixed on her for a few seconds, then he shook his head and said, "Lord of the Mysteries never asked me this question. I thought you had already decided to temporarily focus on the door pathway." I need to temporarily retain the error pathway's uniqueness. As for the sequence 1 Beander characteristic, it is currently being processed. Once Lord of the Mysteries accommodates the door pathway's uniqueness and the sequence 1 Beander characteristic, have him come and retrieve it himself. Alice nodded, then her heart stirred, and she asked curiously. How is Ouroboros doing? Grisha Adam replied, he is currently handling all matters concerning the Aurora Order. Alice was stunned for a moment. She blurted out, you're using child labor. Grisha Adam glanced at her and replied calmly. He didn't go through the stages of infancy, childhood, and adolescence like you did. Alice frowned. She knew this was very detrimental to maintaining one's state, but since these two had no thoughts on the matter themselves, she didn't say much, only asking again. Oh, right. Klein said that your human side should be dominant. I have a question. I remember your human side was supposed to be particularly fierce when scolding people, right? The scene fell into a brief silence, then Grisha Adam slowly explained. The sorcerer of that time was a fusion of negative, fallen humanity. After Pure White led the way in devouring my corpse, causing me to be forced to revive in that state, I was even more affected by negative emotions, thus almost going mad. Coupled with the subsequent instability of the anchor. Now, with the support of believers and the visionary pathway as assistance, my state is naturally more stable than when you saw me then. Moreover, although your words and actions are often very offensive, in essence, you haven't had any fundamental conflicts of interest with me. I think our biggest intersection before this was perhaps when you impersonated Amen and robbed the Storm Church's donation box. Alice lowered her head. The most important matters had been discussed. Alice thought for a moment and found she had nothing else to say, so she opened her mouth and asked. Why don't you invite me to drink vodka with you? Grisha Adam looked at her quietly, with no emotion in his eyes. Lord of the Mysteries strongly disapproves of this. He told me that it is a custom in your country not to let children drink alcohol, even if you are not a real child. Alice couldn't help but laugh. She asked curiously, so you really told him that drinking helps you calm down and focus? Of course, Grisha Adam said without hesitation. Not only that, it also makes me more energized. So, you really think vodka is a cure-all? Alice's mouth dropped open in surprise. We still know to see a doctor when we're sick, Grisha Adam glanced at her indifferently. And our doctors usually won't prescribe you a bottle of vodka as medicine. Alice coughed violently twice, apologizing quickly. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to think that way, I just couldn't control myself. Grisha Adam didn't mind. He merely swept a glance over Alice and said peacefully, go do what you need to do. Saying this, he smiled at Alice. Alice left after that. She didn't go to see Klein immediately, but instead remotely sent a message to Klein, telling him that they would communicate online for the time being, and also mentioned that the aura of Saphira Castle might stimulate the first blasphemy slate. This was easily understood. Klein accepted the reason. After all, online communication wasn't difficult for them. They secretly began to plan the ritual for recalling Mr. Door. Since it was decided that Alice would perform the ritual, Verdu Abraham had another use. Alice did not intend to sacrifice one demigod each from the seer, apprentice, and marauder pathways, but instead planned to extract the blood of at least 99 Beyonders from the Abraham family. If this were over a year ago, it would have been very difficult, because the Abraham family, having suffered years of torment, couldn't even gather 99 Beyonders. They had 99 people, but the number of Beyonders was insufficient. The reason for this at the time was very simple. For members of the Abraham family, becoming a Beyonder meant hearing unknown calls every blood moon, slowly descending into madness. Many had gradually become unwilling to be Beyonders. However, this problem was now resolved. The Fool protected Abraham, freeing him from the troubles of the bloodline curse. The number of Beyonders in the Abraham family rapidly increased over the past year. They never lacked Beyonder characteristics and mystical knowledge, even possessing many mystical items, and even retaining the Planeswalker sealed artifact. For the current Abraham, gathering 99 Beyonders was no longer difficult, but who would do it was a problem. After all, Miss Magician was, in the end, an outsider. Asking her to handle this would only affect the trust she had briefly established within the Abraham family. Compared to that, Verdu Abraham was much more reliable. Thus, Verdu Abraham, who was searching everywhere for the existence of the goddess of fate, truly encountered good luck. He didn't hear of any miracles from the goddess of fate, but due to an accident, he coincidentally discovered this special ritual. He didn't think much of it, this was the handiwork of Mr. Fool. After advancing to a true god, the fool possessed the authority of fooling. In higher-level applications, he could turn some false things into reality through fooling, and in lower-level applications, he could also lower others' intelligence. Verdu Abraham thus believed everything implicitly. He returned to the Abraham family with the joyous news, but was met not with delight. The Abraham family restrained him and reported this news to the fool. Clearly, they desired the fool, whom they could grasp in the present, more than a vague future. The fool didn't mind, this was his own manipulation. So, he issued a divine oracle, telling the Abraham family that the ritual was feasible, but the ritual itself was very dangerous, requiring at least an angel to complete successfully. If they truly wished to do so, they could gather the necessary materials, and he would dispatch an angel under his command to help. Of course, the cost of asking this angel to act would need to be paid by them. The Abraham family nervously inquired about the cost. They soon received a list of ice creams, and after being dumbfounded, began to prepare the materials, as well as a large quantity of ice cream, even though they didn't understand what was going on with this angel. Alice didn't care about the Abraham family's feelings at all. She calmly accepted Abraham's gifts, then, holding the bottle of blood, complained about Mr. Fool using child labor while using the blood of those 99 Abrahams to draw the symbols left by Mr. Door. A dim, illusory great door thus formed. The void here seemed to suddenly become thinner. Alice keenly held her breath, looking at the lightless darkness behind that great door. Who? A confused voice rang out. Oh, it's you. End of chapter. Chapter 699 Chapter 91 Farewell Gift. It wasn't a full moon now, and while Alice felt that the door who came out might not be entirely normal, he was certainly better than the one on the full moon, it was still uncertain who would emerge then. Mr. Door had responded, but Alice didn't reply immediately. She recalled Klein's analysis, which included some of Grisha Adams'. As for how it came about, vodka helped with research, that was true. That quasi-God Almighty seemed to think vodka from historical projections tasted better because it was a flavor he hadn't experienced before. Alice couldn't comment. She merely recalled the analyses of these two individuals. Klein told her that Grisha Adams speculated the first ritual to sacrifice 3 Beander Pathways demigods most likely originated from the mother goddess of depravity, while the second ritual belonged to the door pathway. Of course, even if it belonged to the door pathway, it didn't mean the ritual was safe. Grisha Adams said that the mother goddess of depravity possessed the authority of rebirth, and the personality Mr. Door displayed during the blood moon was probably a personality, reborn, due to this authority. This indeed refreshed Alice's worldview, but because of it, Alice realized that Mr. Door was probably beyond saving, at least they couldn't save him now. During Alice's silence, within that dark light door, one starlight-like worm after another condensed, forming a sphere of light. Alice was no stranger to this form, as she had seen similar situations with both Klein and Eamon, though the appearance of the clustered worms differed. She still didn't speak, just watched quietly. More starlight rose, forming a giant arm, an arm much larger than an ordinary person's, making the grand door before them, large enough for a giant to pass through, seem narrow. Watching the arm struggle to squeeze out of the door, Alice finally spoke. She asked emotionlessly, "Are you going to bring disaster back to reality?" According to Grisha Adam, if Bethel Abraham still possessed sanity, he would hesitate and waver because of this question. The giant hand indeed stopped because of this. Alice continued, "I was entrusted by the Abraham family to completely resolve the curse on them. However, from the current situation, you don't seem suitable to return to reality. Give up. I have a way to solve the problem and grant you the peace you desire." Her persuasion seemed to work. After a long pause, the giant hand that had stretched out retracted, and then, a bloody phantom appeared. A hazy bloody color enveloped the arm. Alice's expression instantly tightened. She wasn't panicking, because the one who made her do all this was Klein, who was accustomed to being prepared for everything, and Grisha Adam, who seemed capable of approaching an omniscient and omnipotent being in some way. Therefore, the possibility of the mother goddess of depravity's power taking the opportunity to infiltrate reality was also brought up with the help of vodka. As for the solution, Alice picked up the first blasphemy slate and hurled it at the arm, which had begun struggling again under the impetus of the bloody outer layer. The starlight-like worms fell to the ground, transforming into exquisite gems. Alice held her breath, her eyes fixed on the gems, momentarily unwilling to look away. But when the crimson veil took the opportunity to spread, Alice snapped back to her senses. She slammed down the second time with a whoosh. Of course, she couldn't do this alone. Even those who were imprisoned contributed. Alice saw brass-colored eyes, surging electricity, and a phantom-like woman. The true gods who were still alive all seemed to be here. Although Alice deeply doubted whether Storm and Wisdom were truly willing, Wisdom might be willing, but Storm probably not. Oh, and the sun in the sky seemed to brighten a bit. The shadows in this area completely vanished, and the scorching sunlight fell upon the crimson veil, forcing it to shrink back. The arm formed by the worms surged out again, this time not struggling. It trembled, and exquisite gems fell to the ground, making Alice afraid to even breathe. She really wanted to rush over and grab them. Damn it, why do all your door pathway Beander characteristics seem to be gems? The last gem was particularly special. It appeared in the shape of a pair of eyeballs, seemingly composed of pure starlight. When one looked at it, layers upon layers of illusory doors could be seen. Alice really didn't want to look away, but this wasn't the end. Crimson moonlight followed closely behind these gems, lighting up. Alice had no choice but to turn her head and press the first blasphemy slate onto it. What needed to be done next was to wait for this door to disappear, and also, to see whether the sunlight or moonlight was brighter. Most of the moonlight was blocked back behind the door by the blasphemy slate. Don't misunderstand, it wasn't blocked by volume. Only a few traces of moonlight remained, flickering under the sunlight. Then, that door grew smaller and smaller, finally either retreating or dissipating. Alice finally let out a sigh of relief. She looked down at the pile of gems on the ground, silent for a moment, then plunged into them and rolled around. Awesome. Then, she had to sit up and begin sorting these gems, more accurately, the Beander characteristics of the door pathway. Alice thought these Beander characteristics should perhaps be given to the Abraham family, but simply handing them over wasn't Alice's style. She decided to ask for something in return, like real gems. What would she do with those? Alice blinked innocently, deciding to ask for something else instead. For example, food would be nice. Noting this down, she waved her baby-like fleshy claws, and the gems were instantly collected by her with a whoosh. The wave was actually unnecessary, but Alice thought it looked cooler. After all this, Alice dragged the grayish-white slate, which was taller than her current height, to meet Grisha Adam. Alice had originally intended to take the opportunity while returning the slate to ask this future lord of the astral world to take her on a tour of the astral world, to see what exactly had happened to the eternal blazing sun. Unexpectedly, she saw an unexpected guest in his divine kingdom. No, it seemed to be within reason. After all, a divine kingdom is a true god's home, and this one was Amon's father, so Aemon returning here should be like going home. Alice's thoughts began to drift again. Grisha Adam spoke at this moment. Come over. Alice instinctively went over. It was a small square table. Alice sat in one of the empty seats, naturally handed over the first blasphemy slate, then turned to look at the current Aemon. He still wore the familiar pointed soft hat and a black outfit that seemed never to have changed. Alice's gaze glided around, finally settling on his right eye. Why are you still wearing a monocle? She asked. Aemon again showed that familiar, annoying smile. He glanced at the white-robed priest sitting opposite, smiling and watching them chat, then slowly raised his hand and twirled his monocle, saying to Alice, "This is a token of love given to me by the fool." Quote. Alice's mouth dropped open in surprise. Aemon, Grisha Adam called him, his meaning unclear. Amon's smile remained unchanged. He simply lowered his hand and explained in a gentle tone. I bought it. Quote. Alice looked at Aemon, then at Grisha Adam, falling into a brief silence. This scene was strangely familiar. She recalled Klein calling her, Fate, on Saphira Castle, feeling a bizarre sense of hallucination. You've worked hard, she said, genuinely giving Grisha Adam a sympathetic look. After a pause, before anyone could speak, she proactively said to Eamon, "I'll give you a gift." Eamon raised an eyebrow, neither saying yes nor no, but instead looked at his father. Alice also turned to look. Grisha Adam nodded slightly. Then, Alice reached out and produced a monocle. Of course, not from his person, but from the divine kingdom. Eamon looked at the monocle, slightly stunned, then chuckled. "This is the winner." Alice smiled and replied, "That's right. It used to be a brooch, a gift. Left to me by the Key of Light. Anyway, after I discovered all this, in a fit of anger, I found an artisan and had it made into the shape of a monocle. I originally wanted to curse him, that a rule-breaking thief would disrupt the game rules he set." When she said the last sentence, Alice gave Eamon a smile. Eamon almost immediately reacted to her pointed tone. He sneered, "I'm that thief, right? You insisted on stealing it yourself," Alice said righteously. "You chose it yourself. You know, at that time, it was very difficult for me to truly interfere with your fate. No, it was truly difficult for me to even find your own fate among the pile of fates you stole. So, you're blaming me for being unlucky." Eamon sneered, raising a hand to touch the monocle. "I actually really want to say that, but," Alice retracted her hand, "for fate, saying you're unlucky would also sound like I tampered with something." Eamon seemed amused by this remark. He chuckled twice, then said to Alice, "You reminded me of something. There's something I think is better left to you." "What?" Alice looked at him, confused. Eamon also extended a hand, and then he conjured a bottle from the air. The bottle seemed to be an ordinary glass bottle, but the swirling silver liquid inside made Alice suddenly hold her breath and exclaim, "Mythical creature blood. Wait, this is..." She frowned, casting a confirming look at Eamon. Eamon smiled faintly, pushing the bottle in front of Alice, his attitude natural. "I think you should be able to tell its owner. This is the mythical creature blood from your competitor, his umbilical cord blood that he left with me back then. It was also a key to how I managed to deceive fate." Alice took the bottle of blood, then said to Eamon, "So you didn't return the mythical creature blood to him back then?" "Of course not." Eamon shook his head without hesitation. "Alice, I've always been on your side. How could I possibly help your opponent instead?" He paused, then continued, "I actually came to say goodbye." "Goodbye?" Alice was stunned. "He wants to go to the cosmos to seek new opportunities," Grisha Adam said faintly. "There are more pathways in the cosmos, and there might be more adjacent pathways to the error pathway there." Alice was momentarily stunned. She looked at Eamon. Now that she had absolute suppression over Eamon, she could finally sit peacefully across from him, smiling as she asked him, "Then, perhaps you'd like a blessing?" This time I can do it for free. After all, you're a friend who's about to travel far. I can be generous." "All right," Eamon said without ceremony. Alice stared at Eamon for 2 seconds, then suddenly asked, "Was that monocle really given to you by Klein?" "One could say so," Eamon chuckled. "I stole it from him, but you know, when he came to find me, without his permission, I couldn't steal anything from him anymore." After a moment's pause, Eamon continued, "But I think it's more like a purchase. Although I didn't give money, I helped the future Lord of the Mysteries complete his ritual of becoming a god. Don't you agree, Miss Fate?" Alice's expression froze. Eamon smiled faintly, took off his original monocle, put on the one Alice had given him, then pushed the monocle he had just removed in front of Alice, saying softly, "This is my souvenir, now it's yours, Goddess of Light." The scaleless white giant serpent manifested for an instant, but it was only a fleeting phantom. Then, Alice turned her head and glared at Grisha Adam. Even though they were both true gods, the current Grisha Adam could still suppress her, especially since she was in his divine kingdom. Grisha Adam shook his head and said, "I apologize to you on his behalf." As he spoke, he glanced at Eamon. Eamon seemed to receive some hint. He winked at Alice, then vanished directly from the spot. Alice was dumbfounded. She turned to Grisha Adam and couldn't help but say, "I now feel that your having humanity isn't entirely a good thing. I thought you two were having a lot of fun." Grisha Adam looked at her, puzzled. "No," Alice denied, "if I won the argument, then we'd be having a lot of fun, but unfortunately, I lost this time." This remark caused Grisha Adam to fall into a brief silence. After the temporary quiet, he changed the subject. "Do you want to go to the astral world to see Pure White's situation now?" "Yes," Alice nodded, bringing up the matter. I hope you'll come with me, if that's alright. I'm actually a little afraid of the mother goddess of depravity. End of chapter. Chapter 700 Chapter 92 Star Realm. Alice looked at Grisha Adam with a fawning gaze. Her fear of the mother goddess of depravity had always been present. It wasn't a psychological trauma, but rather an instinctive dread when facing someone of her level. Simply put, she chickened out. Grisha Adam was clearly no stranger to her bullying the weak and fearing the strong demeanor. He readily agreed to her request and brought Alice to the astral world. From its appearance, this place resembled the cosmos, but as a domain composed of symbols and authorities, it was actually quite different from reality. If Alice were to describe it, she would say the astral world felt more like a texture map, or a designer being lazy and not finishing the modeling. For example, the symbol of the sun, from afar, looked like a sun-like star hanging in the sky, emitting light and heat. But upon closer inspection, the astral world there was like a black curtain, with the sun directly painted on it with oil paints, surrounded by a cluster of concepts and symbols. Moreover, the sun wasn't painted very well, like a child's random scribble without any artistic skill, both comical and terrifying. Alice frowned as she watched, then tilted her head and asked, you. I remember, God Almighty's honorific name also included, Lord of the Astral World, didn't it? Grisha Adam nodded. Alice's frown deepened. She looked at the childish scribbles and asked with a strange tone. These, did you paint them? No, Grisha Adam denied. I have never truly become an omniscient and omnipotent one, nor have I ever truly become the Lord of the Astral World. Alice was stunned for a moment. She subconsciously asked, was this painted by the previous Lord of the Astral World? Perhaps. Grisha Adam looked at her and spoke unhurriedly, you can ask him directly. Alice felt like she had been scolded. She silently averted her gaze. There was also a depiction of her in the scribbled painting, a silver trace that could vaguely be identified as a river, completely devoid of shimmering reflections, with a gradient-colored disc floating on it. Alice found the painting really an eyesore. She moved her gaze, turning to look at another area. A hand-drawn red moon hung there, emitting an eerie glow. What Alice first noticed, however, was the red moon's empty surroundings and the absence of any outer deity symbols. Why is there no? Alice quickly moved her gaze away from the red moon and asked again. Grisha Adam's demeanor remained gentle and patient. He didn't seem as easily angered as Klein. The fundamental reason might be that Alice wasn't as presumptuous, probably not. He said indifferently, scared them away. Alice was bewildered. But, didn't you say earlier? The former quasi-pillar turned to Alice and spoke calmly. Given your father's current state, it is indeed not suitable for him to appear before an outer deity. So, the one who released power to create deterrence at that time was actually me. My father. Alice's lips moved, wanting to say something, but not knowing what to say. Grisha Adam continued to state. He can't possibly avoid the astral world forever. Once he gets close, he'll be discovered. Constantly avoiding is unrealistic. Moreover, as early as the second and third epochs, as early as when I raised the sun for this world, I had already done this. It's just that, after I died, the outer deity's power infiltrated again. He is my mother. Alice finally organized her words. This sentence successfully brought silence to the surroundings. Grisha Adam looked at Alice, his expression showing a rare ripple of emotion. He asked Alice, your mother? Of course, Alice nodded. Actually, if you think about it, to Amen and Adam, you should also be a mother. Especially for Amen, actually, the Lord of the Mysteries, should be the father. However, perhaps because he thinks he is male, Amen never calls him mother. Tisk, pedantic. In that case, maybe he really should become a demoness. At that time, the Chaos Sea did not contain the Demoness Pathway's legacy, it only contained the Hanged Man Pathway and the Sun Pathway, as well as the Error Pathway's uniqueness. The visionary finally couldn't help but interrupt Alice's thoughts. And I don't understand, why are you all so obsessed with demoness? Alice once again showed that fawning expression. Grisha Adam was also holding her in the manner of holding a baby. From this angle, Alice could even grab a handful of the Pope's robe. But Grisha Adam was clearly not deceived by her expression, he merely gazed at her quietly. After more than 10 seconds, Alice averted her gaze and retorted. But don't you find it strange? As far as I know, the symbol of the demoness pathway is feminine disaster. What does taking a bath in the Chaos Sea have to do with feminine disaster? Is God Almighty a woman? Hey, our joke about God Almighty is unfair is true. What is this? Grisha Adam asked her. It's just. Alice blinked, explaining the wordplay of God Almighty is unfair and God Almighty is a girl as clearly as possible. Grisha Adam nodded thoughtfully, then said, "You find the demoness pathway's deification ritual very peculiar, and you think there's something wrong with it." Alice, then defended, "No, I didn't say that. I just think this ritual is very strange. It has absolutely no relation to the symbols and authorities of this pathway, and it's out of sync with the rituals of other true gods." Grisha Adam nodded thoughtfully, then said, "My attention was not on this before. Resisting the primordial one's awakening will in establishing human city-states consumed a lot of my energy. Besides that, I also had to collect the remaining uniquenesses and sequence 1 Beander characteristics, and research the correct outer deity path. At that time, I hadn't deeply considered the rituals of other pathways." "What about later?" Alice continued to ask. "When you died and resurrected, during your time as Adam and the true creator, did you not do anything?" "No," Grisha Adam shook his head. "I did indeed conduct experiments on the demoness pathway and the red priest pathway, attempting to create beings with the potential to accommodate the city of calamity. However, due to the loss of control of some variables, my experiment ultimately failed." "What variables?" Alice continued to ask. "If you're curious, after we leave the astral world, I can take you to see," Grisha Adam said calmly. "Moreover, since you seem to think there's something wrong with the demoness pathway, I think perhaps I should take you to see." Alice paused, realizing that this matter had changed from satisfying her curiosity to a formal commission. So she asked, "What's my reward?" "I'm not sure," Grisha Adam shook his head. Your mother told me that you love ice cream very much, and that ice cream could be used as payment for your help, but you don't seem to want ice cream." Alice smiled and replied, "If you agree to this matter for me, then later, when you need my help, what I'll ask for will be ice cream. To be honest, I joked with Klein before, saying I wanted to be your angel of destiny, but after learning about Medici's fate, I'm not very interested in that anymore. But even so," she paused, then sighed, "asking for your protection, I'll never be at a disadvantage, right?" "I understand," Grisha Adam nodded. "Since that's the case, I will grant you one future request. This request will remain valid even after I become the true God Almighty. However, you cannot use this request to do anything that harms humanity or Earth." His face was calm, as if reading a contract, stating the scope of the request's limitations and Alice's obligations. After Alice nodded, he said, "Then, the contract is established. May the Oathbreaker suffer the punishment of eating rocks." Alice subconsciously finished the sentence. Grisha Adam pondered for a moment, then said, "I will add it to the contract." He clearly didn't grasp the meaning of that sentence. Alice stopped talking. This was clearly a meme that no one in the current world would know. After all, Klein's transmigration happened before the birth of Genshin Impact, and Grisha Adam was a person from the last century. As for the goddess, Alice really didn't know the goddess's era. Speaking of which, Klein still had a bunch of transmigrators. Would any of them have played Genshin Impact? Alice put this inexplicable thought aside. Just as she was about to bring up the real purpose of their trip, the quasi-God Almighty suddenly spoke. "Bethel's uniqueness and Beander characteristic are still with you, correct?" Alice nodded. "Except for the necessary parts, return the rest to the Abraham family," he said calmly, his eyes unperturbed, as if this were an order. Alice instantly became nervous. She cautiously asked, "Do you mind if I use this as leverage to ask the Abraham family for some ice cream?" "I don't mind." Grisha Adam stopped looking at her. Alice then asked, "The eternal blazing suns, divine kingdom." Grisha Adam glanced at her, then moved his figure, instantly appearing before a kingdom that continuously emitted light and heat. Alice focused her gaze. Klein had only told Alice that they had trapped Storm, Wisdom, and Pure White in their respective divine kingdoms. Now, seeing it with her own eyes, Alice realized the true weight of that short sentence. For a true god, the divine kingdom should be the safest and most powerful area, yet now, the divine kingdoms of these three had become cages to restrain them. And Alice averted her gaze with a strange expression, confirming with Grisha Adam. You seem to be able to use their power. I just haven't retrieved their uniquenesses and Neander characteristics yet, Grisha Adam said indifferently. Pure White is inherently proud and holds the sun pathway, unwilling to submit. Storm's pathway dictates that he needs to be brave and fearless. Only wisdom. Grisha Adam paused, not speaking the unpleasant words, but Alice still exclaimed. He's even more of a fence-sitter than I am. This quasi-visionary also seemed to be encountering such a patient for the first time, and for a moment couldn't find an appropriate response. Fortunately, Alice didn't need a response anyway. After her exclamation, she observed the eternal blazing sun through the divine kingdom. His power emanated through the divine kingdom, allowing Alice to see the eternal blazing sun's fate. Well, it was a bit dazzling. Alice reached out and covered her eyes, but she had already seen most of the necessary content. She recalled the illusory, deep black ocean and the sun slowly rising within it, and said with a strange tone. You'll never guess what I saw. What? Grisha Adam cooperatively asked. I once told someone that you were the sun rising from the sea. Alice slowly began, but now, I truly saw such a scene on him. I saw a golden sun rising from that deep black ocean. Grisha Adam was silent for a moment, then said, then, did you see a solution? I am the wheel of fortune. Alice rolled her eyes, not the wheel of all answers, and certainly not the wheel of omniscience and omnipotence. Grisha Adam nodded, seemingly unaffected by her words, and spoke calmly. Since that's the case, I'll send you back. Your mother should have already grasped the fool's authority, and Saphira Castle inherently belongs to her. As long as there isn't a prolonged, intense battle, there should be no impact. She can try to accommodate the door pathway's uniqueness and Neander characteristics. After this, I will give her all of the error pathway's uniqueness and Neander characteristics, including those she doesn't inherently need. I think you should know that Aemon has a large amount of overflowing Neander characteristics. Alice's expression twisted for a moment, then she responded, okay. Then, the quasi-God Almighty started a new topic once again. I remember, your church doesn't seem to have a fixed location yet. Alice nodded hesitantly. Grisha Adam thought for a moment and asked. Ouroboros reported to me what happened at the time. I imagine there are no irreconcilable conflicts between you all. Of course. Alice said without hesitation. Do you need a pope? Grisha Adam continued to ask. Alice froze for a moment, then realized what he meant and couldn't help but frown. But he doesn't believe in me at all. He believes in fate. Grisha Adam shook his head. Of course, you can refuse, this is a request. He paused, then sighed. I think you've noticed that, compared to you and Will, Ouroboros' condition is very poor. He is almost a puppet of fate. Alice pursed her lips, finishing the sentence. But I don't understand, what's the benefit of sending him to me? End of chapter.
For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audio.